turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man.
Okay, now. Okay.
Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo ní ká bá mi wá yẹn dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún léje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí Ọlọ́run dákun wá padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Alexander Gomez beats Ayo to it today. So there it is right there. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So how are you? We do it again. Of course we do it again. Which did we? It's just the rare occasions that we don't do it. You know, you wonder if I have superhuman powers. The way just this relentless grind at it. So, but there it is. It's only because I enjoy it. As you say, it's not as though anyway. So the usual protocol, yes, good day to you and all that. I've already said that. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in, subscribe. And please do that. Click on the like button right now, and then also subscribe as well. And then tell me in the comment section if you have done both. So click on like, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be part of the conversation. The dollar sign at the bottom of the screen invites you to tip towards the screen, towards the session. You know, for as long as I do this, I could never ever call it a show. I'm not Liberace. I'm not Michael Jackson. So I'm just some, funny sounding guy in his conservatory in Kent, just talking nonsense every day. So it's no more than that. So let's not elevate beyond ourselves and start calling it a show. I'm not a showman. I'm an Oyo man from Oyo Alafin. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that dollar sign at the bottom of the. I wasn't actually even going to say people should super chart. I wasn't going to say that just yet. Do you know why? Because there's so much. There's just nothing in the news cycle. We're going to be reacting to an interview that Doyin Okupe did on Channels Television, so we'll do that. But outside of that, it's just very, very slim pickings. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel. We're feeding on scraps. Ajeku. We're feeding on Ajeku. This is what we're feeding. Because look, the politics has come and gone. Governance is taking place. Peter Obi is doing all this righteous indignation photo op politics, which nobody is buying into. Atiku makes vacuous noise every so often from Abu Dhabi, and that is the sum of it. Oh, the usual suspects will tell you that the country is going to collapse by tomorrow. The other suspects will tell you that the company or the country is headed towards Narnia, is headed towards paradise, and that's divergent backs and forth. So it's like a game of ping pong, isn't it? We call it table tennis, but the Chinese actually call it ping pong. But it's like a game of tennis. So you survive volley, you parry, and then I slice. It's just back and forth, ebb and flow, never ending grind of nonsensity. So nothing happening. I have to tell you, because I am there's a guy called Austin Hullerman. A lot of you may know him. He's one of these passport bros. His catchphrase is, I am your only friend. So I should use that as well. So I'll tell you the truth. I am your only friend. Nothing is going to happen until 2027. Nothing. So Tinubu will spike up, and then his followers will say, "Hurrah!" And then he'll plateau down, he'll plummet down, and his naysayers will say, "Boo!" So it's yabu, 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 and that's how it's going to go all the way through to 2027. We might have esoteric sessions. That's why I'm really trying to push that sort of doopsy sort of sessions, just to deviate it from this heavy hitting back and forth into something somewhat that we can all coalesce behind. So, and that's going quite perfectly well. And also that's why I brought Kaiser on board, just to add variety to it, because how many more beatings can we beat Peter Obi before we beat him to death? It's just I've almost started to feel sorry for him, and it should never feel sorry for an element like that. But all that, like, share, subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard. So all the funky stuff, do all those funky stuff, the funky stuff, and follow the example of no, I'm not doing the super chat just yet. If we get into it and it has some flow, then I'll invite you to super chat. So because otherwise I'll feel like I'm defrauding you somewhat if I don't feel that I'm presenting something sufficiently palatable enough to encourage that, then I'll feel like I'm defrauding you. So that's last thing I want to do is that. So yes, let's just launch into it. So like I said, the session is going to wrap around the Doyin Okupe interview, but we'll prep up other talking points as the follow through after we've reacted to the Doyin Okupe interview. But it was quite explosive. It was about 2 days ago, and a lot of people kept sending it in that you have to do something on this, you have to do something on this. So now we do something on it. But before we go to Doyin Okupe, let's quickly whiz through what else is in. Like I said, very slim pickings. Tinubu's Minister Keyamo takes a jab at Osita Chidoka for opposing Emirates' return to Nigeria. So the very, very familiar sort of territory this. Anything that sounds like good news for the Nigerian state by osmosis, by extension, by converse, bad news for the obedient space. So they will always react to anything that looks like progress for that country. They will react adversely because, of course, for all, and it's not even anything personal, they don't want the country to progress. Because if the country progresses, then there will be no need for Peter Obi. Not that if the country doesn't progress, there will still be a need for Peter Obi, but they feel they have their best chance if the country is not doing well. So that is why you see them going around the world and all over social media trying to demarket the country. It is bad market for the obedient space for the country to do well. I think if you don't understand that, then maybe you should just go watch something else. You don't belong here. You don't have to agree, but if you don't understand that as a statement, then I feel sorry for you. Tinubu's Minister Keyamo takes a jab at Osita Chidoka for opposing Emirates Airlines' return to Nigeria. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo SAN, has berated a former aviation minister, Osita Chidoka, for opposing the return of Emirates Airlines to Nigeria's aviation industry. Correspondents earlier on Wednesday reported that Chidoka, a chieftain of the opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP), in a statement described the gleeful announcement of the return of Emirates Airline to Nigeria by Keyamo as a sad reminder of the deepening lack of national pride and the growing irrelevance of Nigeria in the world. He urged President Bola Tinubu's administration not to allow the airline to operate in Nigeria after its initial conduct. So what was the initial conduct that they stopped operating because they were not able to remit their money? I think that was the backstory to that. But Keyamo took a jab at the former aviation minister. I'm going to do that entirely. I just didn't like the way I was reading that. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo SAN, has berated a former aviation minister, Osita Chidoka, for opposing the return of Emirates Airline to Nigeria's aviation industry. Correspondents earlier on Wednesday reported that Chidoka, a chieftain of the opposition People's Democratic Party (PDP), in a statement described the gleeful announcement of the return of Emirates Airlines to Nigeria by Keyamo as a sad reminder of the deepening lack of national pride and the growing irrelevance of Nigeria in the world. He urged President Bola Tinubu's administration not to allow the airline to operate in Nigeria after its initial conduct. But Keyamo took a jab at the former aviation minister and asked why he failed to advise a former vice president and PDP chieftain Atiku Abubakar to relocate from Dubai to Nigeria and sell off all its assets there in protest when the United Arab Emirates placed a ban on visas and flights for Nigerians. He said, however, to demonstrate your patriotism, sincerity, and fidelity to the touted Nigerian pride, the big puzzle is, why did you fail to similarly advise your boss, principal, and mentor, Atiku Abubakar, to immediately relocate from Dubai to Nigeria and sell off all his assets there in protest when the ban on visa and flights was announced? Hypocrisy has never been so audacious. Keyamo further knocked, so that's just the back and forth of a couple of irrelevant politicians. So let's go on from that. That's today's 1 year of Tinubu's government has been a tragedy. Not one problem has been solved. This is Bugaji, whoever he is. A former House of Representatives member, Usman Bugaji, has said that President Bola Tinubu's administration has been a tragedy to Nigerians in his 1 year in office. Bugaji, featured on Channels Television's Politics Today on Wednesday evening, said President Tinubu's government has not solved a single problem in Nigeria, but created more problems than it met. It described Tinubu's government as groping in darkness and added that it is unfortunate that Nigeria has no metrics to evaluate governance and compel leaders to scientifically present their achievements to the people. But Gaje said, for citizens and the people who have been involved in government, clearly the last 1 year has been a tragedy. There is no one problem that they have been able to solve. I think we get the gist of that. So I'm not going to label any of this too much. Court grants suspended DCP Abakari bill reasons in March. So I think the killer cop granted bail to go and bury his mother. Well, clearly, hopefully he didn't kill her, because that guy. Labour reduces demand on minimum wage to 500,000 naira. So, 3 months, the government increases their offer to 57,000, but they decrease theirs from 650 to 500,000. So, we'll see where the convergence comes. I think they'll probably settle on round about 80, 90. I don't think they'll say the government will go higher than 70,000, I suspect. Teesside University orders Nigerian students to leave United Kingdom, stop their courses. So this is the thing now. The UK really turning against Nigerians. Just a couple of paragraphs on this. Right, some Nigerian students have protested on campus after Teesside University threw off their university programs and ordered them to leave the United Kingdom, according to the BBC. The students carried placards on Tuesday morning to register their, let's do that entirely all over again. Some Nigerian students have protested on campus after Teesside University threw off their university programs and ordered them to leave the United Kingdom. The students carried placards on Tuesday morning to register their frustrations following the school's decision resulting from the devaluation of the naira that has made them struggle to pay their tuition fees on time. Teesside University students were blocked from their studies and reported to the Home Office after the value of the naira fell, wiping out their savings. Some disclosed that they felt suicidal as they accused the university of taking a heartless approach to those who fell into arrears as a consequence. A university spokesman said failure to pay was a breach of visa sponsorship requirements and that it had no choice but to alert the Home Office. The Home Office said visa sponsorship decisions rested with the institutions. This young, so I think you get the gist of that. No need for me to carry on with that. So let me give you this last one as a headline. Tinubu bans money rituals, smoking scenes in Nollywood films. So if they ban money rituals in Nollywood films, then I wonder if we get any more Yoruba films, because the Yoruba films are essentially about voodoo and whatnot, isn't it? As are the Southeastern films as well. But they don't allow that amongst the Northerners, of course. So let's just leave those there. We'll do this Doyin Okupe thing. This might well take a good half an hour thereabout. So I'll bring the people assembled on so far. Hopefully they don't overrun the session. Thomas is with us. We have Pansat here, and we have Arogidegba. So we kick it off. Yes, if I was tired of it, Prestige, then I won't be doing it. So as long as Obi constitutes a nuisance to the public space, then he gets the mention. That's just how it goes. But those are the people assembled. We'll just kick this off and then we'll see where it lands.
that what was going on in PDP was inimical. God can forgive sins, but they don't want to believe that the same God who forgives sins can heal you. It's contradictory.
Are we going to have pastor added to your?
I'm an evangelist. I am an ordained evangelist, and that is what my main job is going to be hereafter.
So we're calling you Evangelist Dr. Doyin Okupe.
God bless you.
All right. But before all of this, let's go a bit backwards. Well, maybe not backwards, but something's come up recently, and it's brought up something that happened with you recently, and it has to do with the Labour Party. It's a very interesting dynamic that has been going on since the day you called the Labour Party a special purpose vehicle.
That is what it
they
was.
have been hitting you from everywhere across the country.
Truth has
Do you regret using that phrase?
No, my darling. No. I'm 72 years old. When I came into politics at the age of 28. I contested and practiced politics, when Chief Obi'S was at his highest in the Southwest. Jack Conde was the reigning power in Lagos State. I was a small boy. Those were the principalities that I confronted as a spokesperson and as a candidate for Federal House of Rep, in Yaba, local government in Lagos.
So that doesn't faze you.
So
but
what I'm trying to say is that I'm too old to run away from the truth. The truth of the matter is what I said. And, Peter Obi, God bless him, is my witness. He and I sat down, we felt that what was going on in PDP was inimical to what we wanted to do. That the PDP had taken a decision, even though it has not been communicated openly. We are insiders, so we know what was going on. That, they were not going to, all this talk about Southern presidency at that time was not going to hold any water with PDP. So we knew, and it was for that reason we agreed, both of us, and those who believed in us, to leave PDP. We left PDP. And when we left PDP, we did not want to abandon, because before then we were on the road, traverse the length and breadth of Nigeria, trying to campaign, and for be under PDP. So we didn't want to, and we gained some grounds. We were welcome. The obedient movement was in its formative stage then. The reception we were receiving all over the country was overwhelming and highly encouraging. So, we didn't want to just abandon that just because, there was no expressivity in PDP. So we were looking for a special purpose vehicle.
So we have to be paying attention to what this guy is saying, because of course this guy was the right hand, it was the man Friday to Peter Obi throughout that electioneering phase. And what it said was that this was a cynical, I wouldn't say an exploitation, because it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. So they went to the Labour Party because, of course, they felt that their ambition could not be satiated in the PDP. So they went, it said they shopped around, they shopped to the SDP, but they couldn't agree terms. But as soon as they approached Labour Party dropped their trousers. So it wasn't any ideological alignment between a meeting of our world views that led them there. A special purpose vehicle, just really an item. When you want to screw something back, and then you look at the knob of the nut, and if it's a star nut, you pick up a star screw, you use it so that's a special purpose right there. So it serves that purpose, and as soon as that thing is screwed back in, you toss that star screwdriver away. So that's what a special purpose vehicle is. It was there just to serve one singular purpose, and this is what Okupe is explaining.
It's something that you put together or you acquire for a purpose, for a particular purpose. And that purpose was, we needed a platform that would give us opportunity to express our desire, which was to, for Obi to become president of Nigeria. So, Labour Party graciously, gave us the best conditions. We spoke to SDP, we spoke to other parties, but Labour Party, I must say this on open television here, that, they didn't demand money from us. They didn't demand, they were just so welcoming. It was unbelievable. So that's why we took it. But, once we did not win the election, which we didn't win the election, that purpose has expired. So people can say whatever they like, but, they were not there when we were taking that decision. They just came along the way later on. But we took Labour Party then as a special purpose vehicle. Our hope was that.
And by the way, the Labour Party still remains very much a special purpose vehicle for the Obi narrative. So because you are seeing it, all these newfound Labour adherents now, they don't know. They look at somebody like Kenneth Okonkwo, who we discussed yesterday, for instance. He just strolled in because he could hear music playing at the neighbor's house. He had a sandwich and a glass of champagne, and he left again. So they don't really care. There's no ideological alignment in anything. They're just there using each other. The Labour Party, especially led by Abure, they are using them for publicity for the party and money making for Abure. And of course, the obedience space, they are using it as a vehicle for political ambition. So this is not me speaking. This is Peter Obi'S lieutenant speaking.
One man, hold on. One man, can you pause, please?
With the Labour movement.
Yeah.
One man, can you take it back? Did I hear him say we didn't win the election? He said that.
He will say it again. All right. He will
take
say
it back
again
a little bit. He said we didn't win the election.
A spokesperson and as a candidate for Federal House of Rep, in Yaba, local government in Lagos.
So that doesn't phase you.
But Labour Party, I must say this on open television here, that, they didn't demand money from us. They didn't demand, they were just so welcoming. It was unbelievable. So that's why we took it. But, once we did not win the election, which we didn't win the election, that purpose has expired.
I wonder why this even remains a thing. Even to Nigeria, as early as a couple of sessions, he said there was all the permutations. Why is it even a thing that I think we should just start ignoring that? All the permutations in the build-up to the elections told us how that election would run, and that election ran to the letter of how all of the speculations told us it would run. Tinubu would win was what all of the permutations, all of the data told us. He won. Atiku would chase him hard. It didn't actually chase him as hard as the permutations told us, but it chased him. But then they told us Kwakwanso will finish ahead of Peter Obi, but it was the other way around. So that is the only anomalous to what the data said. So I don't even know. His campaign director is telling us that they lost the election. So I mean, I don't know what is.
All right, let's move on. I love this interview.
So people can say whatever they like, but they were not there when we were taking that decision. They just came along the way later on. But we took Labour Party then as a special purpose vehicle. Our hope was that if we won, then we would come to some terms with the Labour movement and the stakeholders in Labour Party and find a median position. I am a born capitalist. I cannot, I can't be ipso facto. I cannot be. It's not in my gene. It's not in my blood. I have never been. I have nothing against Labour people, but I'm not Labour. I am a free enterprise, liberal capitalist. That's what I am.
Obi a capitalist like you?
I don't see any difference in that line between Obi and myself.
Because you have said recently that he shares the same ideology as you.
Obi himself says anywhere without any regret that I'm a trader. Who is a trader? A trader is not a labor union person. A trader is a man who buys goods at a price and sells it at profit. And if he's lucky, he makes money from there, like Obi did. So you don't Peter Obi is a multi-billionaire.
Is he a labor man?
As in what?
You said he's a trader.
Yeah.
But before that, you were talking about how you don't have
I can
Labour
speak
in
for
your.
myself.
But you have said recently that he shares the same ideologies as you.
No, we shares the same business inclination with me.
I'm not quite sure how much more that can be explained. Peter Obi is a capitalistic businessman. In fact, is hawkishly capitalistic, which is at variance with the ethos of our Labour Party. So, I mean, what more is she expecting him to say? He's already answered the question.
He's a businessman fundamentally. So that contradicts Labour ideology. When Labour ideology, they are not are not basically supporting businesses, enterprises, and all. They're different. But as for whether Obi is a Labour man or whatever, he's in the best position to say that. I've said it and I'm saying it. I'm not Labour at all.
So the reason why your name is coming up in conversations again is because there is now a clear division between members of the Labour Party and Obedience. And Mr. Julius Abure, who's the party chairman, is having issues with this. Oh, come and register. Meanwhile, we're seeing people, even some people in diaspora, who claim to be followers of Peter Obi, who are at variance with the Labour Party, and say, look, we don't really agree with you. We agree with this candidate. What do you make of this dynamic?
There has always been that division between the Obedience and the Labour Party. You understand? Because of clearly distinct ideological contradictions. Most of the people who are Obedience are young. Many of them are entrepreneurs. Some of them are abroad. Do you understand? And they've made it a living based on enterprise and desire and things like that. But they just found in Obi a personality that they can politically invest in. That does not make them politicians, and nobody should try to make them politicians because they're going to.
You see what Doyin Okupe is elegantly trying to navigate while still landing his point is navigating not through not having to use the word naivety. So what essentially is telling you is that these are a bunch of naive upstarts who are coming into politics for the first time, and they think screaming and shouting is what gets you through the through the line over the post or whatever.
Fumble and sort of destroy many things, but they're just political activists. There's always a role in political development for activism, and that is why we encourage them. And that's why they should still be encouraged. But there's no need for Abure or the stakeholders in Labour Party to force them to come and join Labour Party. But whoever is an Obedient and wants to take on the garb of a politician and he still wants to follow Obi where he is, should join Obi. Abure is correct. Come to Labour Party and take a card. So you cannot stay outside and be telling Labour Party what they should do or what they should be or what they are or what they are not. No. If you remain your Obedient, there are a lot of people also who are, who love to follow Peter Obi, who are not Obedient, who are not Labour. They are voters. We tend to undermine the position of voters. The voters are in the majority. People in the political parties represent less than 3 million of Nigerian population. Obedience are probably, about maybe 1/10 of that, But there are a lot of people who are voters, who neither believe in Obedience or Labour or APC or PDP. They look at events and circumstances and personalities, and they decide we're going with this person or with this party at any given time.
Is there
in other crimes, they call those sort of people floating voters. They call them floating voters. So voters who are not entrenched in political ideologies or historical partisanship. So they are willing to be persuaded by the arguments. They call them floating voters. So that's essentially what Doyin Okupe is describing, floating voters.
any way this dynamic can affect the chances? Let's say Peter Obi ran on the Labour Party in 2027. Let's say he runs on the Labour Party.
I hope he doesn't.
Okay, let me get to that. Do you think that these dissenting voices would impede his progress? Do you think it would stop him from achieving his goal?
The Labour Party is I am a very knowledgeable and experienced politician. Forget it. I have been in this game for more than 4 decades, more than 40 years. Do you understand? I was 28 years old when I joined politics. Today I'm 72. So when I tell you, and I didn't join politics as a rookie or a new. I joined politics as a qualified medical practitioner with all the God-given intellect and knowledge that I have. So it has affected my growth, development, understanding, and knowledge of this game and my exposure. So when I tell you things, there are very few, there are very few people in Nigeria today who are actively present, who are actively in politics, who can say that they're senior to me. I don't know, we may be colleagues, but I don't know of anybody who can say he's senior to me in politics and he's still practicing. No, there must be very few, maybe 1 or 2, I don't know.
I think I've heard you say this before. It was when you were referring to Mr. Wike.
Oh, I don't remember, but that's the truth. So what I'm saying is that when I tell you these things, I'm not talking as a foolish person or just off the cuff, or I'm telling you about what I know, what I have seen. I have been where presidents were made. I have seen presidents unmade. I've seen people succeed. I've seen people failed. I myself have succeeded. I have also failed. So the totality of my experience is what I'm saying. That the Labour Party is extremely handicapped because you cannot win an election in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, with such great and enormous diversity as a country like Nigeria without having structures. One of the greatest things that worked against our election last time was that we just existed in the minds of the people. That doesn't.
All right. When it's saying they just existed in the minds of the people, so that's essentially the language that was being used at that time. That it was a social media phenomenon. That's exactly what those words mean. That they just exist. It said they had no structures. And it said they couldn't win an election. How many times did Kulata tell you that they couldn't win elections without structure? So the candidate itself, I think he was on the ballot as a spaceholder for a period of time. So he's telling you, it's just, maybe this is the last time we'll be doing this or be something, because it's now getting nonsensical.
It doesn't make you win an election. This is a third world country. And in a third world country, anything goes. I've had people talk about, Bola Tinubu rigged the election and all that. Listen to me, my darling. There's no election in Nigeria. Take it from me. I've participated in every election in Nigeria since 1983. Do you understand? Since 1983, actively. And definitely, as a principal actor, since 1998. Since 1998, I can tell you with authority, there's no election that has been held in this country that was not rigged. Not one. Not one, except the closest to fair.
And by the way, when it says the chance, were you looking for Kaizo's stream? Yes, he's gone. So yes, that's one of Kaizo's people. When he's saying that there's been no election since however long he's saying that has not been rigged, it's not limiting it to the presidential election. He said no election. So and we all know this anyway. So Tinubu rigged that election. But Peter Obi did not rig anything. No, Atiku Abubakar did not rig it. Kwakwanso rig. It's a Muslim now. How can they rig? It's against his religion.
Fair election we had was MK Abiola's election because of the peculiarity of the voting pattern. People came out, were lined up, and they were counted. Even if you're a candidate, you don't need anybody to tell you you've lost in this polling booth. And your agents will tell you lost everywhere, everywhere else. So there was no fight. That was the place That was the election we had with the list of petitions and court cases. But take that one aside. No election in Nigeria. So what has been held since 1999. All right, that has not been rigged. There's none. Even a serving president, Yaradua, said that the election that made him president was warped. As a sitting president, he said it, and God bless him, and may his soul rest in peace. That's the truth. And I'm also saying it in the same way that no election. So rigging an election is not an issue here. You must try to prevent people. You cannot rig an election where you are not popular. If the opposition is up to 40% in any particular location, rigging is still possible, but it's difficult. If the opposition is 80%, you cannot do it. So you only rig where you already have influence, a degree of influence, and you have structures on the ground. Labour Party, we didn't have structures on the ground in the 2023 election. We were not present in more than 80% of the polling booths. Excuse me. Those who conduct elections are not angels. If you're not there, some people will say, in Lagos.
So that's another marker right there. They were not present at 80% of the polling booths. So quite what result was our friend arguing that convincing him that he won the election. 80% of the polling booths, they had no presence, but they declared to us that they won an election. So how have they arrived at that? It's just... you want to bang your head against the wall sometimes. It's just the ludicrous. I've never entered this sort of territory before until this. I never knew this sort of people existed.
And when the landlord wants to send you out of the house, you go and get somebody to represent you in the court, and you say, "I'm Doyin Okupe." He said, "In everything that I've said, do you agree?" The man say, "I agree." So the court will rule and say that, okay, you have to leave that house today, and say he agrees. But it's not me. All right. So but that was because I wasn't there. So if you're not there, if you don't have anybody on ground, you cannot win the election. It's difficult.
Should elections be conducted this way?
Not at all. Not at all. But it's not unique. I have gone to read history. Elections were rigged, in the 18th centuries, early 19th centuries in Britain and America.
But we cannot be seen to be encouraging this sort
of behavior. We are not encouraging it. We must put structures down that will make it impossible for people to rig, and it is possible. Number one, the first thing we need to do, we don't do in this country, is we do not, have laws, and when we have laws, we do not obey them, and when we disobey them, there are no sanctions. So those are the things, those are societal anomalies that we must also, it's not just to do with election. We must first of all correct that. We must make the they're talking about state police today. They're saying that, governors will abuse it, which is true, they will abuse it. But, let us put laws. If you say that the only condition that a state governor can be taken to court and he will be answerable during his tenure is if there's an accusation sustained that he has violated the provisions of the law about state police. People will run away. Nobody wants to lose his seat just on the account of that. And if there's evidence, and if there's evidence that the law is going to be enforced, and if you are wrong, you are going to be sanctioned, there will be sanity. We do not have the correct laws. When we have the laws, we do not obey them. Do you understand my point? We don't obey them. And when we don't obey them, there's nobody that sanctions us. So it's a free for all. It's not, I'm just talking to you reality. I'm not talking to you. I'm too old to dream. Do you understand? I'm telling you what is on ground. So, people who are younger and all that can begin to look, how do we solve this problem that this man is talking about? That is where we start from. Not to say, look at this man, he's encouraging rigging. No! But whether I encourage rigging or not, whether I comment on rigging or not, you do an election tomorrow, you do a local government election tomorrow in any state of Nigeria, the ruling party in that state is going to win 100%. Is it true? It's not true. But what has anybody done about it? Nothing.
Let's go back to what you said before, and I'll just ask it as a question.
Yeah.
Should P2B run under the Labour Party in 2027?
I'm a politician and a very experienced one. And Peter Obi is my brother, although I'm not, I've told you, we formed a special purpose vehicle for him to be president. He didn't become president. That purpose has expired. So, I'm not obliged to him or to Labour Party or whatever. But as a politician, as a senior brother, who understands the terrain, if he runs on that label, I can put down the little money I have. For anybody, he's going to lose. I heard recently.
Okay. So there you heard it right there. So if Doyin Okupe is saying that, then that certainly should be known to Peter Obi. As much as you may not want to credit him with that much cranial functioning, if any mental acuity, sufficient enough, because he's made a success of himself, so he must have some brain function. So he must know, as Doyin Okupe just said now, that if he runs on Labour Party, he's going to lose. So if Peter Obi knows that, then if you extrapolate and project, then you conclude that it is not going to be a Labour candidate. It's going to be on the ballot, but not as a Labour Party candidate. That is essentially what Doyin Okupe just said there.
That he's going to meet with Atiku, and they're talking about there's a possibility of
some sort of
merger. Collaboration. That is the most reasonable thing I've seen Obi, done in the last 1 year. All these photo opportunities, all this gallivanting, he's not going to get it. It will make you relevant, it will make you known, but it's not going to get you votes. When Awolowo lost the presidential election, he was known all over Nigeria. In every nook and cranny of northern Nigeria, my father was part of the Awolowo thing. They told me that they were there. They went there with bicycles, with mattresses, with all sorts of things. But when the elections results were read, it was MPC 1,000, Action Group Bakodaya. That is not one. So that is not the issue. Nobody can become president of Nigeria by just rough riding over people. No, Nigerian president.
So there are two things that are doing. Pardon me. There are two things that Doyin Okupe said there that may have passed you by. Hopefully, it didn't pass too many people by on this platform, because I credit a lot of you with a lot of stuff. So there are two things that he said. He said, one, that these are righteous indignation photo opportunity politics, going to mosques and holding up hands like he suddenly turned Muslim. When barely 6 months ago he was telling the Christian, he says that means nothing. He called it gallivanting. So that tells you that. And I can't even recall the last thing that he said, but essentially it's telling you that it's a nonsensity. It's the stakeholders. It's telling you that. And they also said all the noise making and all of their bills, essentially, what Doyin Okupe just said there reverts back to Charles Soludo's essay that you cannot unzobu your way into Aso Rock. We all know that the political landscape is too sophisticated. The people are too long in the tooth. They're too entrenched in culture and politics for you to strong arm your way. Who is going to be intimidated by screeching and squealing? That's not how it works. And the senior functionary of that party tells you that.
Lost the presidential election. He was known all over Nigeria. In every nook and cranny of northern Nigeria, my father was part of the Awolowo thing. They told me that they were there. They went there with bicycles, with mattresses, with all sorts of things. But when the elections results were read, it was MPC 1,000, Action Group Bakodaya. That is not one. So that is not the issue. Nobody can become president of Nigeria by just rough riding over people. No, Nigerian presidents have been involved in about 3 or so. How they emerge is by negotiations and stakeholder participation, and that is the truth. There was a time in this country, at least I know about 2 times, that only 5 people, whether you like it or not, this is what we know and we hold to be true, decided who the president of Nigeria was going to be. Only 5 people. And we know them, we see them, we work with them. Things are changing now, but still stakeholders must be.
Just to speak to what you just said there a little bit, Thomas, they are making fun of you. Just to speak to what you just said there a little bit, that there was a time in the country that only really 5 people determined who the president was going to be. So when he said that, I speculated somewhat towards the 1999 election that brought Tinubu, not Tinubu, Obasanjo in. There's a lot of people believe. In fact, we all know that Obasanjo was not elected. It was essentially appointed, picked by the military, and I suspect that is where where he's referring to. So just to document that, at least that's what struck me when he said that.
Stakeholders must be taken care of at the height of our acceptability. With when I was working with Peter, it was as if we have taken over the entire country. Even people in APC and PDP surreptitiously contacted or doing, you people are doing well, don't forget me. I'm telling you, senior people, but I was not fooled. I called Peter and, it's on my phone. I have the message here. I said, Peter, we're doing very well, but this is not going to win us the election. I said, because less than 10% of the Nigerian stakeholders are with us. We can't win. And if we win, they will take it. Because, the stakeholders are the Nigerian elites, the judiciary, the soldier, the businessmen. So if we only have 10%, that means their interest is not coterminous with ours. And they don't have any vested interest or stake in our movement. I said, we are not going to win.
You like that he's meeting up with Atiku Abubakar right now for some sort of...
I've just told you, that is the only political thing he has done in one year.
What do you think the PDP should do? Should he take him back?
I can't tell PDP what to do.
What do you think would give Peter Obi victory in 2027 if he wants to be president?
Joining the PDP only enhances his chances. I've just told you, becoming the Nigerian president is more than chance enhancement. It is much more than that. There are a lot of issues. I mean, somebody says, should Tinubu be afraid? If Tinubu knows his own, if I was Tinubu, let Obi join PDP and join NPP and put everything together. They cannot defeat me. It's not possible. I'm the president. It's not going to happen. If you know what you're doing.
You don't think he's going to be able to win the elections, even in 2027?
I am not saying that. I'm not God. Only God can say that. But I'm just saying, I'm just laying the grounds.
Based on the grounds that it's impossible.
If, for instance, the best thing that can happen to Obi is for him to be the presidential candidate of PDP. All right? And then maybe he...
So that's the second pointer to Obi having to leave the Labour Party. I think we can all rest in the expectation that Obi will be leaving the Labour Party either soon or slightly later. We all know that he's not going to be presenting himself as a Labour Party candidate in 2027. We all know that. But his relationship with Atiku Abubakar is what Doyin Okupe is about to speak on now. But the other thing that he said was that the only political thing that Peter Obi has done since the last election up till now was essentially now this relationship that is reforming with Atiku Abubakar. So all those borehole politics, hopping from one mosque to the next madras, and all of this just rank foolishness, it plays well with the raw meat eaters, but it doesn't impact on any. Okupe told us that what we play in Nigeria is stakeholder politics. How many times have we told you on this platform that politics in Nigeria is about stakeholders and it wraps around religion and ethnicity? And anyway, we'll see what plays out in 2027.
He picks his VP from the north. That is the best, quintessentially most enormous thing that can happen. That does not guarantee victory because there are other considerations. You look at blocks in the country. Once an Obi becomes a president, that galvanizes the Southeast 100%. All right? But antagonizes the Southwest 100%. Right? So the South, what is their own in the ticket? Who offers the best for them? Because they're neither...
Okay. I want you to listen to the next 5 minutes intently. If you want to have understanding of politics, I want you to listen because Okupe gave us a CV before they launched into politics. are 4 decades long at the topmost echelons of Nigerian politics. So if there's anything that this guy doesn't know about Nigerian politics, it is not worth knowing. So we know his CV, and he played that CV out in the public glare. So we know who he is. So now I want you to listen to the next 5 minutes intently, because this is core raw politics that Doyin Okupe is about to dispense.
It's impossible.
If, for instance, I mean, the best thing that can happen to Obi is for him to be the presidential candidate of PDP, all right? And then maybe he picks his VP from the north. That is the best, quintessentially most enormous thing that can happen. That does not guarantee victory, because there are other considerations. You look at blocks in the country. Once an Obi becomes a president, that galvanizes the Southeast 100%, all right? But antagonizes the Southwest.
Oh, okay. So an Obi victory will be essentially a Southeastern victory. So I'll repeat it only one more time. We've always said that the politics in Nigeria is ethno-religion. It's not. I think everybody knows it's not the noise making. It's ethno-religious, and this guy is about to unbundle that for you now.
Antagonizes the Southeast 100%, all right? But antagonizes the Southwest 100%, right? So the South, what is their own in the ticket? Who offers the best for them? Because they are neither going to be presidential candidate nor vice presidential candidate. So the issue of what happens to them.
Okay, so who offers them the best? If Obi is on a ticket with the northern VP, so that leaves out the South. But who offers them to the best? But that politics is already in play. And the name of the politics in play is Lagos-Calabar Superhighway. So I hope the penny is starting to drop with one or two of you.
Comes into play. Now you then come to the North. The North is vice president. The North has always been, the holders of the political authority in the country. And it is by concession. I'm saying this on public television. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm a practitioner and I know what I'm talking about. It is by concession that the North allows, anybody from the South, mostly Southwest, to be president. It's by concession. So the question is going to be, how does the North?
So you heard it there as well. The power, the levers of power the levers of power is held in the North in Nigeria. Forget equitable and screaming and shouting. They have the numbers, they have the landmass, and also they have the mastery of the Nigerian political landscape, either by hook or by crook or by fair or by foul. They always end up at the top. So the levers of power is held firmly in the North. But when the push gets heavy, they concede it sometimes to the South. It's not me talking, that's Doyin Okupe talking, 40 years top echelon Nigerian politics. So when the intensity really gets it boils to fever pitch, they concede it to the South. But they only really ever really concede the anomalous Goodluck Jonathan situation, which is a unique and peculiar situation aside, they only ever really concede it to the Southwest. So you look at Abiola, you look at Shonekon, you look at Tinubu, and then it starts to wrap around what Doyin Okupe is saying. So this is how Nigerian politics plays, and this is why people tell you that 2027 is already a done deal.
North play. An article cannot determine, what the North is going to do. The Yoruba people say that if you are going to, if you criticize what I'm wearing, and you're going to recommend what I should wear, I will first of all look at you. What are you wearing? Do you understand? I mean, it's like somebody who has gone to, these juju people, who has gone to use the skin of a tiger so that gun will not hit him and put it on his neck. If the tiger, was that powerful, how did gun kill him that you are using his skin? So, You know,
I never thought about it that way.
You go and make juju.
You're using the skin of a tiger, but that means that tiger was killed.
To prevent gun from hitting you. But if the tiger really had an answer to gunshot, how was he killed? So, has Atiku been able to help himself? Before you can hold her, say he can help somebody else. Has he been able to help himself? How many times has Atiku contested the election in Nigeria? How many times has he won? So, we are knowledgeable, we are experienced, we are custodians of this thing here. So we don't just talk or blab. This, I'm not, Obi can be president. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying politics is not arithmetic. 2 + 2 = 4. It's even worse than a quadratic equation or the second law of thermodynamics or something like that. Those are complicated mathematical calculations. But I'm saying politics is more complicated than that.
I mean, time is going faster than I thought it was going to. But we'll try and see if we can manage it and talk about a lot more
I'll try
things.
and shorten my response.
No, it's fine. You can go on. I want you to be able to talk about you.
Yes. What again?
These money laundering issues.
Oh.
All right.
There are too much in this. Yeah. You want to say something?
No, go on.
There are too much information we will forget, Mama. Why don't we?
No. I'm actually stopping it here because they didn't get into his own personal matters and his money laundering.
Yes.
If anybody wants to hear that, we can go back to it. People told me to react to this, and I'm glad they did because everything is now fleshed out and it's open glare. And it's so important. The person bringing this message, Doyin Okupe, he, of course, the number one person that drove the Peter Obi politics. So what is it telling us? It's telling us that the Labour Party was essentially a special purpose vehicle just for that ambition. It told us how they shopped around and arrived at Labour Party. So we know, and we knew that already anyway. It told us that they did not win the election. But of course, everybody knows that they did not win the election. It told us of all of the permutations that lands you in Aso Rock, and it tells you that the Nigerian state, like pretty much a lot of democracies, maybe not all, but certainly wholly, if not exclusively, is stakeholder politics. When entrenched interests converge to endorse, and that's what he's saying, and that's how it works. He's telling us that, look, forget all of this rigging and no rigging, everybody rigged, and he was at the forefront. So all of that, it tells us to land us then that even within the camp of P to B, they knew that the whole thing was just a fast one, Sakama J. But I think we'll leave that there. We play the care guides and we kick off the session. But on our way to the care guides, let's hear this.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o.
náìdó.
ẹ kú ní náìdó ẹjọ́ padà sílé kájọjọ.
Oró kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sódìyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. You already see them assembled, the majestic General Thomas munching away at biscuit at work. There's nothing that says they are at work more than eating biscuits. I've never known a grown-up adult eat biscuits under any other circumstances other than at work. That's the only place that people...
coffee, mama.
Yes. When you're yes, tea and biscuit, that's work, something right there. So General Thomas in the house, the mighty Pansat, of course, Aro Gidigba. He spends time with us today. Father of the bride, Janle Koko, and we have Akim joining us as well. So excellent company. Okay, let's kick it off with Pansat. Pansat, where do you want to go? Do you want to kick it off with the clip we've just seen, the Labour Party making, the Labour Union making a new offer? Okay, you just come into it. Where do you want to come into it from? Pansat.
Let me first say hello to everybody. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. If you can hear
very
me,
good.
then a conversation is taking place. Carry on.
Yeah, let me say hello to everybody on the panel, those in the comment section, and those listening to us across the world. Let me kick it off with a little prayer for the video Doyin Okupe and his service to our country over the years. He looks a little weak. Perhaps he's suffering from some kind of ailment, perhaps cancer. So he looks feeble. Well,
you're right to say that. I didn't want to interrupt you, but you're right to say that it survived cancer and it's on a heavy weight loss. So that's why it's looking gaunt. He's on a heavy weight loss regime just to rescue his health. Yeah.
Right. He actually looks much better. He used to, of course, look punchy in the past. Well, let's please, we're in presence of the Lord as I say this, and I mean it sincerely. Dear Lord, we ask with all our heart, please touch this special life. Bless him with courage and hope. May he find solace in your loving embrace. Heal him, body, mind, and spirit. Let his hope shine, a hallowed light that burns forever. Amen. Now,
amen, Pansat. Amen.
Thank you very much. Now, one man, the video you played here, it's proper. This man is at the intersection of all the discussions we've been having, at least in this week, if not forever, on this your platform. This man has got the gravitas, he's got the experience. He says he's about, I don't know if he's 70 or 80 years old. He's been in government, he's an educated man. I believe he's a physician even.
72.
72. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he's been colleagues with Peter Obi. As a matter of fact, he considers himself a senior brother to Peter Obi, I believe. And yeah, he did have some accusations of crime in the past. I don't hold against him. It had to do with what's his name? The defense guy that took some money under Jonathan, and it affected a whole lot of people.
That's okay.
That's okay. Exactly. So it does not take away his sincerity, his analysis. Now, I like the way you try to go to his foundation. You laid a foundation for him to be able to speak in the way he spoke. I try to needle a lot of your panelists here, especially to Nigeria and others who pass. Just by observation, they look like they know what the hell they're talking about, but they don't tell us. You have some people who come here as lawyers. They don't show their face. Enigmatic is one of those people. They don't show their face. They don't lay a foundation and say, hey, look, here's my name. Here's where I practice. Here's what I've done over the years. This is my age. This is why I'm saying what I'm saying. So I'm saying we discount those, but we embrace this one. So to go straight to it, what I wanted to do is to say that if you listen to him very carefully, he did say he's a pastor, and that's somebody with authority to lead religious services, right? A church. It's a religious title in our Christendom. It's a leader within a church. It's ordained and given authority to conduct religious services. Now, he laid a foundation on that, and I took his word on that. But he did say something that's even far, far more important. He said he's not God. So with those boundaries, then let's look at what he said. Why don't you feed me what because you were laughing and you were celebrating a lot of things. So can we do it methodically, where you tell me what you think he said?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what he did say. He kicked it off by yeah.
Don't say the whole thing at one time, okay?
No. He kicked it off by saying that the writing was on the wall at the PDP because they were in the inner caucus of decisions being made, and the tea leaves told them that their ambitions could not be satiated in the PDP. So they started shopping around. They shopped as far as the SDP, but in terms of what fitted the glove that fitted the hand, Labour Party presented itself. So instead, the Labour Party, they were just using it as a special purpose vehicle, and that was understood by all. That instinctually, neither he nor Peter Obi are Labour Party type people.
Okay, yeah. So let's take the SPV one there, for example, right? What's an SPV? He did spell it out, and you did too, which is special purpose vehicle. That's just an acronym for that. It's a legal entity that allows multiple people to, create an organization that or join one, but it has its own assets and liabilities. That's a major thing to know, that special purpose vehicle has its own assets and liabilities. It's known, right? As a legal status. It's created for a specific objective. So it's kind of different from a merger, right? A merger is a combination of two things or more, forming then one entity. So in that case, if that's what he said happened, that's fine. It looks like that's what happened. But you also have to understand, by doing so, the Labour Party elected one governor, 35 members of the House of Representatives, and 7 senators. 7. So I don't think a lot of people know that. That is a remarkable feat. That does not go with that SPV. That's in the Labour Party, right? As far as that,
it's a mutually beneficiary arrangement, but it doesn't detract from that it was a single purpose arrangement as well, just to prosecute that election. I'm not sure that you're quibbling that instinctually either Okupe or Peter Obi are natural habitats of the Labour Party.
No, because it's inconsequential. It's like half a dozen on one hand and 6 in the other. what he's describing in a country such as the United Kingdom or here in the United States,
It's not even it's not even a controversial thing.
No,
They
it's
are more
not
controversial. It's universally understood that Labour Party was a special purpose vehicle, and
yes.
the person that made the decision has just told us so. So
I'm not
sure it's not what laboring. It says a lot more controversial things.
Exactly, and let's go to those. But what I want to do is to I see somebody laughing about stuff like that, and then trying to make he's on the money. There's nothing controversial. I don't disagree with him virtually on anything, but he has his own opinion on the things that call for opinion. He's laid some facts. Some of them we're not privy to. For example, the purpose of their coming together was not a merger, it was an SPV. So we take it at that. But then once you go beyond that and start giving your opinion or laughing, I want to disabuse that person. For example, Thomas was laughing at some of these things, right? So what I'm responding is to that, but I'm not, I just said a prayer to him because I find him refreshing. I believe that he's qualified. I believe that we gain a lot from it. But like you said, there are more controversial things. So give me the next one.
All right. He went on to say what universally is known, even to the people that may suggest that they do not know that, of course, they lost the election. He told us that he knew they lost the election even before the ballots were cast. Because it said the stakeholders within the Nigerian political heavyweight space, only about 5-10% of them were with their narrative. And that, of course, not sufficient enough. That means they had no faith in whatever it is that they were doing. So empty noise is essentially what he said they accused them of making.
Well, the answer to that is very short. I disagree with your opinion. So let's go to the next one. I disagree with you on that. On what you.
All right. He went on to describe that it is actually we play a stakeholder politics in Nigeria. And the decisions on who gets to be president is vested within the those stakeholder spaces. Those stakeholder spaces are they go along ethno-religious lines, which I think anybody that knows Nigerian politics, if they quibulate, then they're being disingenuous. But he describes that. So address that first.
Yes, and that is what I was saying yesterday. Although I wasn't as eloquent as he or you, right? I was saying it when some of your panelists were analyzing the last election as if those numbers were sacrosanct, the true numbers. And of course, those analyses were brilliant. If there is no other hand that's determining our election, whether you call it rigging or you call this a cabal, right? We know that he kept making that point over and over. He wasn't just talking about the last election. He's saying since inception of democracy, when it was nascent in 1999, that there's never been an election that was not rigged. Now, he said that Abiola won comes closest to an election that was not rigged. But his emphasis was on the fact that these elections are rigged. It's not, and to produce a particular person to be president. So it has nothing to do with how many votes they got. Now, he did say, if you then cross a certain threshold, I thought it was 80%, it might have been 70, at that point, then they have a lot more difficulty in rigging it. But it is clear that the muddy area that Nigeria took us yesterday, I hope he's listening, that they will rig it to where it doesn't affect the outcome of the election. That's now been destroyed. Now, if you recall too, because it was just yesterday, and I'm older than you, so I have retention of what happened. So you should even have more than I do. Nigeria considered that every prognostication he's doing or any analysis he's made so far is only accurate if there's no rigging. And then he modified it to say if there's rigging, it has to be one that affects the outcome of the election. But now, Doyin Okupe, who we agree is senior, has more information and more experience, who is an insider, has said it clearly that our leaders are being picked for us. So anybody looking at the pattern of the votes, trying to determine what's going to happen in the future or what would have affected election, they're just talking out of their ass, because what happened is that they picked who they wanted to be the president, and then depending on how much you got in the election, you allotted some where you win a state when you have like 80%. So I could now say every state that P2B won, he got at least 80% of the vote of that place. So they couldn't rig it. So
all right.
Yeah.
Still staying with numbers.
Yes.
He, of course, you know his role in that election. We all know his role in that election.
Yes.
He told us that 80% of the polling booths were not manned by a Labour Party functionary. So
Yes.
so he said that. So how then are you able to assess your performance if you're not manning? How do you establish the results that you got as a true reflection of the votes cast in your favor?
Yeah, that's a very...
hold on, please, Abasad. Add this to your question. And if you remember, prior the election and after the election, the Obi'S always screech and shout that they have party agents in all polling booths.
Yes.
I'm saying it again. They have party agents in all polling booths. And the DG of your party, of your own principal, is telling us that now you have only 20%. So how do you phantom that? Thank you.
Right. That has always been problematic, right? He was not DG, and I remember he was convicted, albeit given option to pay fine. He was going to prison for his activity, like I said earlier. So he wasn't. That was around I don't know. Was that December? He was not the DG during that election period, which was in March, I believe, or February 25th, something like that. So he wasn't a DG at that time. So he wouldn't be privy more than we are. The Labour Party, they had party agents in all this polling.
So you're more privy than him then?
No, I'm not. I'm looking at it. I happen to be quite an intelligent person who, I mean,
right.
I look at news a lot, right?
But Doyin Okupe is not.
No, I remember I've given him all the kudos here. It's
a lead voice within that campaign.
No, but
he actually built. This guy here that you're looking at. He built the Obi brand that is now. Without him, there would be no Peter Obi. He had the language, he had the press, he had the nuance and understanding of the landscape and the backdrop of experience to craft Obi into what he is now.
Yes.
And he knew the structures of the Labour Party, and he's telling you that 80% of the polling votes were not manned.
Yeah, listen, just give
me.
Let's not dabaru this then, because I'm giving him more kudos than you even doing. I say he's sincere. I say he's reputable. He has regard, the esteem, the prestigiousness that you would know. You take. I used to like him standing next to Obi. He has status, right? Standing, it's a renowned person. He has honor even in my book. So I don't know but he did caution you that he's not God. Now, you also know, a lot of this you have to extrapolate. Somebody tells you he's suffering from cancer. You don't know when we went into that chemotherapy. You don't know if it was in January. You don't know if he's going to leave.
How is that relevant?
Hold on. Here's how it's relevant. Please, let me tell you how it's relevant. If somebody goes into an intrusive chemotherapeutic what do you call it? Process, right? He's not going to be worried about something as frivolous as an election, something that doesn't matter. He has to look out for his health. I am doing my calculation based on all these little facts, right? He could speak to what he knows or what he's told. If he's unhealthy, he's recovering now. Thank God, I pray for him on that. But if Peter Obi, they carried bags, they had all kinds of evidence that they took to the court to the courthouse. But the way our constitution is written is that whatever INEC says, it doesn't matter what you have. If you have a polling agent, give a number, is one that INEC has that would stand. Do you follow me? Please. One man, could you admonish General Okupe to wait till his turn, please? If he wants to interject, fine.
But you always interject when people talk. This is not fine.
But what I do is I ask the question. I don't say to somebody, listen, here's the difference, please. Can I land here? I do not come in to tell somebody they're wrong if I know it's my turn coming. I may ask a question and then I wait. When it's my turn, then I will propose on it.
Let's not get too sidetracked.
Let's be an order here.
I want to. In fact, we've lost our Gidigba just from the waiting. So I want us to move it somewhat.
Thank you. So what I was saying is that if Peter Obi and his group and others, it wasn't a binary thing. You have other people like Atiku make claims. Atiku actually supplied Obi numbers in Lagos, where Atiku himself is claiming, according to their own polling agents, that he won the election with over 900,000 votes. So Showore was there. Showore makes allegations as well. So when all these polling agents from all the parties are combined, they have 100%. Okay, if you have some from OB, you have some from, because it's supposed to be something that is consensual, where you have the polling agents for PDP, APC, Labour, AAC, they all have to sign off and say, okay, this is what it is, and get an image of it. So any one of them, okay, the truth now is modular. I could have some, and you have some, because my polling agent signed off in yours, or if he didn't sign, what you have still passes muster because you had INEC agent sign off there. But if the courts are not going to look at it, it's mute. It's now nothing that somebody outside like Okupe, no matter what, because he just said he's not God, right? He's not omnipresent. He wasn't in all those polling booths. At least you're going to agree with that. Yeah, he's smart, but he's not omnipresent, right? Or omniscious. He doesn't know everything. That's the light I'm looking at it. Not that I'm smarter than he is, even though that may be a possibility. But let's go to the next one.
All right. It goes on to say that for all of the righteous indignation tweets and howling at the moon that Peter Obi has been doing since February, that the only political move that Obi has made since that election was now this new reacquaintance with Atiku Abubakar. So he's telling us that this is real politics, but the screeching and squealing all over the country is just vacuous noise.
Yeah, I agree with him. That was a master stroke that they're cooking up there. Even the threat of it is enough to get people's attention. We don't know what's going to play out there. He did couch his statements properly. Right, he's saying is the best political move. Not that it's the best move he's made. It's not the best. What do you call it? Anything outside of political. So he's saying it's a qualified statement. It's the best political move as far as national politics is concerned. Something that was put him closer. There are still other circumstances that could deny him emergence as president, but that this one is particularly looking at the right direction. And I agree with him on that. There's nothing controversial about that. Even before Obi made that move, even on this platform, as well as other platforms, people have said that. I don't agree that is the only move to be made, or even the best move to be made. Even when people made statements like that, and one man you could recall on this platform, at least, if not you, some of your more serious panelists have made that calculation, right? If you want to know what I think is a much better thing to do, then I'll say that. But in order to keep it in line and have others speak, because we have quite a lot to cover, I want to cover everything here. And then you have to understand that I don't think so. The Northerners are not 10 foot tall, both in number or otherwise. We're just afraid of nothing. The problem is the cooperation between Yorubas and the Igbos and other minorities in the South and some sensible Northerners. They keep saying we need a new Nigeria. That new Nigeria has to be spelled out, people educated about it, how everybody's going to gain from it. There are more responsible Nigerians than irresponsible ones. There are more younger Nigerians than older ones. There are more Nigerians who like Twitter, for example, or YouTube, and they have a computer. And
all right. I think that
Yeah.
is I think that's a universal understanding that
Yes.
the North carry the weight in Nigeria. But you may disagree. But let me move on. It's saying that the only political move that Obi has made since the election was this realignment or the beginnings of a realignment with Atiku Abubakar. But it went on to say that in itself still an exercise in futility. He used several analogies like a tiger, bulletproof and whatever, that if somebody is criticizing your clothes and making recommendations, you look at what they're wearing and all of that. So essentially, he's saying that a serial loser is hardly the person that would chart the pathway to victory for somebody else. So I think that's the understanding we take from that. And then he went on to say that if all of them still align, it's very difficult to shift Tinubu for reasons of incumbency and more to it for reasons of the North.
Yes. By the way, he was quite a lot more eloquent that you did. He dropped a couple of proverbs about the tiger and about fashion. If somebody's gonna give you advice on fashion, you got to look at what it's wearing, and that was quite interesting stuff, and I chuckled at that. But let me tie your question, the topic now that you have with Mr. Bogaje, who you're probably going to go next. Let me tie them together. He would be right if everything stayed the same, but the equation we have right now is a different one, right? We have Nigeria standing on its three-legged stool. So anything that affects that will bring a different calculation. In what he's saying, if he's saying that because the North have no concern, yes, he'll be right. But he'll be way, way off mark, wrong, if you listen to the article or the video you played about Mr. Bogaje, who was on Channels Television, right? Do you recall that feature? Is this something?
No, I didn't play the video, but I just read a few paragraphs from him. But that's just a satellite voice. There's always a renegade voice in every narrative. But he went on to the broad strokes of the Nigerian political landscape.
Right.
So it said that the best pathway to the presidency would be if Peter Obi got the PDP presidential ticket and he had a northern running mate. So that would be his best possible opportunity. But he went on to say that in itself will still not be sufficient.
Okay, good. Hold on.
Yeah.
That's why the last two sentences in the same paragraph is what I'm talking about. He will be flat wrong if he believed that, because, like I said,
that's what the political landscape says. It's not saying anything that is not known.
No, but listen to what I'm saying though. If you go ahead and actually watch Mr. Bogaje in Channels Television, where he's espousing that the President Tinubu's government have not solved a single problem in Nigeria, but that he has in fact created more problems. Now that's damning. That's a northern voice. This is a former member of our National Assembly, right? He's talking now from the northern perspective, because how are you going to win it if Peter Obi has a...
You are deviating somewhat and obfuscating somewhat, and that's still one of the talking points, but that's not central to what's being said.
It's not. I'm trying to tie them together so you don't have to bring that up again, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm trying to tie it together because okay. Tell me give me a guiding post on what.
No, because what he actually said, and you can you respond in your own understanding of it. But what he said was that if Obi got that ticket, PDP Northern running mate still not sufficient for reasons that the South will then say, what is our stake in the future? The North will say, where is our stake in the future? And then the Southwest will be up in arms, and that doesn't land him as a rock. So that's what he said.
Okay, if you want me to treat it narrowly like that, then I would do that because I would disagree with him. He has no basis to make such a point because he's assuming that the South, for one thing, just because you built a road going from Lagos to Calabar, that these people are not Nigerians. They don't care about the performance of this government. They don't care about security in the country. They don't care about inflation. They're just going to be gung-ho and happy that you built a road. And I disagree with that. And I hope you do too. The performance of the government is important. These are Nigerians. Everybody who lives along that road. They're not a single issue Nigerians. They do care. If you give Nigerians ability to choose. Now, we're assuming that everything else remains fair. I don't think that the road, your assumption is that the road is enough to placate those people who are in that vicinity of that road. And I don't think that is so. I believe that they're not going to be one issue Nigerians. They're going to care about inflation, job opportunity, security, monetary policy, fairness, and stuff like that. So that we could leave it at that. I wasn't gonna go deeper into it, but let's see if you bring back the issue that tied them together. Let's not rush me through here because I know others want to speak, but let me treat these things thoroughly today. So let's go to another one.
Let's pause you for a moment, Pansat, just for the reasons of to vary the voices for the audience. Let me bring up Akim. Let's see if it's ready. Akim, he usually falls asleep. He comes here to sleep most times. He's probably asleep already. The progressive. You see, this is what Passat does to our audience.
Nobody's gonna sleep when I'm talking.
And even the panelists, put them to sleep.
Give me a minute to talk now.
Rescue us.
What did I ever do to you, one man? What? What did I do to you?
Don't worry, it's banter now. It's banter now. You're robust enough to take it.
I get.
Yes, Adale Koko. So I mean, I'm not even sure where we're getting so excited by this. There's nothing Doyin Okupe said that you have not explained to us countlessly, endlessly. I don't know, man. You know, my concern is that these people are being whipped up into a frenzy with a pie in the sky narrative. Wole Soyinka described it as Badwe. All of the permutations tell us what is going to happen, as it did in 2023. And by his own admission, the DG of the campaign told us that what was permutated in 2023 was exactly what happened, and the permutation carries on through to 2027. So Doyin Okupe comes out, but do you think the penny will ever drop with our friends in the headless mobs, as Zita calls them?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, woman, I think we have to give kudos to ourselves on this platform because everything that this man said today, point after point, we have analyzed it here. The Obedient and others like Pansat, Ekene, and every one of them, when we're analyzing these on the basis of, what we know, or the way we know that Nigerian politics is played, they always come against us, call us.
Excuse me, one man, please note how many viewers we have during my presentation, albeit that we don't have enough panelists, but I didn't lose any viewer. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, you lost the panelist, though. You lost the panelist, but
so they come against us, call us tribalists, call us anti-Obi, call us anti-Nigeria. They call us all sort of names. Here we are today. The campaign strategy, the campaign organizer, the campaign, the backbone of Obi'S presidential campaign said everything that we have said here. He told us about, the party that is a special purpose vehicle, not a party with ideology that they align with. And right there, that is what we said when Obi joined that party. That is what we query his reason for joining that party. That this is Workers' Party, this is a socialist, this is a party with socialist ideology. Obi is a capitalist. And we describe him, I particularly describe him as a desperate politician looking for power at all means. He just wants to get to the position of power. The ideology of party does not matter to him. They call us names. But what we have from Okupe today is what we have expressed here, is what the question we have raised here, concerning Obi way of politicking. So a special purpose vehicle, party with no ideology that align with them, how would they govern when they get to power?
Sorry, Ajan Lekogo. Carry on amongst yourself for about 5 minutes. You still have the floor.
Okay. How would they govern when they get to power? And that was the reason why he couldn't come out with manifesto. He couldn't come out with, his manifesto. And he was telling us back then, manifesto does not matter. He said, what the people wrote on paper. And as a matter of fact, how many of the party have...
because new is manifesto, his ideology will be contradictory.
Yes. He said manifesto does not matter. Is it not just to write something on the paper? And he was saying back then that what of the party that have governed in the past? Did they follow the manifesto? So what he was telling us back then, that he was like, he have no sense of direction as to how he will govern when he gets to when he gets to power. He was just looking for a way because of the hype, because of the name, because of the all this noise all over the internet.
Social media excitement.
Yes, let me talk that to power. No preparedness. No preparedness on how he wants to govern. No ideological base. Just consumption to production. That is it. Consumption to production. Consumption to production. And all of them were flying up and down. They were yelling. They were abusing people, calling names, everything. So, Okupe have told us the truth about the game they were playing. He said they shop around. How can you shop around for party? For God's sake, where is that gone?
What are you buying?
What are you buying? Say Oja, is it Oja Oyigbo? Is it you want to buy bread and butter?
Or Abakaliki market?
Are you buying Abakaliki rice, or you want to buy Yishewu, or you want to buy Amala, or you want to buy Begiri?
He said they were shopping around. For God's sake, that is a description. That's a definition of desperation that Obi carried back then. Desperate politician is the politician that shop around to look for party that he will join. No ideology, no sense of purpose of anything.
No direction of travel.
No direction of anything. Just let me see. I just want one party, and let's this noise is it's a good noise, so it's working. Let us just get something.
Bring it home, so I'll give you the next topic.
No. Keep quiet, please. You don't let him interject you. So you keep quiet, please.
Don't say keep quiet.
No. Keep quiet. You say more than that to people.
Don't say keep quiet to me again.
Quiet. Keep quiet. I'll kick you out. Keep quiet. Ajale go up. He didn't let you interject him. So yeah. So he did not interject you. Go on.
It's time to hurry me up. Let's go to another topic.
But one man was with him all the way, asked all the questions. Now he wants to worry you because the truth is eating him. That's why that's all he does. Ajale will continue.
So this is, they don't like to hear the truth. We were saying all of this back then. Shopping for party. Where is that done in this world? No stable. We are saying this. This guy is not a stable politician. He is a desperate politician like every other politician, looking to get to the position of power by all means. And that's what we told us today. They shop around for party until they get to Labour Party, and graciously they were welcome. They allowed them in. They give them that ticket, easy ticket, no contestation, no nothing, no primary. It just take it, and this noise is a good noise. Let's start our party. Let's bring the name up, Labour Party. So it's and for a party that is not prepared to win election, it takes a lot of preparation. It takes a lot of groundwork. It takes a lot of, what do you call it? Structure to be put in place.
Can I continue? Let me ask you the question that one man here. You want to land that, then I'll ask you what Okupe said, then you give us your response, please.
Okay, that's good. So no structure to win election. And they thought it's going to be easy to win, just easily and sweep away existing party with structure, with strong base,
block votes,
membership base across the
block
country.
Block votes.
Where is that done? Where is that going to happen? And the backbone of their campaign, strategy and everything, just confirmed that they only had agents, 20% of the polling booth across the country. It's only 20%. The polling booth that represented their party constituted only 20% of the entire polling booth we have in Nigeria. When you don't have agents, it means you don't have people. Party with no membership base, how can they win election? So, I mean,
Ajale Koko, there was a tone somewhat that Okupe considered also 2027.
because he read all of the landscape, and that was where he seemed to land, because he said he said even aligning with because his biggest, he described the biggest strength, the biggest boots that Obi could put on to march towards 2027, and he said that is having the presidential ticket of the PDP and having a northerner backing him with as his vice, and then having Atiku Abubakar on board as well. And he said even with that, there was no permutation that suggested.
One man, please. Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Thomas, we're getting a bit of static from you, so I'm going to. Yes, I was saying that it seemed to have essentially considered 2027 as well, Okupe, in that interview, because it described the best case scenario with Obi having the ticket for PDP, having a strong northerner vice, Atiku backing him, and is saying that even with that, there was no permutation to Aso Rock.
The man is telling us the truth. And the truth is what he said to back up his point, that Otiku himself have never won election before. In Yoruba, that is what we call Obombokpokpo. Somebody that have not won the election is guaranteeing another person that, oh, don't worry, I will give you ticket and you will win. Somebody that have tried it more than 4 times and consistently failing, he failed. And the last time they contested 2023, he was beaten woefully by first timer. A person that came for the first time to contest defeated him and retired his political career. Atiku's political career is retired. Tinubu has retired him. Whether you like it or not.
I hear he gave an interview that he's going to contest in 2027.
What did you say?
Yes,
he gave an interview. Yeah,
somebody sent me that.
He's in Hausa. I would have sent it.
Yeah, somebody sent it to me.
Yeah. There was no translation.
You mean Atiku?
Yes. Yeah. He gave an interview yesterday that he's going to contest in 2027.
Let me tell you, Atiku is just trying to, all he's doing now is just to keep his political relevance, his name in Nigerian politics. But, to tell ourselves the truth, Atiku cannot win the election in that country. The last election was to be the final, was to be the best chance for him to win the presidency. But hey, what happened? He couldn't manage the people, the great shakers, leaders, the power that be in the party. He couldn't manage them well. Kwantanso left him. The vote he will have got in Kano, that one swept it away. Obi left him. All his votes in the north, the east, Obi carted it away. And who else? So, the group 5, G5, Wike as the head. Or just say governor, what do you call it? It deliver.
Seyi Makinde
deliver for Tinubu. Wike deliver for Tinubu. Otom that tried to go for Otom took away the PDP vote for Obi. So what is he talking about? Atiku cannot win election again. That is the last 2023 election is the last time Atiku, that election result, the outcome that favored Tinubu killed Atiku automatically in any presidential contest in Nigeria. So now for Atiku, for Obi to say he's trying to work alliance with Atiku, that alliance cannot hold. It's not going to work. Atiku has never been a person that is truthful. He has never honored promises. He is a backstabber, and he's not a stable politician like Obi. Atiku has jumped from party. He started with PDP. He went to ACM, ACM to APC. ACM to PDP, PDP to APC, APC now back to PDP. So such people with, that person with such character, unstable character, unreliable character, or a person that you cannot predict where he stands, is not a person that can deliver for anybody. So Obi have the same character too. Just desperate politician, like Atiku like that, with jumping from one party like that to another. The same with Obi, desperate, jumping from one party to the other. He's just looking for his own interest. It is not the interest of the people. Obi has switched party too. He started with PDP to ABGA, from ABGA to PDP, and from PDP to Labour Party. Where is he going next? Who knows where Obi going to go next? Do you want to tell me that Obi cannot leave Labour? Who can guarantee that? And such character, when you cannot guarantee, when you cannot know where someone stands.
Adale Kuko, how good is your Hausa language?
I'm not good at Hausa.
All right, attempt at understanding this.
Jama'a barkanku da wannan lokaci, barkanmu da saduwa da ku a wannan hira ta musamman da mai girma wazirin Adamawa Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, tsohon mataimakin shugaban Najeriya, wanda kuma yanzu yake da burin ya zama shugaban Najeriya a dan Allah. Da haka ne ko excellency?
Insha Allah.
Excellency, yanzu shekarunka 77. Alhamdulillah, ka rayu cikin koshin lafiya. Wannan ne karo na 6 ko na 7 da zaka sake tsayawa takara. Har yaushe zaka ci gaba da neman shugabancin Najeriya kafin ka ja burki kace na daina?
Iyakacin da Allah ya bani karfin ko kuma lafiya da kuma yawan rai.
Da kai ta yi har lokacin da Allah ya ce
a tsaya. To shugaban America Abraham Lincoln ba so bakwai ya tsaya ba. A yadda jam'iyyar PDP take yanzu, ita kadai ta tsaya zabe. Ba yadda za ta yi ta samu nasara. Tana bukatan haɗin gwiwa da waɗansu jam'iyyoyi.
So apparently, that's the clip that's been circulating around on social media. Apparently, he says in that interview in Hausa language that he'll be running again in 2027.
He even say Inshallah, one man. He said Inshallah.
That's a message to the obedient that have been jumping around, thanking God.
And this is what Ohaneze was warning him about, by the way, that don't place faith in this. We all know them now. Don't place faith in an Abuki guy now.
Look, one man. Obi and Atiku have the same character of unstableness, unreliable when it comes to political ambition. You can never know where they stand. So our brother has sent a warning message. Okupe has sent.
Sorry, carry on. I need another 5 minutes. Sorry, I need to attend. So carry on.
That's good. Okupe has sent a warning message to him that he better know what he wants to do. If he rely on Atiku that never won the election before, he will sink in the same hole with Atiku. So Atiku, what do you call him? Okupe has just won him right now. And Okupe is very clear. to say that Obi cannot win election, even in Labour Party. If he remain in Labour Party, he can't win election. Labour Party cannot take him to anywhere because they agree to go there, having shop around various parties before finally landing in Labour Party. Party which ideology does not align with their ideology. Nothing whatsoever. No political alignment between what they represent and Labour represent, but they use it thinking that maybe if they can take them to presidency, they can start doing, what do you call this thing? Thomas, what do you call maybe it will come to me. When you are playing try and error. They start doing, oh, let us do it like this. Let us do it that. Let us pacify. Let us see what.
Yeah, you're right. Try and error.
Try and error. How do you want to go into power with that try and error mentality? So this interview revealed a lot.
He even concluded that we didn't win the election. He said it verbatim. He said we didn't win the election.
What else do we want?
But the Obi'S are jumping around. We won the election. Your DG of your party.
I mean, Thomas, what else are we looking for? Where would you get such information? Who else are you going to believe saying that other than the campaign manager
of the president of their principal
of the candidate?
No, even the Labour chairman, party chairman, he has said it on media chat that they didn't win the election. He said it too. So
but where is the Obi'S getting their own information from?
You see, they've not been able to pass on that information out to the Obi'S to understand. So what they're trying to do is to keep the Obi'S still within that camp, to continue with the deceit, right? So Abure said it in one interview that there's African News Week that he just did. He said it too again. They didn't win the election. So, and I think he also said it in Dr. Damages when he was being interviewed by Dr. Damages that they didn't pay some polling unit agents thereabouts. I don't want to misquote the statement, but he opened up to the fact that they didn't win the election. So when you don't communicate properly or directly to the supporter base, that's the Obi'S, and you keep that information away from them, they begin to, it rallied them up. So you can compare Obi'S to that style with the Trump fans, right? Who are angry that they won the election, but the election was stolen from them. So they want to use that strategy and that tactics to keep them hungry
Make
for
a
2027.
wrong comparison. A wrong comparison. We actually won the election. It was a bad job. We won it. But anyway,
okay.
Sorry,
I'll keep it. I just use that analogy, right?
I get you. Abure said, I didn't Abure said it, but I just heard it from you, that he said they lost the election. So, but there are people like Ekene, of course, and Pansat that they won even 5 out of 36 states. How do you reconcile
He
that?
admitted that they only got about 50% or 60%, 50 to 60% of the polling unit agent, unit result from polling unit agents. So they didn't get everything, right? So, demand only 50% of the polling units, right? So the other agents didn't turn up. Then, which means they only got results from not everywhere. So how would you get results that is not complete and you go ahead to say that you won the election?
See, Abure is not stupid. See, and Obi is not stupid either. These guys, they don't want to spend money. They're relying a lot on volunteers, right? They didn't want to pay these people. They have a lot of money, and they knew their chances of winning was not that good anyways. But to actually pay people up and do that expense, they don't want to do that. They're not stupid. And by the way, I listened to Doyin Okupe's interview when one man played it. He didn't give us anything new that we didn't know, except that some inside information how they negotiated to get on the Labour Party ticket or the party for Peter B. That we didn't have that inside information. But apart from that, there's nothing new here. There's nothing new here. And the fact that yeah, it is a special purpose vehicle, as it said, even though Pensa is trying to rigmarole around it. This is the problem with obedience. This is the problem. Yes, it may have performed exceptionally well, better than others in the past, but it doesn't dispute that.
Prince, the one thing that he said that struck me was that the only political move that Obi has made since the election was this now realignment ongoing, or the beginnings of a realignment with Atiku. So that is to disregard all of those Twitter something. In fact, it used some derisory term to qualify it that it doesn't have to be present in the landscape on the landscape every single moment, responding to every.
But Wama, you have to put out what it said. I was actually surprised it said that, but not really. We have to read between the lines. It is saying that is the best thing he's ever done, perhaps as a politician running for the presidency. But it doesn't mean that it's going to work. I think they actually said it. I don't think it's going to work. But as a politician being strategic, that's what it meant. But even at this point in time, it's so coming from him, I have to respect him because just like you said, he's been in the game for a very long time. So I can't argue with him. But to me, it's really too late. Atiku is a dying horse. It is not dead yet, and it can't revive Peter Obi. So I'm not even sure how they're going to share the ticket. Who's going to be the top? Who's going to be the bottom? Both of them, they've been, I guess only Atiku will be the vice president. So his ambition is to be a vice president again.
The permutation sees Atiku out of the way. If Obi goes back to PDP to take the presidential ticket, Atiku has already been vice president 2 terms. So I don't think the law allows him even to be vice president to Obi. So that's not the point. So it has to be a new name. But Atiku now comes out in this little clip that we just played to tell us that look forward to me in 2027. So he's still in play. So it gets even more convoluted, more complex.
Yeah, but I actually wrote it down, what Doyin Okupe said. And I think that makes a lot of sense now why Bola Ahmed Tinubu won the election. He said elections are won, I guess, in Nigeria by negotiations and stakeholders participation, right? And negotiation, that's Tinubu right there. And it's built the stakeholders, for a very long time, over many years. So all this thing that Peter is trying to do.
So sorry, land that point. I wanted to take you to the north, Prince, to interrogate that comment by Doyin Okupe. So it's saying elections are won by stakeholders. So let's go to the north.
Participation and negotiations.
And negotiations. So let's go to the north and look at how they vote with their voting patterns. Are the northerners voting according to the campaign that they hear? Are they listening to the candidates and then picking what best fits their individual lives? I think not. The northerners, they vote by some voting block spaces. So the imam says in church or in the mosque that this is the person that we are voting for, and they adhere to that. And that's how the pattern works. So all you need to get into the north is if you get the agreement, the concession of one of those stakeholders in the north that controls, then you get all of that vote. So you don't have to go from door. Yeah. You don't have to knock on each individual door. Just go to the Megiddo. And it's a Megiddo politics, so I mean,
you're very right. We've been discussing this way before Obi started doing his political evangelism in the north. I think maybe those who were advising him did not listen properly to what we were saying. It's not you going to the individual northerners. It is their leaders that you go and speak with. It is the leader, like the imams, though he's going to mosques.
But Emeka, sorry, but see, this is where I have the problem. Obi is not a nascent politician. He's been around the block. He's been two-term governors. Are you telling me that Obi does not know these things? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. You see, it seems strange with the way he's rolling, right? Even during the campaign season in 2023, did he go to the north? He didn't really go to the core north. He ended up in Benue, north central. He didn't go to Sokoto. He didn't go to Katsina. He didn't go to Kaduna. I don't think. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if he went to Kaduna. He didn't go to Katsina. He didn't go to KB. He didn't go to Kanu. He didn't go there, right? So, I was wondering, how do you win the election if you didn't go to these places? And you saw the leak tape where he was saying this is a religious war. I think in 2027, they are going to, those people who released that video, you know that conversation was not complete. They are going to release the full conversation. They are just chilling to wait if Obi will be on the ticket. And if that momentum is going to be strong enough, they will release the full conversation. And that conversation will be one of the death blow for his campaign. There will be more that will come. So let's just call this, let's wrap it up, right? The president will win 2027.
Yes, we do. But you know, sorry, Prince. Obi played to the dynamism of that moment because, of course, he knows the stakeholder politics that plays in the north, the patriarchal sort of structure that you have to go and speak to the Shehu and whatnot. He knows that, but he knows he doesn't have a footing in that game. Tinubu longest, you know, Tinubu, I think he actually paid for the Sultan of Sokoto when he was in dire straits as an everyday man. So he's deeply embedded in that space. So he cannot outdo him in all of that. But the dynamism that showed on Twitter, he rode with that to see what came out of it. I think he knew, but he couldn't play that politics, so he played a different one.
See, I mean, you're right. I mean, so building boreholes right now is to appeal to the northerners. This guy, Peter, that's what he likes, and he plays. What he does, actually, I have to give him credit. I mean, it works very well for people like Joel and Ekene. They love that, you know, that fake altruism from him. Like it's a caring person and not non-confrontational. It's all part of his shtick, you know. That's what he does. But just like Doyin Okupe said, that doesn't win you votes. That doesn't make you win a presidential election. That's not the way it's played. You have to negotiate and talk to the right people, the stakeholders, to make that impact. And that's why, you know, I said it before, and somebody said, well, Tinubu's written a book. I want him to write a book about this past election. I would love to read that book, how he did it. I mean, we all saw all the forces that came against him. It was unquestionable how he was able to navigate it. I mean, this guy's a genius. To what I'm talking about. He put on a masterclass, you know, course on how to play an election in Nigeria. I mean, it was just too much. I mean, the way it came about, it was, you know, impressive to the core. I mean, it went against the sitting president, his own party. We're against him, you know, and that's why. That's what gave, you know, what do you call him, Daniel Buhala, the cold feet, you know, to present that fake narrative about, you know, Muslim ticket. That's why he went to PDP, and because they had inside information that, hey, the cabals or whatever in After Rock were against Tinubu and they want Atiku to win. That's what he did. But guess what? This man called Tinubu, I don't know how he played that game. I don't know, man. That guy's really good, man. I mean, it's really, really good as a politician.
You're right, President. Now imagine him being.
Now, what's going on?
No, we're taking over. We're taking over.
Just imagine him now. Now, not only that he's the sitting president.
I still have the floor. I mean, what is going on?
We know, sir.
We're taking over.
Now, watch what's happening. So many politicians, and not just.
I know you, Prince Daddy. You're taking over. You are taking over other people's land in where you know what I'm talking about. Don't let us mention it, but you know what I'm doing. Really taking over other people's land. Okay. Yeah.
Now you even see the Bala Mohammed of PDP, the PDP governor, chairman of Governors Forum, visiting the president. You are seeing, and not regular politicians, strong politicians with strong backing and followings are supporting the president. It's like a bipartisan support for the president, even before the election has commenced. And you can see that PDP, there's little or no activity going on in PDP at the moment. The only opposition party that is even trying is the Labour Party, and that Labour Party, they are fighting. They are fighting themselves. You understand? So, and just 3 years left. And by now, everybody should be having the opposing parties should be having a strategy on what they need to do for the 2027. You can't start campaigning in 2027. You have to prepare your plan, your strategy from now, and then campaign will start towards the end of 2025, 2026, so that you now know who are going to be the main candidates that will come for the primaries and who are we going to support. But at this moment, both parties, both the Labour Party, both PDP, they are just fighting. PDP is just in a ghost mode. Labour Party, corruption, fraud, trying to kick out. We support Abure, we don't support Abure. So how will they come together to form that formidable political party to fight against a political gladiator, not just a gladiator, a master strategist, not just a master strategist, someone who has the charisma and the leadership to pull people towards himself. See what is happening in Rivers State. Magnus Abbey has now reconciled with Wike.
I was hearing this. I was hearing they stole the mace or something, and there was a kerfuffle there.
No, leave that point. Leave what's his name, the governor. Magnus Abbey has a strong backing in Rivers. He has now reconciled with Wike, which means he's bringing his backing to support Wike. And he said it clearly. I am reconciling with Wike to support the president for 2027. So the numbers that they brought out for that was gotten in Rivers State 2023, that numbers is going to go up more. Then you now see an Amechi completely in a ghost mode. Completely in a ghost mode. We don't know where he is. Is he in PDP or is he in APC? So, but maybe time will tell. But from the look of things, you see the president, people coming around. It's a done deal. It's a done deal. Maybe Obi'S is looking at. With
all right, I think Ajani Koko. Yes, Ajani Koko. But Ajani Koko, apologies. Let me flash something up quickly. Just a part of our public service, somewhat. Somebody sent this in for me to share with the platform. So let me share this. Let me remove that super chat. Thank you, Juju, for the super chat. Let me remove that so people can see it. So this is the African Union looking to recruit 24 qualified persons for various positions. Duty stations in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, Abuja, Nigeria, Libreville, Gabon, Nairobi, Kenya, and Lusaka, Zambia. So if you're interested, that's from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Abuja. So if you're interested, go to au.int and then go to the job spaces there. So somebody said to flash that up for whoever is interested. But back to Ajani Koko.
Well, back to Doyin Okupe and this thing. Look, this man, Doyin Okupe, he has said it all. Atiku is dead politically. He can still be making statements. He can say whatever he wants to say. The figure can never be on his side anymore. Since he started his presidential ambition, presidential campaign, the opportunity for him to get there, it becoming smaller, it shrink. It's not the opportunity or the chances of winning is not expanding, but rather shrinking. And the last election has the outcome totally concluded that there's no roadmap to presidency for him. It is clear to me. I can put my money down that Atiku cannot be president of that country. Even when it comes on in 20, where is the party? The party is in disarray. A party in disarray cannot contest election. Where are the past leaders of the party? When we're talking of people that have been in position of presidency in that party called PDP, they are no more there.
No, quickly, Angelica, I was going to say, truly that Peter Obi said himself that Atiku is his mentor, right? Is whatever, his leader, and I believe in 100% because it showed that Atiku, as poor as Peter Obi was or is to manage the Labour Party, Atiku could not manage the PDP. He could not manage the different factions in PDP. He showed poor leadership to the core. Thanks.
Yeah, you're right. If you are a political leader, you don't know how to manage people. You don't know how to manage people. You don't know how to manage crisis. How would you win an election? That is what Atiku did. He lacked the management of people and management of crisis. The same thing Obi. Obi lacked those two things too. He doesn't know how to manage crisis. That was responsible for the fight, the factionalization of the party between Aburi and Arabambi and Co. He shouldn't have allowed that to happen. But because this guy lacked, he lacked that quality. He doesn't have it. And with all the crises that rocked the party, the Abure, corrupt practices, this guy should have taken action to even not allow Abure to still remain as the chairman of the party today. He should have done something. He said disassociated him from Abure or taking action that will take Abure down. He doesn't know how to play that grand work politics. He lacks it. So Okupe is just telling us everything about it's going to bring out more about him. What he just came out with today is just a preamble of what is coming in the future against Obi and the party. So it's clear that everything we have done here on this platform, all we have analyzed here on this platform in the past,
It's been confirmed by Okupe today. So I want to congratulate my fellow panelists on this platform for good job we are doing here. I hope our brothers that are supporting Obi can listen to us, listen to the clarion call when we are telling them, look, it's the same man like other politicians. It's just the same desperate politician like others that just want to get to the position of power. Everything is being said today by Okupe. So they should just listen to us and let us, let's have discussion and let us show understanding with each other and not target as tribal or we hate him or
You are a bigot, Ajani Koko. You are a bigot.
bigot.
Yeah,
Let me
sir, to be fair, or what you just said, right? I think you're spot on, right? You see, the analysis that we bring up here to the panelists, I would also chime in to say, well done, guys. Brilliant summation. We've been hitting the money in the bullseye, making predictions that are accurate, giving our opinion. Sometimes we come in with the facts. I think we have one of the most brilliant panelists on this platform, and I would say this platform has been right on the money ever since. You go to other platforms, well, I don't want to name names, let me leave it at that. But you see, it shows the caliber of intelligence on this platform, being able to articulate policies, politics, as well as the direction it's going. So I would say it's a privilege to be here. It's to also learn from you guys. Well done, guys. I can never say this more than enough. It's just brilliant.
All right, Adale Kogo, bring that space home. I think maybe we have started to over-label the Okupe something now. So bring it home, and then we move on to other topics.
Okay, so just like Emeka said now, so everything that we predicted on this platform has come true. We predicted that Tinubu will win the election on the basis of the fact that was available to us. Many factors that we put into consideration. It happened. And we have been predicting. We've been analyzing, the move of Obi that look, partnering with Atiku will not bring anything. That is what Okupe have just said now. Do you want to tell me that you know more than Okupe? This man has been in Nigerian politics since the 80s. No Obedient can tell me that they know politics than Okupe and how the political game works in Nigeria. He's just telling us. He's just saying it on the open, on the national TV, confirming what we have said. Guys, I'm telling you, this platform is unbiased, factual, straight to the point, and we continue to do a great job. So let's thank Chief Okupe for coming out to tell us the truth. It just confirmed everything that we have analyzed here, and we continue to do a good job. So, and our Obedient brothers, do not go after this guy. Don't go after him, because you know the way you play your game. Tomorrow on the pages on the internet, you will take Okupe as your topic and start going after him, saying all sort of bad things. Do not do that. That is not the way to play the politics. Just listen to his advice, and if possible, you can reach out to Obi. You guys need to re-strategize. Where do you want to go? If you want to form your own party, fine. You can. Party does not win. ANC has been in existence 93 years before they won election. Don't worry, our AAC, yes, we have Nigeria that is a money politics. That is why we are not winning the election. but we will continue the struggle. So the time will come when the truth will prevail. So we don't abuse people. So don't carry this on this thing on Twitter and start abusing him, calling him names. Don't do that. So one man, I thank you as well for this platform that is, you created, that is, telling the truth and giving the best of the best political analysis on the internet to Nigerians all over the world. So let's move on.
All right, brilliant. Let's tell the truth about this, Ajale Koko. Labor reduces demand, or sometimes you want to put Baba Salah paintings on the face of the labor union leaders. Labor reduces demand on minimum wage to 500,000 naira. So the government brackets it up to about 57,000. And labor comes down from 600 and something thousand to 500,000. So I mean the gap, the chasm. I don't. These negotiations needs to be coming to an end fairly soon, and realism needs to be infused. So what are you making of just that wide chasm between what the unionists are demanding and what the government is offering?
Let me tell you, woman. What the labor is demanding look very high, but the economic reality in Nigeria, I want to tell you, if you have, if you're a family person and you have children in maybe university and, like 3 children, there's no way. And you want to pay for those children school fees, you want to pay for their food and their upkeep, and you want to maintain the family, pay for your rent, your house rent, and transportation to work, and other things, you will know that it is not too high. But if we, it is the most important thing is for government to engage with them. Government can negotiate it down. They can sit down. Human being should, government should not be a group of people that don't want to listen, don't want to negotiate, don't want to dialogue. Government should be able to, we know the character of labor across the world. When they are making their demand, it's always high because they want to satisfy, the interests of their members, of the workers. So they always go high on their demand. It is now left for the government to sit down and then start negotiation, put things before them, do the mathematics of things. Let both sides look at the economic reality on the ground, the finances, the money that the nation is making, and other things that the government is doing. I believe doing that, they will surely get to a point that both sides will agree. It can take some time. Labor is not just that difficult people to negotiate with, but Nigerian government is the problem. Nigerian government doesn't want labor. They don't have the interests of the workers at heart. That is the problem with Nigerian government. Nigerian government doesn't want to pay the workers.
Sorry, Ajale Koko. Well, when woman brought up this topic, you said I think 120 to 150,000 naira is ideal. I think, is that your number?
No, the number is
No. What you said, what you think is ideal minimum wage for Nigerians? I think you give a number. Is 150,000 naira?
Yeah. That's what I said. That at least
Yeah.
they want. Yeah, that's what I said.
Which is more reasonable. It's within the range, I would say, given the the inflation and other economic factors in the country. But these labor leaders or negotiators, I don't think they
But
truly
hold
have the
on,
interest.
hold on, Baba Prince, Daddy Prince. Even with that, I'm just trying to be. That is the lowest that I was looking at. Do you know that 150 cannot buy 2 bags of rice? Do you know that?
For
Do you,
what? For a month? Or for
do
how
you know
long?
buy 2 bags of rice? Do you know that?
Nobody buys bags of rice now.
Yeah, yeah.
Bro,
But I'm not. No, we are just telling you how.
You see, what always concerns me is that people are looking at this present economic climate to determine what should constitute the minimum wage. What if the government succeeds in tackling inflation, and then the farm starts to pump food into the market, and the economy settles down?
And that's a prediction, one man. That may not be a reality, the space is the Nigerian space. But of course, things are hard, and I want the people to be compensated, or the wages to commensurate with the reality of the economy. But I don't think it's labor leaders again. I don't think they genuinely have an interest with the people at heart. I don't think they do. If they do, that ridiculous amount that they ask, and I think it's ridiculous, quite frankly. It's not about it's not about what you know, but what you can prove, as they say in court. It's not about how much they think they want, but how much the government can afford. Do we really think the Nigerian government can afford that amount of money? I don't know. Maybe they do, but I think it's so far from reality in a lot of ways.
All right.
Let me tell you this. Look, Prince Daddy, you see, leadership must always live by example. When leadership don't live by example, the followership and workers in the country will not trust them. And that is what we have seen playing out in Nigeria. Our leadership are not leading by example. And it's never good for us to be on the side of the government against the worker. It's very, very unreasonable. Anybody doing that is at this time, with what we are seeing in Nigeria, the way the politicians are displaying wealth, the way they live, they are not living like people. They are not leading. They are not leading by example, and they are not showing that the country is broke. They are not showing that. With what we have seen them buying for themselves, the kind of lifestyle they live. They don't live ordinarily. They don't live like us. We are too.
But Baja, that's always been the case now. It's nothing new.
What?
It's always been the case.
Is that the case in where you live? Is that the case? I'm just telling you, when the leadership don't lead by example, then people will not trust them. You have to lead by example. You have to look like ordinary people in your country. You have to live moderate and not living, lavishly, expensively, and then you want people to believe you that there's no money. No, it doesn't work like that. My senator here.
As an example, do you have one African country in mind that you can use an example?
Look, is that the way we should govern the country? Should the leaders look different from their people? Should the leaders be living big and the people live in poverty? Is that the way?
In which country is that not the case? That the leadership lives a superior life to everyday people?
Your people, your what do you call it?
Is a billionaire.
Your parliamentarian, do they not live? Do they not look like ordinary people in Britain?
No.
Do they not look?
Let me tell you one thing. There was the last prime minister. She was there for about 4 or 5 months. Liz Truss. Do you know that after that 4 months that she was there, she gets a pension for life. She gets the salary for life. Well, have you ever been in a job that you live it and then 4 months and then you're set for life for the rest of your life?
It's not
being paid hundreds of thousands of pounds.
That is not what we are saying. What we are saying.
But that's the disparity right there, isn't it? You can't draw parallels between the lives that leadership live and the everyday person.
Look, one man, when you continue to say like this, talk like this.
No. Where in the world is that the case? There's nowhere in the world that is the case.
Look at how dirt poor Togo is, or Benin. Look at the leaders. It's usually the chasm between the rich and the poor, or the leadership and the rest of the people.
Look at Russia. Look at France. Look at America. Look everywhere.
Don't talk about America. That is not true.
How much are the parliamentarians earning in America as opposed to? Hold on. Hear the question. How much are the parliamentarians earning in America as opposed to the average wage?
How much they live, like in the state, it depends on state to state. And I can tell you, some states, they don't even make 50,000 of their salary.
And what's the minimum wage in those states?
It depends on the state. Some states.
Angelica is not giving the full reality.
I know it's not now.
Some of them work part-time.
Hold on, man. The way this country is run, the way it's structured, it is state that run their own affair. Federal government minimum wage in America is $8.75 or maybe $8.76. But we have states that paid their own minimum wage, that's $20 per hour. California has just passed law. Their own minimum wage is even higher than that federal government. My state, minimum wage here is higher than federal. So it depends on the state. And their officials, some states, they are paid according to how many times they sit. It is not a blanket salary like that. 50,000 per hour. Per month. No. It's according to the resources of their state. And you can see.
Angelica, you're right.
Hold on.
If you compare states in Nigeria.
You know the way it is. My, what do you call it? The city boss here. I saw him the other day. He was just with one police officer, and they don't ride siren. If they're stuck in traffic, it's gonna.
What's the state of insecurity in America?
One man. Government must solve problem. Problem doesn't come. Problem is created by human being. And the government is the responsibility of the government to solve problem and not to create additional problem to what problem we have on the ground. The insecurity in Nigeria today, your politicians perpetually fail to solve it.
Yeah, but you're not answering the question. The insecurity is there though. So how do the politicians then get protected if they're not are sufficiently protected?
Because politicians prefer to protect themselves instead of voting money in the direction of security, improve on the policing system, pay the police well, equip them well, and then let them work. They don't provide that funding well for the police to function well.
Just like we talk all the time.
They have so much.
It's a different narrative that you're speaking to now. Anyway, carry on.
See, Angelico, just like we talk all the time about the state governor should take charge and do more. Well, I agree with you in a lot of ways. I'm not supporting the just of this senators or this House Assembly people. I'm not at all. But instead of trying to bark at a dead horse or whatever, I think we can try to work on the law, our institutions to make things better. I don't know any group of people given the opportunity to enrich themselves or make life better for themselves, they wouldn't take advantage of it. I don't know. You saw what happened with the labor people that went into power. They didn't reject the millions of dollars that they were given to purchase the vehicles. They took it. They didn't say we came up for the people. We labor politicians and we want to live in penury like the rest of the people. They didn't say that. They open arms with open arms. They took everything they were given. So nothing's going to change unless we actually address the issue. So let's be realistic in a lot of ways. These people would take care of themselves always. It's human nature. Self-preservation. There's nothing new about it. If we have a way to go about it to change course, I'm all for that. I don't think they should have so much more than the average people. But again, this is the nature of human being, and it's everywhere across the world, even in the West. The politicians, the wealthy people, they take advantage of what they can to enrich themselves. Nothing new. It's part of the game.
Well, I'm not saying that politicians will not act like politicians, but what I'm saying, in a situation when we have enormous problem, insecurity, challenging in terms of revenue particularly, and you guys are still buying vehicle for 200 million, bulletproof vehicle, and you don't provide security for the country, that is abnormal. They are insane. They are just bad people. That is the way you can do. So they don't have the interest of workers at heart. They don't want to pay workers. They want to pay themselves, continue to live big. That is just it. So let us see what if they can continue to have meeting, and workers have shown with this figure coming from from 650 coming down a little bit to 500,000. So meaning they cut out 150,000. So it's showing that they are responsible people. They are trying to show, they are trying to be flexible, giving some room for negotiation. But
sorry, Angelico, seriously, these lazy government workers, truly, do you think they deserve that amount of money in the first place? Do they really do real job? Do they?
They don't, I'm not quite sure. A lot of them actually, they go into the office to sell clothes, and then they turn up at 12 p.m. Do you remember when one minister turned up at 9 o'clock, locked the gates, and then they were strolling in at 11:30 later and protesting? So they turn up at 11:30, 12. They leave work at 2 to say they are going to lunch, and you don't see them again till 2 days later. But come salary day, everybody turns up.
It is easy to say that. If they don't work, your government will not function. So people can say, you guys can say a lot of, they are lazy, they are this. Is it not the same group of people that Bosun have used in the Ministry of, Internal Affairs, that transform your, processing of your international passport, that make it possible to apply online and get it within a short period of time? Is it not the same people? Did they hire some other people? You see, when you don't have leadership with, plan in the sense of, directing the affairs of the military, making use of the workers to achieve results, that is what it looks. They are there to work, when you don't give them job to do, yes, they be idle. If you give them job to do, you commit them to assignment to achieve result. I bet you they achieve result. So sometimes you guys want to look at workers as if they don't do anything, they just go there, just sit down, they say Gugura and Nepa. If they don't work, the state will not function. The country will not function. They are the driver of governmental activities in that country. So stop describing them as if they don't mean anything. I listen to people say this all the time, and I just get irritated. Why are you guys describing Nigerians as if they are not ready? You don't give them an assignment, they don't work, they sit down. It depends on the leadership. What does your minister bring in times of idea, how to transform, the services of government? What do they bring in? Or the party, or the president? How well has the president commit his minister to work efficiently and effectively for the state? That is the question that you must ask. You don't blame the workers. But this mindset of the leaders not to pay workers in Nigeria, it's unfortunate that Tinubu is doing the same thing. Very, very unfortunate. The man that you will describe, a fighter for democracy, a this and that. But when it comes to payment of workers, he doesn't want to pay. 1 year, he doesn't want to pay. He doesn't want to sit down. When they threaten that they want to go on strike, that is when he said he's setting up tripartite meeting. You see, it shouldn't get to when the workers are threatening to go on strike. Now the ASU is around to go on strike again. Why? What is it? What has Nigerian workers done to deserve this, for God's sake? But you guys have provided every luxury for yourself. Every luxury. And tell me what they have done to improve the life of the people in Nigeria. But government comes, the problem of the ground, they don't solve it, but rather increase, make it complicated, make it worse for the people, make life miserable for Nigerian people. It's unfortunate. So the government must sit down with the workers and let them negotiate. They are reasonable people. Sit down with them, negotiate with them, give them the reason why, what is good for human being to earn as a living wage, not just Google and Nepa money. We know that life is so miserable. Cost of food is high. Electricity, you have removed the tariff. You have removed the subsidy. Petrol, you have removed the subsidy. What else? Every benefit that Nigerian people enjoy, all the subsidy that give Nigerian people that benefit has been removed, making life miserable for them. So workers should not be turned to slaves. Workers must be well paid so that they can live a quality life, not live in poverty. Nigerian workers live in poverty. Democratically elected government must make a change, positive change in the life of workers and the people in general. Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Ajani Koko. So Ajani Koko, let me move it around so that other voices can come on as well. I'll see if Emeka is ready for us. Meko, so hopefully you've not fallen asleep.
Yeah, I've not fallen asleep. Not yet.
Yeah, I can hear the tiredness in your voice. So what time is it? What time is it where you are?
9:35
look
p.m.
at that.
I'm a bit tired.
But you're not the one boasting about how you used to hop from wine bar to wine bar when you were arguing with Ola the other day. You are tired already at 9:30. Are you an old man all of a sudden? You know what's all this?
I was up late yesterday night working on some few things. But today I'm a bit tired. But let's go.
All right, let's go. Do you want to come into it? I'm not sure if you want to go to Okupe again, but
No, we dealt with
I think
we
there's
dealt
nothing,
with Okupe. Is left for
we'll go back there in 2027 and then we'll see
yeah.
we'll see where we
It's
are.
just left for our obedience brothers to come accept the facts on ground and how will I put it? Look at it from a factual point of view and come to the realization that this is a losing battle and see how we can all work together, pray for the country to get better. Politics and elections are not emotional situations. You must address it with every practical strategy that you have and every mental strategy that you intend to deploy. At the moment, the political parties that we have on ground are not doing the right thing. So, and in politics, time is a very important element. So, if you are not doing the right thing now, you're only going to lose the battle. So, I will end it at that point. That with the
All right. Let me rattle you through the headlines, the other headlines that we do have, and then you take your pick. Tinubu's Minister Kiyamo takes a jab at Osita Chidoka for opposing Emirate Airlines return to Nigeria. So I'm not, it's that opposition politics, isn't it? So that back and forth.
yes.
1 year of Tinubu's government has been a tragedy. Not one problem has been solved. This is a Bugaji who's telling us of this quiet coming from the north. Court grants suspended DCP Abba Kyari bail. That is to go and bury his mother. I haven't buried so many people through his criminality. Minimum wage 500,000 naira whistle on to the trade unions. But this one now is an offshoot of the economic situation in Nigeria. Teesside University orders Nigerian students to leave the United Kingdom, stop their courses. So it was only when you dive into it, because of the sudden sharp drop in the exchange rate, these people can now no longer afford their fees. And of course, those fees are tied to their visa in that country. So they can't pay their university fees. The university cancels their program and reports them to the Home Office. So these are just some of the
Yeah, let me start with this. Tina. This is one of the problem with when you're making partial payments of any partial payment at all that has to do with foreign exchange. You'll be exposed to foreign exchange risks, right? The price fluctuation of FX. So unfortunately now they are suffering from this situation. That's the devaluation of the naira, and these are individuals that probably they do not have enough hours to work and cannot support themselves any longer with their tuition. It's a sad reality, right? So, and we all know that many of these individuals who are leaving the country for through the educational route are only looking for a stay, a permanent stay in their country, and that it was as a result of the bad economic situation in the country that we had this huge number of immigration out of the country. And now you can find this university reporting them to the Home Office, and it's only a matter of time they are going to return back. What are they returning back to? Some have sold their properties, if not a huge number of them. How will they survive? It's a sad reality, right? Except they pay that tuition, they can't continue with their stay. And then for how long? I don't know how many semesters is left for them. How will they continue? Uh, you know, I would.
They are reporting that some of them are feeling suicidal.
Of course, it's going to get to that point, or if not, like you said, some of them are reporting suicidal because where are they going to start from? The plan is okay. They had a plan, and that plan is not going according to the way they predicted. It's sad. It's a sad situation. So you know. I don't know what to say because these are individuals going through this situation now, but it's very unfortunate. I don't know what the outcome is going to look like, except they can raise the money as quick as possible to pay off. So my best advice to those who are leaving the country for education, for tuition, using the tuition route, just pay off the tuition once, right? Don't do the partial payment, except you have a good sponsor that is wealthy enough to muscle the storm, and their source of income is very good. Other than that, you are going to face FX rates, and you can't predict how that fluctuation is going to come. It's only going to impact you. And in a situation where you can't work, and even other countries are implementing the same immigration laws with student routes. So it's not like you can pick and choose which country you want to go to now. So the best advice is pay your tuition once, and then you've sorted that out. The only thing you can now be looking towards is um, your living expense, such as accommodation and what transportation and feeding, and that you can muscle out with one way or the other. But your tuition is sorted out, and nothing is going to stop you from completing your courses. But it's sad. It's terribly sad. It's just sad.
All right. Do you want to go to the Kiyamo one?
Yeah, this Kiyamo, I saw the tweet between the two of them. Both of them are right. You understand? Because Osita was saying some airlines stood by Nigeria when this scarcity of the FX was on ground. They didn't leave. But Emirates, which is the richest airline in the world, decided to abandon Nigeria, cancel our visa, and move on, and they will stop flying. Is that now that the grass is a bit green, they are now trying to come back. That we should not sell our sovereignty. But Kiamo did not agree with him and told him, well, when you guys come into power, you can do whatever you want to do. But for now, we need Emirates to come in. We need to have that bilateral agreement so that things can go well economically. So I can say both are right, both saw it from a different angle. But if you ask me on my own opinion, I think it's better for Emirates to come in. It only helps, the airline industry in the country. And then again, as we are evolving with Air Peace, if we allow them to come, maybe Air Peace may also get its license to also fly to Dubai. You understand? But if we are now saying we don't want you in our country, how are we going to get that flight routes to go to Dubai and back? So I think it's going to be a win-win in the long run. And like the other guy who is saying that Nigeria has not done, the president has not solved any problem after 1 year. I believe we are solving our problems gradually. These are problems that have been accumulated for quite a long while. You can't just solve it once at a go. You solve them, there's a progress. But the problem is we are not getting that progression status report so that we can know how far these issues are being resolved. But anyway, there's something I saw today that ministers will be called to come tell Nigerians what they have achieved. They will come and say it on air. So I'm waiting for those ministers who are not working. What are they coming to come and tell Nigerians? I think
I agree with that. I've always thought there should be a quarterly, at least press engagement by every single minister to report progression.
Yes,
on whichever.
It should be mandatory.
Including the president, or he should be on the telly at least every 6 months.
Yeah, I agree. And giving status report on what they're doing. The media chats. He has not done any media chats so far, right? He has not. Yeah, he should be doing media chat like 6 months, and then wrap it up with the yearly. That's the New Year's report or the New Year congratulatory report that he gives. So I think our lawmakers should entrench it as part of the law. That reporting government reporting, the frequency of government reporting to the public, that you must come out to tell us what you're doing. Not only the president alone, but the minister should come out and say, tell Nigerians what they have achieved and what, because they are stewards, right? They are the ones managing the affairs of the ministry on behalf of Nigerians. They should come out to speak. Some of these ministers are just ghost workers. We don't even know them. We don't know what they look like. We don't even know what their voice sounds like. So, but that they can come up to Nigeria to tell us what they do, we put so much pressure on them that they will have to get things done. Because if you don't do anything, what do you tell Nigerians? So you must do things and then tell Nigerians what you are doing. And then again, if you do a few things and you see your fellow ministers telling Nigerians, oh, I've done this, I've done that, I've done this, it also puts so much pressure on you that you have to go and find something to do, and you must find enough things to do so you can tell Nigerians that you are working. You understand? Look at Wiki. Within 1 year, look at a lot. Even Abuja residents who did not vote for the president are already wowed. They're like, Wiki is really working, and that they are saying that that the rate at which Wiki is going, he's going to be the best FCT minister so far since the inception of Abuja. So you cannot deny that Wiki is not working. Neither can you deny that Kiyamo is not doing anything, or Bosu is not working, or who again? That them, or the minister of works. His name is skipping my mind. He's not working. They are all those ones are the ones that are working. We know them. The ones that are not working, we actually know they are not working. So that mandatory reporting frequency should be in place to come and tell Nigerians what they are doing. I think it will help the country forward, and it's one of the achievements that the Bola administration and Tinubu administration can do. In putting it in place as codifying it by law, that ministers as well as the president coming up to come and speak.
Chemical, let me ask you this, please. Just 5 seconds. If truly these guys are not working, and the president knew that they are not working, so what is he waiting for firing them? Because that is what he told us. Is it that you work, or you will be fired? Thank you.
Well, that's what the president said. That we are only going to wait and see what he's going to do. I don't know if he's waiting for them to get up to 1 year. Like I said I will start criticizing the president after 1 year. I'm waiting for his May 29th speech to see what he has achieved so far. All right. If it's in terms of the economy, we are getting some form of stability, but the control of inflation is not working. You're only controlling the money supply side of things. The food inflation is still high. So they need to address it to bring inflation down, right? There's only little impact that the money supply would do to bring inflation
if they can address that food inflation, they will get away with a myriad of things.
They'll get
if people are well fed, they won't really. You can do so many things,
will
and
really
they won't pay attention to you now.
Food inflation, this food inflation, as well as increasing workers' salary. I heard Baba Jalikoko speaking about, I think they should try to settle for 100,000. 100,000 minimum wage seems fair. But again, the problem is, can companies pay? So, the labor union is fighting for their own pockets. Now that they are looking for a minimum wage, right? I don't know if it's minimum or living wage, but I'm hearing minimum. That means it has to go to law, which means every business cannot pay less than 100,000. It is a crime to pay less than 100,000 in Nigeria. I don't know if the Mama Put, Bola and Co. Mama Put can afford to pay her staff 100,000 naira per month. I don't think so. I don't think a lot of businesses can afford it. Can businesses afford 60,000 that the government is trying, or 50,000 that the government is trying to push? I believe. So we should not be looking at it from, I'm not saying Baba Janikoko is not right, but we should not be looking at it from the civil service point of view. Government can afford it. If they can't afford it, they can borrow to pay. Because in terms of government, it can,
the one thing that befuddles me is that they've not just flooded the market with imported food.
Yeah, they should be looking at it. So even the agricultural minister, the minister of agriculture, what is he also doing? He has a role to play with food inflation, right? He has a huge role to play. What is he doing to address the agricultural products getting to the market? Then we also have the Ministry of Defense to address the security issues in the north so that the transportation of food from the north can be seamless coming down to the south. In short, evenly distribution of food across the country, right? So both of them have a huge role to play, and then opening up the borders too, right? To see how food can come into the country, and also the
Emeka,
custom duties on food, right? Oh, hello.
Emeka, can I ask a question? You see, I'm happy that people are addressing food inflation now. I don't know if anybody can remember. That was early in his administration. I was saying he needed to address food inflation. Everybody was saying I was too early. I said that because I knew, yeah, if you're going to address food issue, the planting season will just come upon you suddenly. You need to prepare before that. Now we have lost, I don't know how it is now. I think we have lost one planting season. So if you are going to do anything now, the effect of it on food inflation is going to be maybe by next season or maybe next year. You understand what I'm saying? I said that last year. I don't know if anybody remember. People are saying no, it's too early. Let's see what's going to be. They're already working on agriculture. They have done nothing, as we can see now. Now, after 1 year, now that we are trying to say, okay, let's talk about food inflation. Those were the obvious problems then. It shouldn't have taken us 1 year to diagnose that problem, to diagnose it and see that is a problem that we needed to address. To
Yeah,
me, I think they just wanted to come into power. From what I saw in Tinubu, one thing, let me just say two things now. He didn't really have the plan on how to govern. He had the vision to become the president. He didn't have the plan to govern. His plan was this: I have the vision to become the president. I know the best brain. What I just do is put the best brain and get them working. They're going to turn things around. That's the thing. And that's what he's playing now. Now, if his best brains are not working, so it's happening to him. Nigeria is happening to him.
yeah.
The few best brains that are working, Cardoso, Wale Edun, Keyamu, the Umahi and the Interior. The Agric is not doing anything. The Power is not doing anything. The other ones, we don't even know them.
Where's Wike on that list?
Yeah, Wike is trying, but you know, Wike effort has no national impact. If Wike is the Minister of Agric, I'm sure we will not be talking of food inflation now. I bet you. If Wike is National Security Advisor, I bet you security will not be a problem now. That man looks rough and everything, but he has a way of getting results. Look at the number of grammar that this man now, Delarake has been speaking. If Wike is in mines, you will think that mine is the only ministry in Nigeria. That's the point. So Tinubu does not himself have a particular strategy of national strategic effort, but his strategy is, okay, I know how to gather the best of brains. Once I put them there, they will run the country well. That's what he's believing, and that's what he's wrong. But look at what is happening. So I think he needs to sit down and think. And after these 4 years, he's just going to retire. That's just the truth. He's just going to retire.
You know that's not possible now. Well,
If he loves the
your point
country,
is
if he loves
no.
the
You
country,
see,
he should think of, let me bring this brain. Look
it's
for
just a
people
year.
among them who has vision for the
It's
country.
it's just a year, right? Why?
1 year goes soon pass. You know,
Yes,
by once next year is gone now, the next thing is they are praying for election.
yes, I agree. I agree. I agree with what you said. I don't find any issue. I can't fault what you have said, right? You see, you have to win an election first before you govern. You can't be thinking of governing when you have not won the election. So I can agree with what you are trying to say. So they've won the election. Now you have to now govern. You have to implement the things you said you were going to do. Implement those things or begin to put the plan in place. The problem is many of the ministers do not understand what they are supposed to do. Look at his cousin, the president's cousin. What is he doing? We just don't know what that man is up to. So a lot of ministers are not
What's
working.
this ministry says?
Which ministry is he again? Ministry of what's that his ministry? I'm trying
I
to
forgot his
remember.
ministry is very good, or very robust.
Blue economy.
economy.
Blue economy. Yes.
Yeah, maritime, all
Yeah,
those things.
maritime. Yes, marine. This thing. So he's not doing anything
know,
that
they
is.
were speculating endless billions of dollars from that ministry. They're
Yes,
saying
it's a
it should
ministry
be able
that
to
can.
generate $10 billion. They
Yeah,
were
it's
saying.
a ministry that can impact on our GDP, just
With
like
the
solid
coastal
minerals.
road,
It's
with
a new ministry.
everything.
Oh, we cannot start getting the impact, feeling the impact now.
It's a new
Getting
ministry, but
it's a
with the
new ministry.
coastal line,
The oceans have always been there now. What's the new ministry?
Bishop,
It's not going to
one
the
man, God
oceans.
bless you. But the point is that is the port under that ministry? No.
That's something we need to understand. You understand?
So we
You
need
see,
to define that ministry. I
that's
don't
the
know.
framework. That's the framework. You see, because custom should be part of that ministry, and if custom is part of, if he understands what he's supposed to do, he would have laid out a blueprint and a framework and meet the president to let the president see it. The president will look at it. If it makes sense, I know the president will sign. You understand? So where is the framework? Has he even come to the media to even tell us what his ministry is all about?
Maybe that's what. Maybe they are actually trying to find the purpose of that
That guy
thing.
is
No.
he's
I
just
think one of the things they needed to do was look
his
for a
mind
country that
is
has that model and copy.
please, let's say the truth. His mind is becoming the governor of Osho State. That's where his focus is. Let's be
Just want to
honest.
mark time then.
So
He's just marking time.
it's just fundraising or
Yes,
Oh
fundraising.
my God.
exactly. He's just let's be honest. Let's be honest. He's there to mark time and wait, to go and take over
Governor in
from
Osun State and make sure that
take over
Tinubu
from
wins.
Adeleke.
And make sure Tinubu
Yes,
wins in 2027. The point is
that's
that
just it.
that ministry has potential and prospect. All they needed to do was look for a country that has a similar model, either as a ministry or as an agency, then copy it. That's all. Copy it. You have Niger Delta. Apart from the oil, there are so many other economic activity from the sea. In short, the global economy is 50% dependent on the sea, if not more. You have more sea on earth than you have land. So the wealth of the globe, more than 50% of them are in the sea. So somebody just need somebody that will say, oh, look, we need to think out of the box. I don't know now, but I know if I sit down and then we start discussing even on this panel, this one man show now, say, what are the opportunities that could come up? I bet you by the time Emeka, me, Kulata, all of us discuss for 30 minutes, we will come up with ideas that can drive that ministry. But I don't know what the man is doing.
Yeah. So, Patrick, I'm hoping by this time next week, right? I think I don't know if one man is already putting up the structure of the show where we can rate the minister because next week, by this time next week is May 29th, to rate the minister and grade them, and also finally grade the president on what he may have achieved because he's definitely going to have a press release and tell us what he has achieved for 1 year. I think I'm thinking that list may be maybe little. There may be little achievements, except they want to begin to include plans. No, leave out plans. Tell us what you have accomplished. Forget plans. Plans Plans are just objectives and goals. You may not accomplish them. There may be bottlenecks. There may be hurdles or pain points or challenges that may make you not achieve those. Forget. Don't put plans to with accomplishment. Tell us what you have accomplished. When you reel out what you have accomplished, then we may not want to listen to your plans. But what I'm anticipating they will do is they will feed a lot of plans. They will front load that media speech with plans and try to confuse Nigerians. And that is where I think I may not like what that approach. But if he starts with accomplishments and then finalize with plans, probably yes, it's going to be acceptable. But I'm afraid they may front load it with a lot of plans and because let's be very realistic, the achievement or accomplishment has been little. So let's see how it goes next week. I'm hoping we'll grade the president and his ministers and call them out by their names. Call them out by their names so that they would know that yes,
Is that
they are
the
not working.
format? Is that the format that we are going to do? We'll do a roll call of the ministers, and then at the end of it, we'll do an overall assessment of Tinubu 1 year.
Yeah, well, it's well, I don't know how you want to design it. So I think calling it out now may give you some, keep your brain thinking on how you
Yeah,
want to
it's just
structure
as you are
the format.
talking, I'm
Yeah.
thinking. Yeah, as you are talking, I'm thinking. Yeah.
So it's just 1 week. By next week Wednesday, the president would have delivered the speech, and then we will react to it and also grade him and grade his ministers and grade his administration. There's a lot of failures so far. Let's be very realistic. There's a lot of failures. In terms of hope, my hope was a bit high, but now my hope level is diminishing. So let me hear from the president first, and then let's see what happens. At this point, I would want to pass the baton on to the next panelist. Thank you very much, Waman. It's always a pleasure coming up on the platform to express my opinion and share my reaction on what's going on in the country.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So well timed, Emeka. I was just going to ask for your permission to bill. So you just timed it on the spot. That opens that window for me. So thank you, Emeka. Stay with us for Zonga. We could hear your daughter in the background. Are you? You're still at the Coco Melon phase? I think I've committed all those songs to memory. Oh, McDonald had a farm, Superstars Alexander Gomez, he kicked it off. Ayo, of course, we know we always mention Ayo, so that's Ayo right there. Tima Jack joined, so that's Tima Jack right there. Ayo again, feeling not quite satiated. DOG, Discover Star Button, does his first one. Abdul, we mentioned him yesterday, again today. Tima Jack still, so that's Tima Jack. He's rattling it off, poking at Pansat. So he rattles quite a couple of from the Khazarian Empire. That's Juju right there. She passed by. So that's Juju right there. Somebody admonishing Thomas with a super chat. Don't tell my and that's DOJ. So that space still open. Anybody
one man. Before you bell, you asked for my permission for Ajan Lekuku to add some kind of a different voice because we were going at it in the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
So before you bell, I did want to complete a couple of tighten up a couple of loose ends from what I was saying. And then you could bear because, as you know, I'm not going to ask you to admonish Thomas for insulting me and put him in the back.
When did he insult you?
Oh, well, I'm surprised that you didn't notice my absence when you came back.
No, I did notice your absence. I did ask, but
nobody. I don't snitch, so
nobody.
Yeah, no problem. I don't mind. I don't mind. It's okay. So I don't want to. I'm not complaining. I'm saying, let me complete what I was saying before you go because it's directed at you. On the comments, you've been playing the new terminology that's introduced by Wole Soyinka that you guys call Bajue, right? Every time we're talking about politics, you look at what Soyinka said about Peter Obi and obedience. So I just want to remind everybody here what Obasanjo said about Wole Soyinka, right? So he says something
you tried to push that yesterday. Okay, go on. Have your feel. Go on.
Yeah, he's saying, Obasanjo wrote a book that he called My Watch. So in that book, he praised a lot of politicians at the time and activists. And when it came to Wole, he says that no one can be good, nor can anything be spot on politically, except that which emanates from him, which is that's the way he's describing Soyinka as somebody. Nobody can say anything that is good unless he's ordained by Soyinka, right? So his friends and loved ones will always be right and correct, no matter what they do or fail to do. So he goes on to say that the professor of literature is a misfit as a political analyst, commentator, or critic. That's Obasanjo's take on him. He says he's surely a better wine connoisseur, which means he drinks a lot, and a more successful akbaro, that's a guinea fowl hunter, than a political critic. Now, no matter what you say about Obasanjo, obviously, John Lekoko will back me up here. He's a statesman. He's a very smart guy. He read him very well. So he said, I take him seriously on almost all issues except on the political, particularly Nigerian politics. Now, let me give you a link so you could look at it to know. So do not listen to Soyinka's analysis of our political space, because an ardent politician such as Obasanjo has already read him very well. And I believe facts bear him out. I posted it, so if you could put it on the screen, so our youth. Yes, sir.
Do you know where you are right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where you are right is this: if Tinubu continues like this, and if he fails to perform, he will be the original graduate.
Exactly.
Because it means that he swindled the whole of the country. Say Elofo Kobale, Elofo Kobale. So that is slogan of Elofo Kobale will be the original graduate. It's like swindling the whole country. So I think we need to just be patient and watch. I will not take Soyinka's statement that Soyinka is a professor, and so what? He's giving his opinion. He's not giving his opinion on an event that is not present with us. This is an event that we are all still watching. You understand? We are all still watching. So it's not an authority as it is, because we are all students of history. The things he's referring to are things that we.
Patrico,
sir?
Do you agree with?
All right, John Lekoko, let me build. Thank you.
No, but hold on, please. One man, just 1 more minute of your time. I have to yield to Patrick. We don't need to hear from him.
Do you agree with what Soyinka?
Hold on now. One man is already there.
Hold on. Let me ask. It's gone. Let me ask Patrico. Let me ask Patrico a question. Patrico, do you agree with Wole Soyinka, Professor Wole Soyinka, that Obi'S claim that he won the election is graduate?
Yeah, that's a graduate claim.
Okay, so that's
please. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that all of them, all the politicians are graduate, and the ones that are not graduate now are also potential graduate.
But already, according to Obasanjo,
if Obasanjo is a graduate,
simultaneously, Obasanjo also appraised us of Ghani, for example, and you should hear what he says about Ghani. Regionally speaking, for the Southwesterners right now, you have to take your good people, Ghani, Obasanjo, right? Tinubu is not one of your best, and Soyinka, who's one of our Nobel laureates, is one of our. He doesn't know anything about politics. Whatever he says about Peter Obi doesn't mean a damn thing. So what I want to say, why I'm bringing this up, like I said, is for these youths who you don't read very well, go and read Obasanjo's book. You have to know who Obasanjo is. Obasanjo is one of our better statesmen. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. It's one of our better ones. So to cap it off, what I would suggest is that he wants to introduce a new vocabulary for us. But if Bajue, like Patowski said, we'll have to also judge him with what he's introducing. Is he a Bajue guy? I think so. If Obasanjo thinks that he drinks a lot and hunts guinea fowl, that's what he's good at, then that's what he's good at. So ipso facto, I believe that case has been made. So I'll leave it at that. You guys you can continue. I wanted to come in here and tie up some loose ends. Nigerians right now. Whose thing is making noise there? Please mute yourself. I'm almost done. So we Nigerians.
Pansat.
Yes, sir.
You see, what you are saying,
Yeah.
On Obasanjo and Wale Soyinka,
Yes.
I think you will not be right by telling us what you are telling us now if you don't go down to the history of conflict between Obasanjo and Wale Soyinka. Wale
Okay.
Soyinka and Obasanjo have never been, they don't see eye to eye since, what do you call it? Obasanjo, since he was, when he was military head of state,
Yeah.
particularly when he went to burn Fela's house.
Yes.
So they never
Yes.
been friends. You
They have
know
not.
that it's Wole Soyinka and some others that went to, make it impossible by demonstration, by protests and pasting of poster on United Nations headquarters in New York when Obasanjo was being forwarded during the time of Babangida to be Secretary General of United Nations. It was Wole Soyinka and
Okay.
others that traveled to US to
Let me say
protest.
something.
Hold
One
on
minute.
now, hold on.
No, hold on. No, Ajala,
Hold on now,
please.
let somebody speak,
No.
man.
You hold on.
Why don't you stop it, man? This is the mess he does. When he speaks and somebody is
Continue,
trying to
Angelica.
speak, to return to answer what he did, he want to shut you down. He will come and complain again that Thomas shutting down. He doesn't. He just want to try to all the time. He doesn't want anybody to go against what he's saying. Once you go against what he will start to raining abuse on you and calling you names. And when Thomas gave it to him, the way he has done to other people, he started crying that, oh, Thomas did something wrong to him. You have called people, you have told people several times to shut their mouth here. Several times. And I believe everybody can recollect that.
I
Several
know, but
times.
if you go on and on, right? Do you think you win a debate by having Thomas remove me? It doesn't. You don't win the debate.
I'm not saying.
I
You just
asked for.
let me talk.
No.
When
Let me
when I
talk.
land,
Let me
then
talk. I asked for permission to speak, and I
no,
was given.
I have
And then
not
you
even
can interject.
landed. Why you are trying to
But
interrupt me?
don't
I'm
try to
not
take
even
up the whole
landed.
time. Let me land. Just
Let me land.
keep
You have
your mouth
said it. You have
shut.
said.
Shut
You
your.
see again. You see again.
Angelica, continue. You know I can kick you out. You know I have the power. I have the button here. So yeah, Angelica will continue.
This guy, man. You see, when it's coming with this,
Angelica,
what
you know what
Obasanjo
he
wrote.
does? You know what Pastor does? If you see that you are going to the truth of the matter, you want to cut your train of thought.
Yes.
So he can, he's a Dabaru guy now. You know him
He
now.
does
He's
that
a
all the
value guy.
time. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
But Baba,
eh? Yes.
that's the truth. They have
Yeah.
their own. They have their own conflict. And if you can
Conflict.
read, because I read that book, I bought it even the week it came out. If you read through the statement, you will discover that it's just throwing a jab at the man. I won't take what Thomas just said about Wole Soyinka as something that is very serious. It's like throwing a jab and say it's better than Akparo Hunter. It's like abusing just your beat.
Patoski, let me land my comment so I could get the hell out of here. The point is that Ajan Lekoko
You
has
don't
made
have
a
to get
point.
out. You understand?
I know. It's okay. I understand what's going on. I don't have a thin skin, right? I get this shit out and I could take it. But here's what I'm saying. Ajan Lekoko always pretend like he has the history of everything, right? We're not talking about the quarrel between those two, but since he's gone there, Obasanjo himself also made comments on what the issue is between him and Wole Soyinka. But that's not the issue. No matter what the quarrel is all about, his appraisal of Soyinka has to stand the test of time. we didn't see what he saw at the time, because in the past, Wole Soyinka has also fought some good fights. Do you understand? But in that particular my watch, he's able to appraise Ghani, for example, and what is the genesis of the problem between them. And he had alleged in the book that his ex-wife, Remy, sought the services of Mr. Fayemi in order to scandalize him as a senior military officer and a minister in government. But he, Obasanjo, equally secured Mr. Fayemi's match in Kehinde Sofola. So the issue did not diminish his respect for Mr. Ghani. So you have to read the book. I don't have to base anything I say on what Ajan Lekoko says. I base it on reading the book. But it's all that's neither here or there. The point we're making now is that the Wole Soyinka we know as a Nobel laureate, the only one from Nigeria, he keeps that respect. So it's really the same way that Obasanjo sees it. He's good in that. He's good in drinking and hunting fowl, right? Guinea fowl. But he's no good when it comes to political analysis. That stands on its own. I don't care what the quarrel is. If he says something wrong, then it's wrong. It doesn't matter what the point is. But to be insulting me when I'm on this platform, as much as I try to help this platform along, you have a punk like Thomas, put him in the back. Does that make Ajale right?
Go
It doesn't make him
right. Go to hell. Ajale Koko, continue, John.
No, you don't say somebody should go to hell.
No. You know, Patoski, please. You know me. I don't insult people. I pass out dish more than that to people. So if I tell him to keep quiet, no, Patoski, no. He should go. I can't condole him. You see, when one man wants to leave, he always wants to live with one man. All these disrespecting people, calling people name, I can't condone him. He should go away. Sorry, apology for that statement. I'm not the kind of person that. But you should just go away. I don't want to have him. Let him go away.
Yeah, but we should have people that will also fire at other people now.
Yeah, Patoski, I can't condone Passat. I can't handle him. There's only one man that can handle him. I can't handle him. Yes. Patoski, do you know what happened? You weren't here. He has his time, and one man was interrogating him. Everything was flowing. Nobody sets time for him. Ajale Koko wanted to interject him, but you know that what Ajale Koko is going to say is going to counter him. He shut Ajale Koko down.
He said, "Shut up, let me talk."
Ajale Koko kept quiet, mute himself. Then when his son of Ajale Koko speaking, and the truth is eating him, so he wanted to interject Ajale Koko. I said, no, it's not going to happen. What you can't take, don't dish it out. So I muted him, and he left by his own volition. No, I don't. I'm a very balanced person. If you don't let Ajale Koko interject you,
then you don't
interject Ajale Koko. Yes, I'm a very neutral person. No, what you can eat, don't dish it out to someone else. No, I'm not going to take that. That's why my mama always call me military man. No, I'm not that. One man is an Englishman, very soft. I don't think.
Yeah, in Nigeria.
No. I'm in Nigeria. I don't think that's no.
But
I'm not like. Did he let you interject you? He shut you down.
Oh yes. I mean, Pansat is. He has called people. He has disrespected people several times.
And what I say, I said, keep quiet. I don't tell him to shut up. Keep quiet is don't talk. I don't want you to talk. That's what I said. I don't disrespect you. I
just muted now. Just mute him.
Yes. I don't. You know me. I don't disrespect people. No, I don't. I'm not the kind.
I respect Wole Soyinka as a literary icon and all those stuff. And then as a Nigerian, he can express political opinion. You understand? But I would not see him express political opinion in an authoritative manner the way he will express a literary opinion, maybe literary criticism and stuff like that. Because literature is his field. He can do that as an authority. but he cannot do the same in politics as an
But
authority.
you're already proving yourself wrong now, Patoski. He says as a Nigerian, he has a right.
I say as a Nigerian, he has the right
Yeah,
to
that's
express
his
his
own
view,
opinion.
but not as an authority.
And
They
he's
are
not speaking
different.
as an authority, is he?
No, he speaks like that. He speaks like that. The
It
fact
may
that you are a
sound to you like
professor
an
of
authority.
literature.
It's just his comment is just subjective. It's an opinion.
You are the one that is saying that now. He speaks as an authority. He carries his weight as a larger than life. He will not say, this is my opinion.
Padoski,
No.
No, let me finish now.
Patoski.
Let me finish. You will understand what I'm saying. I have a literary giant. His name is C.S. Lewis. One man might know him. People in the UK will know him very well. He was the professor of literature in Cambridge. Now, this man wrote a lot of books that are not literature. They are not totally, his books are literature, but he wrote some books that are theological, like Mere Christianity, The Abolition of Man, Three Kind of Love, Screwtape Letters. Then the one that you are likely to know is the Chronicles of Narnia. Those are literary work that has some theological side to it. Now, but when he's talking about theology, he says this. He said, I'm not saying most of the time, if you are somebody that read his work, I've read a lot of his works and I've listened to a number of them. He will say, I'm not speaking as an expert. He will say, I'm speaking as a layman of the Church of England. Most of the time, we say, look, I'm not speaking as an expert. He said, these are deep waters. Even though this man has very deep knowledge of theology, he's one of the foremost Christian apologetics that's ever lived. After Apostle Paul. I say that with due respect to the others. But this man will say, I'm just a layman speaking to another layman. They said, I'm not treading the theological deep waters. This man is a giant, is a bigger literary icon than Wole Soyinka. Do you understand? But he says that because he knows that that's not my area. There are people who are devoted their entire life.
Specialized
They
in that.
devoted their entire life to study that. He cannot, the fact that he's a professor of literature does not make him a professor of medicine, for example. Or can't say, what doctors are saying about kidney is wrong. No. So you are a professor of literature. You can express yourself on literary issues. You can do literary criticism of works, of literary works, of Shakespeare, of other works, with the face of an authority, and people will see you as such. But you cannot make political assertions, claims, analysis, and claim to be an authority. In short, people like Obasanjo have more authority in that field than him, because Obasanjo has been African Union leader, he has been chairman of Committee of Presidents, he has been president of Nigeria 2 times, he has been, you understand? Obasanjo has more political experience and exposure than him. The time Obasanjo was chairman of Council of Past Presidents. So you can see that those are the things where Obasanjo has sat down to discuss national issue of international interest. He has not. To discuss international security issues. He has not. He has become African ambassador to different zones of conflict. Oba Soyinka has not. So he cannot claim to be an authority in political analysis. That's the message. And that's what you must know.
But Patrico, he has never, all these things you are accusing him of doing.
He has never
done so. He never claimed.
Let me tell
He
you
never
why I
claimed
say
to
so.
be an authority in politics.
For somebody like him, he doesn't have to claim to be.
He never did.
You are the one categorizing him
Wait
as
now,
authority.
let me explain to you what I
You've
mean.
been explaining now, Patosti. We get
I gave
your
you an example of C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis did not claim to be an authority. But anytime he
so
talks
you can never
about
did too on politics.
That's
He
what I'm
never
saying.
did to be an authority.
If you're an authority in a field, if you're an authority in a field very large than life, if you speak of another field, you must issue a disclaimer. The duties on you to issue a disclaimer, because the tendency is this. The tendency is for your audience to assume you're an authority. They think you know everything.
What?
Because that's the way your audience sees you. So you have a duty to your audience to say, look here, I know you see me as somebody that is very intelligent and everything, but in this area, I'm a novice. I'm just expressing an opinion. You understand? I'm just expressing an opinion.
I don't know. I don't know why you get the authority from.
No,
It's just
that's
an
what is
expression.
presumed. That's what is
No,
presumed
no,
by people
that is
listening
to
to me.
you,
No,
Patoski. You
why?
can't
No, okay, then
generalize.
why is
Ajale
this
Gogo
statement
Egbamiloro
having so
Patoski.
much weight? Why does the statement have so much weight than
No,
an
it's because
ordinary
there's a
person?
big. It's because it's a big figure. That is
Yes,
why.
because
Okay,
they see him as an
Patosi, can you point
authority.
to a particular issue where he spoke as an authority on? Can you mention any?
Baba Kotimo Sodi, you see, if you, for example, if you say something, you might even be saying the truth and the facts. And when you can say something, or in politics, so now, when you guys saying something that is not as truthful as your own, his own will have more weight. Even though he's not a professor of politics, he has never been a governor, a councillor, he had never really played in politics. But because of the weight, the message that people will be hearing will have more impact than your own. Because of that, because the unspoken perception, see, the unspoken perception is that he has weight. For example, why are we discussing him now? He's not the only person that have expressed political opinion, but because he's Wale Soyinka, so he has a duty to his audience to say, look, I'm speaking as a layman to a layman, as a Nigerian to a Nigerian, not as somebody who has an authority or who has sat in Security Council, who has one knowledge that you don't have. He owes that duty to us. That's the way I see
But
it.
you say Patoski. You see, when he spoke and described Obi's claim that he won the election as a graduate, he
Ajale Gogo, I like that slogan. Graduate.
That word graduate.
Ajale Gogo, and people have been chewing on that word
That is
since
radical,
that
man.
time. Graduate.
That word graduate is the international word now. If I enter the Cambridge dictionary now,
You see, that's
graduate.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying now. You see, his word has become international. It has become, it's because of the weight.
It's an international word now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
And
I'm
it's
saying.
because of the person that say that word,
It's
that
not
spoke that
funny.
word.
It's not funny
Yes.
because we are discussing people's life. We are discussing national issues. So if he's speaking like that, he owes a duty to the country that, look, I am speaking as an individual like you and me. I'm not an authority, so I can be wrong. If really authorities in this field sit down to analyze what I'm saying, I can be wrong.
He back his statement with the
So
fact.
you're already beginning to now see him as
No.
filthy.
Hold on. You know that he have election observer organization
Organization, yes.
that
Yes.
monitor the election. And according to him, in that interview, he said the observers did not even see Obi as second in that election,
Yeah,
but
I agree
rather
with you.
third. And how can you that is third? And it's not only his organization, all observers organization,
Even
all of
international
them,
observer. International
international
observer.
observers, all of them came with the same outcome, conclusion rather. So, and for Obi to now claim and won the election, it's totally graduate now. So it was because of the available fact, to him that time. That is why he was so confident with that description of
But
Obi
I think we
as
need
graduate.
people. I think we need people to stand up to him, and those that stand up to him, we should allow them to freely stand up to him, and not begin to rubbish them out. Sincerely, I'm a partified person, but I'm not seeing Wale Soyinka as a larger than life figure in the field of politics. No. The man is even getting old now. His mind is probably not as sharp as he used to be, and he even said so himself. So if, for example, a man who has said so himself, we should respect him. I don't know why people keep going to him, interviewing him. No, he put him too much under pressure. The man will be saying things.
But Patoski is an elder statesman. You
But you
can't.
should let the elder
And
to rest
an
now.
authority too. And it's an authority too.
See
Eh?
now, you should allow the man to rest. The man, one of the interview, the last interview he granted,
Patoski
he
is an
said,
authority in his
the
own
man
field.
said in the
So,
last
a
interview, the man said
Nobulore, for that matter. Eh?
the man said his mind is not as sharp as it used to be. That's a very honest man, a very sincere man. You understand that his mind is not as sharp as it used to be. We should expect that he's a very old man now. And he has gone through so much for the country, for the globe, for everything. You understand?
I
So
think
they shall allow him
he's
rest.
suffering from cancer also. He's been managing it for
He has
years.
recovered self from that one.
Yeah.
He recovered from cancer. So you should allow the man to rest. But I will take his word with respect, but I will not take it as an absolute fact that I will just go and almost be running around without questioning. Without even questioning.
But would you agree with me that he have never spoken? I've never had him spoken
based on what?
Ajalikoko, you are.
You never had him both speaking and saying what?
Ajalikoko, you are fainting. Ajalikoko, say that again. Your line went off. Yeah. He has never spoken.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah.
I'm driving. Maybe I'm in a bad
Okay, we can
area
hear
where
you.
my.
We can hear you
We can
now.
hear you now. We can hear
You
you
can hear
now.
me now.
He said, "I've never
Yes.
heard him
Okay.
spoken."
I said, but would you agree with me that he has not spoken baselessly and I mean without fact most of the time? Would you agree with me on that?
No, but the question is this: when he speaks, because he's an authority, we
Patoski,
don't question.
agree first. Agree
No,
first.
no,
You
no,
are
no,
trying
no.
to
I've
run
never
away.
examined all the things. No, wait. You can't tell me to
Patoski is
agree
trying
when
to
I
run
don't
away. It's
agree now.
yes or no question. It's a yes
I
or
don't
no.
have the tools that enable me to agree or disagree because I've never sat down to even analyze all his speech. Ajaleko has done that, so yeah, he knows that the man has never spoken without fact. You have sat down to analyze all Wole Soyinka's speech. I respect you. I have not done that, so I can't say whether in this case he spoke with fire, in this case he did not. For me to be able to say yes or no, I must have been able to at least analyze
But you've heard him.
80%
But
of
you
his
have listened to his interview. You've heard him spoken.
How many
You
of
know,
them
some
have I listened to?
the few that you have listened to.
Now,
How do you?
Ajaleko, the question I even thought you wanted to ask me was, has he ever spoken? I've never heard him speak and say, I'm speaking as an authority. You understand? He has never done that. Say, I'm speaking as authority. But the fact, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Wole Soyinka has never spoken and say, I'm speaking as authority. But the fact is that no authority comes and say, I'm speaking as authority. The only one that said that was Ajumobi, the conspired authority.
But he's a governor. He's an authority, isn't he?
But
he's a governor. He can claim it as an authority.
there is no man who is an authority that has even ever come to say, I'm speaking as an authority.
the governor.
So even authority don't say, I speak as an authority. It is the people that are listening to them that perceive them as such. So, for example,
that means you are the one perceiving Wole Soyinka as an authority.
It is given. If, for example, I come to you and I say, oh, yes, for example, if I give you my profile as an economist, as an accountant, my background, you like to think, oh, Patrick, yeah, he's an economist, an accountant. You should be able to know this. You're beginning to give me some level of authority in that field. The point is that it is my duty to say I don't know when I don't know. It has happened to me on this plan. When I say I don't know, but I think, then I'll ask Fatai. I say, Fatai, what do you think is, or Kulata, what do you think? Because even if I'm an economist and accountant, I don't know everything about it. I don't know, not even everything. I don't know so many things. So many. There are more things that I don't know than I know in that field. And that's a field I've devoted years of my life to study. The point is that no authority comes to say, I'm an authority and I'm speaking as an authority. No. Nobody does that. But when an authority perceives especially for Coalition Yinka, who is a communicator, perceive that his audience will see him as an authority. He owes a duty to say, look, I am not speaking as an authority. I'm speaking as one ordinary Nigerian to another ordinary Nigerian. That's the civilized thing to do. I'm surprised an academic, but he's not doing that. Sincerely. Anybody that is honest will agree with me. I'm surprised an academic and he's not doing that.
I think you are the one perceiving him as a.
That's the way audience do.
Yeah, Patrick, let me land, please. And you perceive him as authority, you are not wrong. He's an enigma, he's an authority, he's an international man. For God's sake, I don't know if only if you continue to say you don't know Wole Soyinka, because a Nobel laureate for that matter. That is not a small position, my brother.
In literature,
So,
put
in
literature,
literature
Nobel laureate
for
in
that matter.
literature.
Yeah. So we
And
can.
so it can't be a Nobel laureate in politics or in chemistry or in medicine. So the man must know his limits. He must know. You see, the way to know a man who is smart, a real man, and a man who is intelligent is a man who identifies his limits. A man who does not identify his limit is not even a man in that sense, because he's seen himself as unlimited. Even angels have limited. So a man who does not know his limit and does not define his limit and does not communicate his limit, I don't totally have respect for that person. We all know that we are human beings and we are limited in our capacity. But I appreciate the fact that the man knows his limit, because his last interview, I think he told Seun, he said, look, he said, Seun, my mind is not as sharp as it used to be. You understand? So don't be surprised if I miss out. You understand? So the man knows his limit, but we should know the man's limit too. He's a Nobel laureate in literature. That's the point. And he's a Nobel laureate in literature at that time. Literature has gone far beyond what it was when he won that prize. He probably wouldn't win it again now if he had gone in. You understand? Of course, he didn't win it again. Now, he had other works after then, and those works didn't come up to qualify him to win it. He can win it 2, 3 times, 4 times, but he can't win it again now, which means that literary work has advanced beyond him. So he must know his limit. We must put his limit on him. And when the man is old and eventually die, then we all know that he's actually, after all, limited.
Patoski, what are you talking about, man? Literature has gone beyond. What has changed in literature?
No, you see, okay, you were not following us from the beginning. What led to it was that,
No, that statement you made about literature. Literature
I said
has changed.
literature, every work is progressing, advancing. Literature in the time of Shakespeare is not what it is now. There's
Really?
dynamic. It's
Okay,
dynamic.
guy, be specific. Well, what has changed about literature?
No, I'm not an authority in that field.
Okay,
But
well,
what I'm
you're
saying is
speaking
that
authority now. And
what
even
I'm
say
saying is that
Shoyinka wouldn't win Nobel
wait
laureate in
now, may
literature
I
today.
finish? Yeah, you have asked the question. What I'm saying is that there have been more works after then and greater works. And Wazirika has also contributed to the further work in literature after he won, because he has written more works after he won. He has written some other works after he won. But those works were not sufficient enough to project him to win again.
No, you
That's
don't
what I'm
win.
saying.
You don't win Nobel laureate twice in the
You
same. You
can
don't.
win. You can
No,
if
no,
you
no,
if you can win. You can win it. You can
no,
win it if you have
no.
new
They don't.
works.
They don't give you double Nobel laureate on the
No.
same.
If you have new
Oh
works,
Lord have mercy. Do you know
it's
the
based
meaning
on
of
your
Nobel laureate?
work.
No,
So what I
no.
say is based on
Listen,
your work.
Nobel laureate is not a yearly award like like a
It's not a
sport
yearly award.
sport title or music title. No,
It's based on your work. If you have new works that
they
maybe,
can't give
for
you. They
example,
can't be twice Nobel laureate twice. It can only be once.
okay, sir.
Once you're a Nobel laureate, you're a Nobel laureate. That's it.
Okay, sir.
But can you have the Nobel laureate in another?
Yeah, maybe in
In,
another field or something.
but Patoski, I think you are said earlier
But
on,
Oski is
you have
right. It is on your work. If you have new work, they will give it to you. If the work is
that's what I'm saying.
good enough.
In another aspect, not in literature again, or yes.
You
No, in
can
literature,
win
still
more
in
work in
literature,
your
yes.
field. For example,
Your field, yeah.
if for example
If
they
you
give you a
release
Nobel
new
laureate for
innovative, yeah.
inventing penicillin, if you
Yeah.
invent something else that is of national or
They,
global interest, they will give you again.
they will give it to you again. Yeah.
It's to motivate you to do more.
They give you Nobel laureate in medicine, and they give you Nobel laureate in medicine again.
Yes, for what? They give you a Nobel laureate in medicine for your
Yes, for
work
your
in
Hold on,
the
hold on.
work
penicillin.
Okay,
for
let me
your
ask you
new
That's
this.
another
invention, yeah.
Wait.
work.
Is Peace Prize, was it based on a work?
You said for peace,
Wait, was it based on a book? Wait,
there
hold
are
on
two
now. Was
types
it
of
based on a
Nobel
book?
laureate. There's two types of Nobel prizes. For the peace, it's based on your work. Maybe for example,
Wait, don't push the goalposts. The Peace Prize they gave Shoyinka, was it based on
they
one book
didn't
that
give
he
him
wrote?
Nobel, they didn't give him peace prize now. They gave him Nobel laureate in literature, not peace prize.
Okay. The Nobel laureate, okay, was it based on a work, one book?
Yes, now he's work in
Okay,
literature.
what is the name of the book?
He has, I think, Ake, they analyze Ake and some other
No,
books
it
like
wasn't
that.
based on a book. Man. Come on.
They analyze Ake and analyze some other books like that.
It's a recognition. It's not based on just one book you write.
It's
Or something.
based
It's a
on
recognition in your field, in your
work,
career.
chairman, work.
Yeah, but no, all his work, his contribution
Wait
in that
now.
field. Listen, they give you that as your contribution in that field, not for one particular book you
This thing
wrote.
you are
Or
saying, you are just asserting. If they will look at your work, if you have done more work after that, they will give you. That's what I'm saying. If you have done more work, the Nobel Prize is also meant to recognize you and to motivate you and others to do more. So if, for example, except Peace Prize, even for Peace Prize, it's based on your work in a particular area. Professor Mohammed
it's
Yunus.
not based on one work. You know that, right?
Wait now,
They didn't give it to him based on one work. You know that, right?
Yes.
So if it's not based on one work, so why would they give him twice?
Chairman, wait now, let's analyze this thing. Look at Professor Yunus. He was given a Peace Prize for his work in area of microcredit.
Okay.
And what he did.
And was there a specific work or just all his
Yes,
work?
it was a specific work now.
All his
In
work combined, right?
microcredit.
His contribution combined, right? Or just one
Yes,
particular
in
work?
microcredit, for that microcredit. So if tomorrow Yunus intervened in Russia-Ukraine war and brought peace, they will give him for his work in reconciling Russia and Ukraine. So they will give him. The point is that if they consider that work sufficient enough. So if, for example, I invent penicillin now, and they say, Dr. Patrick or Professor Patrick work in medicine or pharmacology for penicillin invention. If tomorrow I invent something that is better than COVID vaccine, they will say for his work in COVID. They'll say they give you a Nobel Peace Prize in chemistry for your work in a particular field area. You understand? That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Go and check now. People get more than two now. People, as we are talking, I've even searched online. You can get more than two. Say 502 organizations have received more than one Nobel Prize. You can receive more than 2, 3, 4 as long as you are contributing sufficiently and is qualified. If your work is qualified, it will be unfair to you now for them to say no because you have gotten before. No. That means they are saying don't do anything again, just go and sit down.
Okay. They will say Wole Soyinka is a Nobel laureate in literature, right?
Yeah.
So if they give him another Nobel laureate in literature, then how would
Yes,
they
you can get
how would
for
they
his
distinguish
work.
both?
If he,
How
for
will they
example,
differentiate both?
no, wait now. If he did, maybe he did some work in, maybe he decided to do.
They didn't say Nobel laureate for Ake.
Wait now. If they say they give you a Nobel laureate in literature for your work in this area, they will analyze. I'm trying to look at that his presentation. I'm sure they will list the works. If tomorrow you work with a professor of literature in France, he speaks French, and decide to do some literary work in French, they will give him. or decide to do some translation work, to do some, as long as they are doing those work and they examine that collection of work and see that this is sufficient, they will give him. It will be unfair to him now not to give him if he has done that much work again. But that's not even what you are saying. What you are saying is that is a Nobel laureate in literature does not make him a Nobel laureate in medicine, in politics, you understand? So people must understand him as such. But the tendency is for people to see him as, this man is a Nobel laureate. He's very intelligent too. So if he says anything, now if to Professor, you can say, oh, all this noise about diabetes, sugar does not really cause diabetes. Some people will believe him. Some people believe, they won't say, he's not a professor of, they will say, he's a Nobel laureate. He has connection, he has studied, he has been exposed, he's talking from, that's the point. Look at the way Pastor Chris carried mic and said that it was 5G that was causing COVID now. Some people believed him because he has that clout as an authority, but he's a pastor. His field of authority is in theology and, you understand, spirituality, not in medicine, not even in communication technology. So what's his problem? You get what I'm saying? So I stand to say, as a layman, Nigerian to Nigeria, that Wole Soyinka is a professor of literature, a literary icon, a Nobel laureate literature, but not. It might not even be as good as somebody who has a master's degree in political science from last week in the area of politics. That's the point. Thank you. I yield.
Yeah. Do you want to speak about the topics? Yeah.
You said I want to speak about what?
Hello. The
You are
topics.
breaking.
Yeah. Finally, which Yoruba I want to say, the secret has, yes, yeah. Okupe has came out with his interview for almost 30 minutes. I think we listened to 15 or 20 minutes there about. He said we didn't win the election. He told us about Labour Party only have 20% in polling youth agents. He talked about Peter Obi. The only way that can be president is to go back to PDP, which is not even sure. He talked of many things. So it doesn't come across to me as a bombshell, because this is what we have already discussed here, sealed and done with. Yeah. So what do you think about Okupe's interview? Pabloski, can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, Thomas.
I can hear you.
Thomas.
I can
Please
hear you.
check,
Thank you.
Thomas, please
Let me
check
use the
private.
ground, but I see people say that I hate Soyinka. No, I don't. I respect
Thomas.
him.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Thomas.
How are you, my brother?
Yeah, please check the private message.
Oh yes, I will.
I will yield the ground, but I'm saying, as I read in the comment, people say I hate Soyinka. No, I don't hate him. I respect him. He's an inspiration. I've joined in protest with him against the military. He has led us in protests, in fights, and so if some of us have really followed him in that, it means that we respect him, and we'll continue to respect him as a Southwesterner, as a Southerner. You respect old people, but the point is that we all have our limitation. You understand? We all have our limitation, and the man identified that. We must all understand that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not an obedient. You understand? And the man is that we should all acknowledge that. If not, we'll just follow dead body enter grave now. Even when dead body, they tell you, say, I'm not saying it's dead body, sorry to even use that. So the man is
What do you disagree with, Sharika?
the man is a literary icon. The essence of literature is to allow us to steer our mind, to think. So that's why we need to think. Even think about the things he himself says. He doesn't expect us. Soyinka does not expect you to take everything he says, look like and say,
what Pabloski is saying is, when it comes he's speaking
Yeah,
like
you're
an
breaking up.
authority, which I don't agree. What's wrong today? No?
You are breaking.
I didn't hear you, man.
That's my network. Yes. I think the
can hear you
Wi-Fi
now.
is playing up. You can hear me now? Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Mike, what I'm saying is Patoxi is saying that Wale show when he called Peter Obi graduate, that he is acting, is speaking like an authority, that he should not be doing that. And we've been disagreeing with him and Ajale Koko that it just expresses his own opinion. It's just an opinion. So that's what we are.
Yeah, you know, I kind of think Shrika shouldn't have gone that far. I kind of think so. But I think I'm okay with him deciding this. They are disagreeing with Obi, but to use the word graduate, that's kind of like an attack. I won't lie. He shouldn't have done that. I'll be honest, like, you know, because it's like an attack now. Even though it was graduate, we get it, but he should not use the word. That's like too deep of a word. But of course, I mean, I'm not in the shoe because the way Obi's followers were insulting him, attacking him, I mean, I understand why you and Obi not, uh, so I get it, but I think you should not use the word.
But you see, Mike, it is really graduate now.
It is graduate for sure.
But see, why are we castigating him saying the truth? He's saying the truth.
Being the elderly person, that's what I think.
Yeah, but elderly person is even the one that should say the truth. More than even
but more in a diplomatic way as an elder. That's what I think.
now. He graduate. That name graduate is a diplomatic now.
Mike, eh?
It's not because I like Obi. You know I don't like Obi, but I'm just saying like no.
Hold on. You say Wale Soyinka said it loud and clear that a person that did not even come, the person that can contest the election, say, oh, they rigged me, should be somebody in second position.
Wale Soyinka is right in his assertion. It's perfect. But what I'm saying is personal attack part is where I think he shouldn't have done.
Who did he attack?
His position is right. But personal attack, calling someone name. I mean,
who did he attack?
Not direct name, but
who did Wale Soyinka attack? Who did Wale Soyinka attack?
By saying, I mean, because someone, it's like saying someone is a fraudster now. Basically calling someone
Who did he call it? Who did he call a fraudster?
Graduate is like someone is a fraudster now. Someone is the graduate.
Okay. Hold on. No, no, graduate is not. Well, in English, when you call somebody a fraudster, it carries a lot of weight.
He said he described it. He said he described the art. No, I can play it. He didn't call it.
When you say there's a context to it. When you say somebody is a graduate, somebody that is in third place, claiming that he won the election, is a liar. So that graduate, you can
you can prove that he's a liar, but call him a liar directly.
Non-truthful, I mean, unfactual. So graduate is not fraudster. It depends on the context. Yoruba word, there's a context to it, the way we use it.
Ajale Koko even said this. He didn't call Obi graduate. He described the act of Obi saying that he won the election as graduate. He didn't be graduate.
Graduate is graduate. I mean,
graduate is graduate.
Graduate is graduate. There's no. But look, That is what Okupe has confirmed to us today. Okupe said they didn't win the election.
They didn't win the election, yeah.
So, what else? Who else can tell us the truth other than Okupe?
And he said, how? He said, how can you win election? He said, how can we win election? He said it, Ajale Gogo.
So, and Passat was trying to describe Waleto Inva as a very inconsistent man that Obasanjo described him in his book, that is not a person that you can hold by his word, you know, trying to use that to, you know, say
Go and kill Guinea and
that
drink
him calling Obi Gbadue is I mean, it's not credible. That is not a credible person himself, as Obasanjo describing in his book. And I telling Pastor that look, the fight between Soyinka and Obasanjo has history to it, long time since when Obasanjo was a military officer. When Obasanjo ordered the destruction of Kalakuta Republic and burned down the place, they've never been friends. He's been on the neck of Obasanjo as a bad leader. And Wole Soyinka has shown that to every military head of state. He's never been their friend. Abacha wanted to kill him. He has to run away from the country.
To exile.
To exile. So he's never been friend to any military rule. Because Wole Soyinka never see Obasanjo as a man that genuinely want to govern that country in the interest of the people of that country.
Ajale Gogo, they are brothers from the same state.
They are brothers.
They are not far from each other. I know the both of their houses.
They are brothers. So, but they are brothers that represent different ideology and, you know, different way that a country should be governed. He believed that Obasanjo military mentality and, you know, particularly when Obasanjo was president and he went to destroy Odi, Wole Soyinka never let him rest. You know, Wole Soyinka did not, it was responsible. Wole Soyinka and other were responsible for Obasanjo not to become the Secretary General of United Nations when Babangida sponsored him.
They will lay him.
Yeah, they went to United Nations. They carried all the posters and everything that he did during the military, the destruction of Kalaguta, the killing of Mama Fela's, killing of Mama Olufumilayo Kuti, and other atrocity that he committed as a military officer. They took it to United Nations, posted it that how do you want to look at this man that have committed, they describe him as a genocide leader. How do you want this person to occupy the Secretary General, administrator of the World Organization? So they really mess him up. So they've never been friends. They can never be friends.
They can never be friends. Ajale Gogo.
Yeah.
They
So
can never be friends. They can never be friends. Yeah, and it just befuddles me that the two of them close to their grave, they can't even their differences. They can't handle their differences. Even at their old age, they call themselves Christian. All these righteous indignation that we always scream in that country. So I don't know why they can't. Their differences, they can't iron it out. Obasanjo. No.
they can't be friends because he's a Democrat So he's a Democrat, and Obasanjo is a military-oriented, military mentality way of solving problem. So, and they can never be friends, you know. They will not agree. They will never agree. So that is it. He
Well, I
believes
got
in
to
human rights. He believes in human rights. Obasanjo doesn't believe in human rights. Obasanjo believes that what he wants to do, let him just do it. If by military order, military might, let's just achieve what we want to do. So, and he did that during the OD time, level up that place because they want to kill a military officer. So, to Wole Soyinka and some people that Falana as well, they never agree with Obasanjo on anything. So
they don't even
that's
care
it.
about their brothers. They came from the same state. Their house is not far from each other. Obasanjo house is in somewhere in Salegbe, if I'm right. Wole Soyinka house is in Idiaba. They are not even far from each other. I know they are both houses. They are not even far from each other, but they never see eye to eye. Never.
That's bad people for you. The ego, they have ego and they don't like to surrender to each other. That's the way they are. You know, it look like DG is here, DOG is here. I mean, let's hear from him now.
I can't see the comments in the private section. You said it's yes. I dipped out and in, so I can't read your private message. Yeah, DOG, are you with us? Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah. Finally, everything done bust. Okupe done said they never win the election. Peter Obi is just jumping from pillar to post. He said they don't even have 80% present at the polling youth. They only have 20%. And the Obi'S always come here and cry that they have agents in all polling booths. So these people self, I don't know.
We all knew the entire time that they were lying. It's obvious. Those characters, man. I mean, those people is like at one point I don't even follow them argue again. Like, wasn't there a kid that came here that you were showing him blue and he's telling them I know it's red. My brother, we are showing you now. It's in your face and you're saying they will argue with you like something that's very obvious. They will still trying to argue, convince you that no, it's not what you are saying. If you hide that is deceiving you. We don't need people. Everybody knew that the guy didn't win the election. He came third. Yeah, I mean, he's obvious.
Mike, he said we didn't win the election. He said it in his own words. How can we win the election? They said the party doesn't have structure. He said they just use Labour Party. He said it. It's just they're driving. I forgot that English he used. It's just like a driving tools. He said they sort around, they do shopping around, looking for parties.
Special purpose vehicle.
Yeah, special purpose vehicle.
He said the party is a special purpose vehicle to get them to power. He said they shop around. They went to so many parties.
Like Google and Tepa.
Like Google and Tepa, looking for bread and butter. Amala, Tigbegiri. Shop around before they finally landed in the Labour Party.
They go that place. And even he said the ideology is not same. He said I am a capitalist, the Labour Party is a socialist. No, he just finished. He finished Labour Party, Mike. He finished Peter Obi, finished everything.
Did he follow with Obi or are they still friends? Which one?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Maybe obedience.
I don't think so.
Obi follow us.
No. Obedience will. No, still about more when we started seeing the comments, they will come after him. They haven't come after him. I mean, they haven't seen any.
Now they will come after him.
And the interview is just yesterday. The interview is just fresh. So the Obedience will still come after him. I know now.
No,
And
this
it's
time
just, I know.
they will come after Yoruba people.
Yes, yes. And finally they will say Peter. I said they will say Tinubu don't pay Okupe. That is what they will say finally. You know, you will see now. They will say Tinubu don't pay Okupe. So that's why speaking rubbish. Oh my God, the DG of the DG. Can you say the DG of Peter Obi will not see what is going on in the party? They are still trying to say that no, it can't be. No,
Our
Passat was yes, our mandate was stolen. We win the election. Even the DG of the party saying you did not win the election. It's just total nonsense. I don't know. I hope Peter Obi too we say something. Maybe
Ekene
later.
is here. Let us hear him now. What is the latest from the account on Okupe?
Ekene Okupe, what happened? What happened? Is Okupe lied to us? Have you
I
given
don't know.
up?
I did not listen to the interview. Unless if
You still
Thomas.
say your mandate was stolen?
You don't need to listen. I can tell you everything that he said. If you want to listen, then you respond to us.
Don't add sugar and salt. Too.
Let
I will not add.
Tekene come back tomorrow after watching that video. That is when he can get the full knowledge of what Okupe, said in the interview. It's well loaded. Ekene, loaded, heavily loaded. You need to watch it. You need to watch it. You really enjoy it. It's full
Where's
of
the video?
information that we never had before.
I did not watch it now.
Yeah, but he already finished. He finished all the obedience. Finished the Labour Party. Finished everybody.
Don't listen to Thomas. So he didn't finish you people. He just told us some fact of what happened. He didn't finish obedience. He didn't describe obedient bad people. He didn't describe Obi bad person. But he was just telling us what actually happened before the election, before they got to Labour Party, and what they did during the Labour Party, how the election was conducted, and the outcome of the election. You need to go and watch it. Maybe tomorrow.
Let me just let me paraphrase what he said to. So is an obedient. We've been waiting for obedient to respond. Firstly, he said you guys have only present in 20% of the party agents. And you always come here, Kenny. You always bang the table that you have present everywhere. So what can you say to that?
That means you don't listen to me whenever I speak with Thomas.
I'm not saying obedience generally. It's not really, I'm joking, not really you. Obedience generally. You always said we have party agents everywhere, even more than PDP, more than the APC. We have party agents.
Ekene said it too now. We said they all volunteer.
Yeah, I said we are volunteers. I said we are volunteers in our polling unit on the day of election. So we didn't. There's no much have some party agent issue on that. Even us that did it was a volunteer work. Yeah, so we don't have much party agent that day. It's a fact. So what else again did he say?
Said you did not win the election.
He said we did not win the election.
Yes. And there's no how. And he said there's no how Labour Party can win the election.
Okay. That is his opinion.
Is an opinion, DG of Peter Obi. That's not an opinion. That's a fact.
It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any difference that whether he's DG, he's a former DG. So if he said
Now,
there is no how,
he's former DG.
he said, I think I read something where he said that Obi don't have 10% of backing of the Nigerian elite. That there are people that make a president in Nigeria. There was a time that it's only 5 people decide who to be the president of this country. And Obi don't have the support of those people. I think it's the same interview that he said it.
So you've seen it.
So
You've seen the interview.
I just read some headline. The
Okay.
headlines that came out of that interview. So, which is to show that
He
in
said
Nigeria, for
Obi.
you,
He said even if Obi go and align with Atiku, he said it's going to be they're going to come out to achieve nothing. He said because Atiku. He said because Atiku. How can you go and rely? How can you go and rely on a person who is a failure himself, a person that never won election for himself? How will that person get you to power? Person that never won election, you know. He said
what would you expect to align with?
he said to rely Obi partnership with Atiku or trying to rely. He said is what Yoruba call Obom.
But I think Okupe these days, because he has come out of Labour Party, so he made it clear he never wanted to be he was never a Labour Party man. He was just supporting him. The Labour Party is a special purpose that they use for that election. Well, that's his opinion, but I will not condemn him for his opinion because everything he did for me to become the president of Nigeria.
That's a fact. He's an in-house guy now. You can't call that opinion.
It's an opinion now.
Yeah, but he knew more than you, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know, but that is his opinion. Even if he knows more than me, I have my own opinion also.
Yeah, your own can be the opinion. He can give us the fact. He's telling us the fact.
The fact he's telling you the fact because you choose only to believe it. You know, the narrative he's speaking is the narrative you want to hear. So that doesn't make it his fact. No. So his opinion, and I will not bully him for that. So it's just like it's just like yesterday we had some issue in Labour Party. We went for a stop by to see Apuro on the basis of an appointment they had, and some obedient came out and say that Obi is in the house, so want him to speak to us. So he came out and addressed the public, so telling them that very soon we are going to settle issues in Labour Party. And what we are facing now is the issue of governance. So let us keep the issue of next election aside and think about how we're going to solve the issue at hand in our nation.
Is it the
So
president
some faction of Abure brought out the headline. No, it doesn't matter. Anybody can work. Anybody can be part of national development, whether in the camp of the president or not. So some faction of Labour Party came out and wrote a piece to that Obi has endorsed Abure. And people like Ajali Koko, my senior, well-respected elder brother, and the one man brought out the headline and was using it against Obi yesterday. But when I watched the video, I never saw Obi make a statement to say I endorse Julius Abure. He didn't say that.
But
other people's opinion, they came out to say what they want to say.
But they
And some
endorsed the
people believe
National
their own
Executive
opinion.
Committee, the neck of the party. He endorsed it, and the neck is led by Abure. What is his name?
I didn't hear him say I endorse any neck. He didn't say that.
He didn't say he support the neck of the party to keep
No,
doing a good job.
he didn't say anything.
If you have the video,
Only,
send it to us now. Send it to one man so we
I
can play.
watch it on the airspace. I watch it on the airspace. One man should have it. It's not only the the writing that he will have. I watch it on the airspace.
What is airspace? What is airspace? Is it
Twitter.
Okay, if you don't have the video.
No, I don't actually have the video. I just watch it there. So I believe anybody that is on Twitter would have see the video. So and I don't expect one man not to see it. So he would have also bring up the video. There was a statement. I know there was a statement that says that he endorsed Abure by Labour Party, the people that wants that place to become the chairman. But there was also a statement also from Obi'S, people like Tanko, people like Dr. Mo, who said no, it was not an endorsement. They had an appointment at about 1 p.m. So Obi was going somewhere and decided to honor that appointment. In honoring that appointment, a lot of obedience in Abuja came out to see him and for him to speak to them, which he did and spoke to them.
But why
the
Obi
meeting
never
was
spoke against Abure and the illegal constituted leadership of the party? Why he never spoke?
What did you want him to? You want him to come out and say this Abure is a thief or Abure
silent
continue and come out? Do you want him to come out and abuse Abure?
No,
It's not
not to
unlike
abuse
that. What he in his statement with what I heard in the video, he said that what they are doing now is reconciliation, 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 and that is what they will continue to do until they get it right. So what else do you want him to do? He has made his statement clear. It's not his party, and he is not going to destroy the party because he was their former presidential candidate. I think a lot of meetings are even yesterday they still had a meeting yesterday because he left the country. So that meeting that he had with Abure day before yesterday was as a result that he's leaving the country. So he needs now to speak with them. He had a meeting with Abure. There was another meeting yesterday also. So a lot of things are going on the ground to be able to appease some people that is not happy with the leadership of the party and know how to conduct a proper convention from the world level, which I also heard from a direct member of the party. That a convention that will happen in some in the world level is being put in place. And so it's the other news was the opinion of those guys, and one man buy to it. So the same thing with Okupe. Okupe, his opinion. Many people buy to it. You never Dele Faro to me also came out and said, is it not in yesterday's interview or whatever that Tinubu did not win the election.
So
He
who
said
won the
it point
election?
blank. I don't know. I said Dele Farotimi made his own opinion that Tinubu did not win the election. He stole the election money.
Well, he is an obedient now, so we all know that. So for what are you expecting to say?
So that is also.
What do you expect an obedient?
Are we going to say that Doyin Okupe is a former obedient? So it's their
Well,
opinion. That's what I want you to understand.
Confirm obedient member of
Is
the.
that their opinion? That's what I want to.
Listen, if Fashola
Everybody.
come out to tell us that Tinubu didn't win the election, we can say okay, that's something more believable. But you can't tell us that a hardcore obedient like Farotimi will tell us something on behalf of obedient, not believe it.
As far as Doyin Okupe is no longer in Obi camp, as far as he's no longer in the Labour Party, whatever he says is his opinion. You can say
Tell you
whatever
that
you
it's no
want.
longer there.
He resigned now. He
No,
resigned. The only point I understand and what I buy from what he said is that there are forces you must appease before you become a president of this country.
So Tinubu appeased a force.
I don't know. He said during the campaign that he told Obi that those forces, he had only 10% of the support of those forces. And there was a time in Nigeria that it's only 5 people that decide who becomes the president of this country. Maybe they have increased in number.
Wait, I have a question. Do you think that statement is true? Like, do you, based on the result of the high election, based on the numbers, do you think that it really
If you think that the statement he made about Obi not winning the election is true, then you should you should also know that what he said also in that
Well,
regard is
if
also
you allow me to, you remember I said based on the election results, because
no.
if you think about it, hold on, wait now. If you think about it,
No, you can't
nobody.
believe the other. You can't believe the other from him and.
Well, if you
decide
allow
not
me,
to
I'm not
believe
saying I don't believe. I'm just telling you. I'm trying to take you somewhere to look at something. Then you can use that. Looking at that thing, then you can decide. In that election, you know that nobody is called to 50%.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Even winner, even Tinubu didn't score 50%.
He didn't even score 40%.
I think
that is according to INEC now.
So the owner of the country wants to give you the presidency, they will be giving 30%.
Mr. Mike, I think I have understand what I want to understand with so and it still shows that our forces holding our country down, that we cannot produce, Nigerians cannot produce presidents for themselves.
Because Obi did not become the president, Abi.
Oh, it's not. It didn't start today. It's not because.
So the 12 states that he won, who stopped him from winning those states?
Oh, Mike. I'm saying what came out from the interview, not to carry me to go where I don't know.
Well,
I'm saying what came out from the interview is what we're discussing, and you cannot choose the other and leave the other. We are discussing the whole interview. It doesn't matter where.
Let me put this. Okupe confirmed that Labour Party rigged. He said everybody rigged in that election.
That's his own opinion. Also, I didn't league in my polling unit.
Mike, did you hear that? That's his own opinion. He said
We didn't league in our polling unit, and we scored the highest number. Nobody came close to us. APC,
I'm going to believe you.
APC got 15 votes. PDP got 1 vote. Labour Party got 105 votes in my polling unit.
Now you guys didn't rig it, I mean.
I didn't get anything. We were there. We counted the numbers and we submitted it. Right. We didn't rig any election that you won. Why would you rig it? So maybe if he had supported Obi or liked Obi, he would have also rigged for Obi in the Southwest. If he has helped Obi to rig in Southwest, in some areas in Southwest, maybe he would have won now. Cannot come out and say that people rigged Labour Party rigged the election. Understand? When I know that I never involved in any rigging.
So in the southeast, the Peter Obi got 90% vote. You guys did not rig, Gabi.
Who rigged for him? If we wanted to rig for Obi, especially in Anambra State, Obi would have got up to 1 million votes in Anambra. Yeah. And even if I'm even angry that they didn't rig for him in that regard.
How do they get 1 million votes when registered voters are?
It's not 1 million.
When you don't
registered
have
voters in Anambra State is registered voters in Anambra State is it's about 2 million something.
Where?
In Anambra State. Go and check it. Go and check how many registered votes we have in Anambra.
Registered voters in Anambra is about 2 million.
Again, somebody say you guys were rigging election in the church.
Where? Do you know that the governorship election? How many people you think? How many voters?
What you will be talking about is accredited voters. But if you are talking about registered voters in Anambra State, we have more than 2 million registered voters.
Yeah, more than 2 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't have it, but I know that Southeast recorded the lowest registered voters in all of
the Southeast is not like that. Even in Imo State has more than 2 million registered voters. The only place we have about 1.something million is in Ebonyi State, Abia State. I think Enugu has up to that 2 million registered voters.
If they put everything together, you still
It's just that what happened most especially happen in Anambra State is low turnout. Low turnout. They don't really believe in election the way maybe the northern, the southwest believe in election. They don't really believe in it. Even that past election, that will be election that they came out. But even if you are talking about rigging in Anambra or in the southeast, during when he was vice to Atiku, he got even almost the same number. Almost the same number when he was vice to Atiku in the southeast entirely. So it's not only for the last election. The election before the 2019 election that he vice Atiku, he got, go and check it. He got almost the same number for Atiku in the southeast.
Bring the key to me outside.
Yeah. Huh?
No, go on.
So people that say that he rigged election in the southeast, I don't know what they are trying to. Is the point they're trying to make. Can continue to get that same number. At least the 2 times he was a vice or he has involved in an election, he got the same number. About 90-something percent. When he was vice, it was about 90-something%. When he was when he ran for the president, it was also for almost 90%. So what are we talking? So
yeah, well, that's your own narrative, but Okupe had another narrative. So everybody have their opinion, which
That's what I said. That's what I said, Mike. It's his opinion. Thank God you now believe that it is Okupe's opinion. The same way Dere Falotimi has his own opinion. Why I use Dele? Why I use Dele is because Dele is also from the southwest. You understand? I don't want to use example of who is not from the southwest. So if you want to insult your brother because he supports Obi, you can continue to insult him and call him all manner of them because it seems as if only the obedient that insult people, but you don't for most of the time you overlook that most of APC supporters insult people also. You insulted Dele Falotimi the way they insulted Baba Obasanjo when he declared his support for Obi. Nobody talked about that. It's only when it comes to
registered voters in Anambra State are 2.5 million voters.
Okay. So I didn't make a mistake now.
Yeah, I didn't argue with you. I'm just giving you the facts from the portal, from INEX portal.
So, Thomas, good morning.
Good morning, Simba. How are you?
Yeah. So, Ekene, how are you?
Welcome, my well-respected senior brother, Simba. God bless you.
Okay. So, you for the fact that you are turning out the same number of votes for whoever you supported in Southeast, does that mean that there was no rigging? Is that what you are saying?
Simba, sorry, before you answer, Okupe told us that everybody rigs. Labour Party rigged too.
And that's what I want to confirm from Ekene now. For the fact that, okay, you turn out the same percentage for maybe for Jonathan, for Atiku, and then for Obi, does that mean that there was no rigging? Is that what you are saying?
I'm not saying there was no rigging, but I'm trying to tell him that the point he's trying to bring out to measure the rigging is not a point. You understand?
Do you
At least
agree?
anybody that I did not witness anywhere where I was that Labour Party rigged. It's what I witnessed I will talk about. You understand? I did not witness, at least in my area, I witnessed about 4 polling units in my area. And those 4 polling units, I did not see anywhere Labour Party lead.
You know, Ekene, what you are saying, that is what every other person, irrespective of their political affiliates, will say. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what everybody will say.
One
thing, wait. One thing that we are very good at in Nigeria is that if you hear a story now, you understand, and it's not in your favor, whether it's a lie or it's the truth, we fly with it because it favors what you think or what you believe. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even when you have not even confirmed it. You understand?
Yeah.
Can you tell me, because you also believe that election was rigged, did you witness any rigging for you to believe that election was rigged?
If
on
I
your
should
own?
witness, if I should,
No,
if I
I'm
should
asking
talk
you, it's a
about,
question, it's a yes or no. Did you on your own
yeah, I
witness
witnessed a
any?
rigging from the side of APC.
So
Because
even in those 4 polling units that you said you witnessed,
let me tell you this.
you saw APC. No, just answer.
during
We're having interaction. Just hold on.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how it is possible for you to even be in 4 polling units at the same time and said, okay, you can confirm that.
No, I said I witnessed. It's easy for me.
That's what I'm saying. How is it possible for you?
Let me finish. Let me respond to you. During the election, when in some polling units, some touts came out and say, if you're not from this side of the country, don't vote in this polling unit. That was what started happening in the first instance. That was it rigging
Did
itself.
you witness
So,
it in your own
yeah, I witnessed it.
your own polling units? In your own polling
Yeah,
units.
I witnessed it. Even a lot of
So if they now
from.
when they
Let
now
me
ask
finish
you to
now.
leave.
Let me respond to you now. Let me finish now.
Okay.
In my compound, they wanted to be discouraged. They don't want to come out. I have to come inside and tell them no, go, because most of them, their polling units are different from my own. So I escorted them when we went to Alaba go to call the army people, and when they came, because the police were sitting those eye, not wanting to do anything. It was when we called the army people that they put a stop to that, and people voted accordingly. So that was a form of flagging also. Then, but during the governorship, the same thing happened. The same thing repeated itself. That the major polling units we have in my area, we have we have 2 major polling units that you can get up to 500 votes. Yeah, 2 major polling units. Each of them you can get up to 500 votes. So they came there also. They mounted there. If you are not voting for APC, don't vote in this polling unit. Very serious issue. If you see fight that morning, at the end of the day, the policeman was sitting there not saying anything. The army still came again, and put a stop to it. But this one, they now have to come back again in the evening when the vote was about to be counted. That 2 major polling units, they targeted it, use gun, scare people away. Even though people don't want to run that day, there was a serious fight between them and the voters. A serious one. It was when they started to shoot gun. Even the police people joined them in shooting the gun, and they scared the people away. The officials that were there, the people were dragging that box with them. They just seized the bus and they took them to one corner and carried the distance in their vehicle and run away. That 2 major polling units. That is during the governorship.
Okay, so the vote
witnessed
that
any
vote
rigging,
was not counted.
Who knows how they counted it? It was never counted. We never counted it. They never counted it in our front.
You said those touts
our
went
president.
away. They said the touts went away with the
They went away with it. So it was not counted. The vote was not counted. But when you go to the INEC, when you go to the INEC, let me when you go after we go to the INEC portal.
Ekene, please hold on.
Yeah.
Please hold on. So when the talk cut away, Simba, listen to me carefully. When the talk cut away the vote, that means the vote is void. It's not going to be counted.
The vote was never void. The vote was letter up.
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Okay.
Let me finish, brother. Calm down. When the talk cut away the vote, the ballot box, that means the vote will be void. Why do I say that? It won't be counted for Labour. It won't be counted for PDP. It won't be counted for ZZP or anything. So that means the vote is gone. You can't
when you letter in the INEC portal, the vote was there, and it was in the favor of it. Yes, it was in the favor of APC. Yes.
Simba, are you hearing that?
Ekene is formulating lies.
Oh my
I'm
God.
not formulating any lie. You would call it formulating. You know, I don't say all these things. No. I don't say all these things before. But I think I have to be saying it. If you want to call it a lie, you can call it a lie.
No. I'm not saying you are lying, but it sounds like a formulated something.
No, it's not
somebody. Simba, can you hear what Ekene is talking? The third
No,
category.
Ekene is playing on our intelligence now. Mhm. No,
And I
you
want to
are
tell
just
you that
playing on our intelligence.
I want to tell you that this action was carried along with the police. If I tell you that police shooted the masses just to carry ballot balls and the beavers machine,
Shooted
I was
masses,
marveled.
or they shot into the air to scare people.
Yeah, they
Did they
shot to
shoot
the air.
anybody?
So at the point
Uh-huh.
they saw people were not responding to them. They shot direct. So why should police behave in that manner in an election?
Ekene. So, will they kill people? Did they kill anybody?
They didn't kill anybody. It's just that people
Who
were
are they?
very
Who are
careful
they?
to.
Who are
So
they not?
when they
You
shot
said
it,
they shot
they shot.
direct.
They know the direction they wanted to shoot it. So when they shoot that
Mm.
direction, these people are wanted to shoot. They are shooting directly. People started to run. So when people run, it now remains them and the INEC officials. They carry the ballot box with the INEC officials and left.
You know, you
That
have
two major
said
polling units.
you have mentioned two things now, which are not. You know, if you are trying to lie, that is why you caught a liar. You said initially that those people came back and they went away with it, not the police and the ANEC
That
official. Now
their
you are not
police,
saying that.
they went
Now you
away
not
with
saying
that.
the ANEC official. Now you not saying the ANEC official. You understand?
With the INEC
That's what you said.
officials, they took the ballot box, everything with the INEC officials into their
Who?
truck.
Who?
Police.
The town or the police?
The police. I
Uh-huh.
cannot be saying anything against Nigerian police just to make a statement. I'm saying the police. That's what the police did. And I'm not hiding my. I cannot. I was not. I didn't say. I don't say all this all the time. Yeah.
Initially, he didn't say that it was the police and the ANEC officer that went away. They said those touts came back
Yeah.
Those
and went
South
away
first
with
came.
it.
Those South first came. People was like overpowering them because when they came in the morning, and said that if you're not voting for APC, don't vote here in our polling unit. There was a little fight. Then we stood there for like 1 hour. Then some of us went where the army people we and called them, said, see what some people are doing in our polling unit.
Yeah,
So when they
said
came
that.
back, when they came and resolved the issue in the first place, then votes started coming in until about 2. That even when we can, because this polling unit was just like in the same environment. When we counted our polling unit, we counted our own about after 1 to 2. We finished counting our own because our polling unit is in the major main road, so you cannot do anything there. These ones were in the major street of Shomimo and People's Bus Stop. These 2 major polling units. That polling unit, which I told you, can get up to 1,000 votes in that 2 polling units, and the Labour Party has an upper hand there, very upper hand. That 1,000 votes, I don't think APC can get up to maybe 50 votes in that 1,000 votes in that 2 polling units that I'm telling you. So, and that is why they came there, because what they do is that when they discover all these major polling units that Labour Party has a major hand, once they come in, that is what they will do to tell you if you're not voting APC, leave this environment, then cause some problem. Then at the end of the day, carry the ballot box. So that is what they did that day. So when they came back in the evening, 1 vote was about to be counted. They disturbed and the people there overpowered them. Small time, the police landed, came there, shooting at people. People don't want to run. At the end of the day, they started shooting anyhow, and the people started running. They took the ballot board to the officials of the INEC, all of them, in their truck and went away. At the end of the day, when the result came in, APC won the highest number of votes in those polling units.
Who signed those things?
They
Who
sign
signed
whatever they
the
want. You see those arguments being made in court and nobody answered it. So don't ask me questions that you know that I don't have an answer in a Nigerian constitution.
Simba, let me respond, please. Yeah, you respond. There was a kerfuffle in the polling unit. The right thing the police supposed to do is to guide the INEC officials and the INEC material so that it will not be destroyed. Right to do that.
But I told you I told you the police did an opposite. And that day, if I tell you that I didn't sleep, I was marveled. How can the police be acting in this manner?
But what do you want the police to do? Hold on. What do you want the police to do?
Their job is to protect a polling unit. But when I came out, I said, how can police involve in rigging an election in Nigeria? So when are we going to get it right?
How can you call that? How can you call that rigging? How can you call that rigging?
He said, what do you want to call it?
Hold on. How can you call that rigging? Safeguarding the official staff of the polling unit staff not to be get
You call that safeguarding? You call that safeguarding?
So they should get him. What are you talking about?
Can I come in?
Hello.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I listened to Doyin Okupe, narrative and everything. What he said can be true at the same time, untrue. Why am I saying this? Let me come to when it comes to the Labour Party. I mean, we know what transpired, in many parts of the countries, during the election. I mean, Lagos State was quite vividly, in that regard. So, like he properly stated, right from the only one that a little bit closer for not being able to have not been ringed is Abiola. Everybody knows that. Every election has been ringed. But in this particular election, the reason why I'm defending Labour Party in this time, because Labour Party has no structure. They don't have any, they don't have any structure to ring, the election in any state. Let's go to Southeast. I think Ekene was talking about the registered voter in Anambra and Imo State, being close to 2 million. And Thomas, you Google it, is 2 point something million. But Imo State, what a minute, Imo State normally have voter apathy, but in this election, I'm talking about per population, they have the highest vote, 20%. No other state come. I'm not talking about they have the highest number, so don't misquote me. But I'm talking about per population, they have the highest vote. But that's nothing, it's nothing to be brag about. So that's nonsense in my opinion. But anyway, let me stick to what I'm talking about. The reason why I say that Labour Party did not ring the party, they don't have any structure, any apparatus in anywhere to ring it. Even in the Southeast, what am I say? Omahi is APC. He's in charge of everything that happened in that place. So there's no way a Labour Party can ring it. Hold on, let me land. Let me finish. I've only come for a few minutes. You go to Imo State. Who's the APC? There's no way Labour Party people will go there and ring it in front of
election was rigged in the Southeast. That was a lie.
Hold on. Yeah, are you gonna allow me to talk?
Is it Soludo that will allow people to
make a comment? Can you allow somebody to finish my comment?
Telling us story.
Can I make my comment?
You guys will just come every day and be talking stories.
Can I make my comment?
We saw.
No, hold on. You hold on, please. Hold on, please. Let him land there. You can't tie him. Yeah, let him land.
In Anambra, Abba is in charge.
So it's only
hold on, let me land. Can you let somebody land?
Hold on. Let him land there. You can't tie him. Let him land.
Yes.
Yeah, let him land.
In Anambra, Abba is in charge. Soludo, who doesn't want Obi to fulfill his ambition because of his presidential aspiration? There's no way he's going to allow. He has the whole structure there. There's no way he's going to allow 190%. What happened? Did you all complain when Buhari won 90% in the Northwest? Buhari didn't do the same thing. So it's only when Obi won, 90% it become a problem. That's all of you going so hoopla like that has never happened in Nigerian politics before. So in my own opinion, Labour Party did not win the election. They are the every other party ring the election. That's just my opinion. I mean, it's a common sense. So I don't know why that's even in dispute. They don't have the structure. I mean, they don't even have enough people in the polling unit. We know what happened in River State. If they have the structure, there's no way. We know Labour Party won, River State. But if they have the structure, there's no way Wike could have done what he did. So come. I mean, we come here, we argue blindly like we don't know. I mean, the election is passed, and done and dust. Like we know right now, APC won the election. They're in charge, and when you are kind of misconstruct what Doyin Okupe said when he was saying that the election they didn't win the election. He wasn't saying that the election wasn't rigged or that kind of things. He was you're just putting English.
He said everybody rigs. He said everyone rigged.
Yeah, I'm talking about the first election. Yeah, everybody rigged, but he wasn't there. I mean,
but hold on, no,
he was just making a general statement. That's why I say his statement can be true and untrue too at the same time.
Hold on, let it be conversational. Let it be
Okay,
conversational.
no, I don't have an issue. I'm done. Somebody can go ahead.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah. You guys, I don't get you. With your whole logic now, in the southeast, you guys don't rig. But
no, I didn't say that, Thomas. I didn't say that. I said in this past election, Labour Party couldn't have bring the election because they don't have the structure.
Let me get you. So in the southeast, you guys don't rig.
Oh, don't make it general like in the south they don't rig. That's not it. We are talking about this past election.
No, in the southeast, when Obi got 90-something% of the vote, you guys did not rig.
No, they didn't rig.
Yes, good. You did not rig. But
that's what I said.
Let me finish now. No, let me speak. You keep quiet. Let you speak. I keep quiet. Let me ask question. You answer. You said no. You did not rig. Fine. I don't argue with you. Fine. But the other places, the other candidates win their election. They rig there. But you did not rig.
You want me to come in?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they didn't ring. And I gave my reason why I said they didn't ring. They don't have the structure. They don't have any member or whatever. They don't even have enough people at the polling unit, to guide them, for them to ring. No, they didn't ring. I mean, that's a common sense. Tell me, does Labour Party has any state they control before the election?
Man of prestige.
Do they have? Do they have anybody in the Congress? Do they have anybody?
Man of prestige. Let me ask you a question, please. Can you allow me, Thomas?
Yeah. I know Crown is saying something. Let's Crown come in. Then you ask the question. Yeah, Crown.
Man of prestige. We should not be economically with the truth. We know it. I'm not saying that APC did not rig election. That's not my point. But during that election, all of us here on this platform, we are not in Nigeria. We were not in Nigeria. We were not there. But everybody saw the video coming from the southeast when they were chasing any other party that want to vote any other party, aside the Labour Party.
We are seeing children voting. Crown.
We saw children voting. And you are telling me that they did not rig. So what is rigging? Why are we like this? We now come here every day telling us stories as if the thing is just annoying because I don't know why we talking like this. Because we are talking
children of 12, 13, 14.
Can I come in now?
You were not there. You every day. They don't have structure. That's why they did not rig. But we saw when somebody wanted to vote for another party and they chased that man, they were beating him and they sent the guy away. And you are saying they are not rigging. So what is rigging?
Okay. Man of prestige, before you answer, let me put this one to you also so that you can answer together. I just wake up and I hear Kenneth saying that is the same pattern that they have been voting right from maybe during the time of Obasanjo, Yaradua, Jonathan, and the same time you understand in the southeast. Those other time also, because PDP were the party that they were voting for and they have a structure. So if we have the same pattern continue till this time of Obi, and you cannot tell me during that period that we are talking about there was no rigging.
Okay, thank you. You want me to come in now?
You understand? So if you are voting in the same pattern during the time of rigging, and you voted the same way during the same time of no rigging, how could you explain that?
Okay, thank you.
Then I'm not finished. The second question is, what structure do you need to have on ground before you can rig?
Rig election.
Yeah. Election.
Okay.
God bless you for that question.
Okay. Okay, let's start with your first question. You said during the PDP time, because the Southeast tend to vote PDP and everything. Yeah, like you said, they
Don't
may have
forget.
ring. Definitely, there's every possibility that the election was ring in favor of them because APC has the structure in the Southeast. Plus people, tend to lean towards PDP at that particular time. So they're gonna ring it. There's no doubt about it. But my point I have at this particular time is that the Labour Party don't have any structure. I mean, the party in power is even against them. Look at Imo State. Hope who's the that's my state. I'm from Owerri. My parents lived there, so I know what. They tell me what transpired and everything. There's no way you're gonna. You don't know how dominant Hope who's is in Imo State. There's no way Obi gonna come there. I mean, Labour Party gonna come there on his domain and ring the election. By no means, that's not possible. I mean, I can bet my money on if there's anything anywhere to find the truth. But of course, we can't. We can't find out the truth because they refuse to tell us what happened. There's no way Labour Party is gonna win election in Hope or my domain. David Omahi, the same thing in Ebonyi State. There's no way. Not in Anambra.
What you are saying, you are not even answering the question. You are just talking because you say there is no way. There is no
How am
way.
I not answering the question?
You are not
the first
answering
question.
because I asked you what structure do you need to have on ground for you to be able to rig.
Okay,
That
what
is my
structure do you
question.
need to have on ground?
Then the question, the first question I ask you is that why you are just the way you are
But
talking,
I
you are just
answer you the first
talking based
question
on
now, but let me
assumption.
elaborate on
No,
the
you say
second
it's
one.
an assumption. That is not the answer. Okay,
What do you mean it's not an
you are
answer? I
recording
gave
the
you the
same number
PDP was
of
in
votes.
power. I mean, the PDP have governorship,
Man
the
of
whole
prestige. This is
structure in
not
the
a fight.
Southeast at
This is
that
not a
time.
fight. It's not a fight. It's a conversation.
Oh no!
You understand?
Believe me, I'm not. I don't die for their addition. I don't die for them. Okay, believe me, I don't. My voice may sound
So
like
what
that.
I
That's
ask you is that you used to record the same pattern of voting, the same number of votes. Even let me tell you, if you look at it, even this last election, let me tell you, this last election, I hope you know that even all over the federation, you know that the total number of votes casted was actually less than what we recorded in 2019. I hope you know that.
right.
You understand? So
So
that
what's
is
the
one. So
point?
my point is, if you are during rigging, you have the same voting pattern. During non-rigging, you also experience the same voting pattern. So what is responsible for that?
Because the first part of the question you asked me.
If you can answer this question, you'll be able to answer the second question.
Okay, the first question is what is the voting party? Because they voted for PDP and during that time.
Yes,
And I'm
yes,
telling
yes.
you, they have always
And you
voted for
believe
PDP.
that time that
They
there was
don't like
rigging.
they don't like
You believe?
APC. They have never been that's the way the Southeasterners voted. That's the way they vote.
Okay.
They
But
tend to lean
during
to
that
one party
period,
when they
were
hold
they
on, let me
rigging
land.
in favor of the party
When
that they favor?
huh?
Were they rigging in favor of the party that they wanted during that period, PDP?
Okay,
Were they?
I'm telling you because they tend to lean one party, so it was going to favor them. But when it's very high, like about 80%, like it was during the PDP time or whatever, it's because they may have range. I'm not denying it because the reason why I say that because they have the structure of the governorship, the structure of everything, the structure of
Okay, so
INEC and
so what
everything.
you are saying now, the structure you need to rig is only if you have a governor. If you don't have a governor
No. They
of
have the
this,
state
you cannot
assembly, they
rig.
have the House Assembly, they have the INEC. I mean, come on, that PDP have it that time. So they can ring to favor them more, regardless of the Southeast tend to lean,
Okay, cram.
PDP.
Yeah.
Then
See, man of prestige, let me tell you something about Nigeria election. You have never been involved in the Nigeria election. So take for instance in Bayelsa State. Bayelsa State is a PDP state. And that PDP state doesn't mean that they will not still rig that election in Bayelsa State.
okay, I agree.
Wait. I served in Bayelsa State during 2006, right? During that period, are supposed to be an INEC official in one of the polling units. I tell you, I don't know my polling unit. They just concocted the figure and they told us to come and collect our money in Yinagoya. So for whether this guy they are in a party in the state or whatever, it doesn't mean anything. So all this one that you are telling me that because Labour Party is not in this thing, we saw, everybody saw what happened. So hold on. You guys were monitored what is going on in Lagos, but you report everything that what happened in Lagos. You polling unit by polling unit. Why can't you use the same energy to monitor what is going on in the southeast and report it to you polling unit by polling unit? You will not do that because you guys just want to give us a narrative that election was rigged somewhere, but it was not rigged in southeast. So it's only southeast that they are very
Kran, even if you want to follow what he's saying now, okay, now, how many states did this guy even want? If you just believe that, okay, once you have a governor, you have the structure to rig. All the states that will be won, which one did they have the structure? If you say it's only none. In one Lagos, did they have the if they want to use the power in Lagos, the power that Tinubu and everybody has, do you think Obi will win Lagos?
Simba, that's what wonders me. If they gave Lagos to Tinubu, who will argue?
You understand? All the other states, even all the south states, Edo, what's it called? Bayelsa, Delta, Nasarawa, Plateau, and all those states that will be won. Did they have any structure there before he won? So the problem that we have in Nigeria is that we, as I said earlier, once the narrative favors our belief and what we think, we tend to fly with it and we just be moving around with it. But what you just said now, you can see that it doesn't even make sense.
Okay, can I come in? You just confirm the same narrative that I'm saying.
Which narrative are you saying? What I'm saying to you is that what I'm saying. I'm not confirming anything for you. I'm not confirming anything. The issue is here. Let me tell you, everybody, if you know the process of election, if you have dominance, what you need that a majority of the people in that particular area, if they believe in one party, if you like, go and be the governor. You cannot rig in that place. You can only rig where you are strong. You cannot rig where you don't have people on ground.
Simba, yes. Okupe said that. He said, where you are not strong, you can't even rig.
You can't get there.
No.
Okay, tell me, Simba, how do you ring election?
They will kill you once you try.
Does the voters ring the election? How do you ring the election? I'm not talking about grab it and run or that kind of stuff. Does the voters ring the election?
Man of prestige, everything. Let me say this, and let me finish before you interrupt. Rigging is not about only rigging by ballot. Any malpractices surrounding election is rigging. Simba, am I right or not?
Oh, yes, voter suppression. You can suppress vote. You can everything and manipulation. Any form of
exactly. That's what I was talking about.
But you and I are making the same statement, But my point is that how can Labour Party, ring election when they don't have the structures on the ground like the people and everything? They are not in control of the INEC. They are not in control of the government, the Congress, everything in each state. They never had a state structure. So how can they,
Let me ask you a question. If I'm in this polling unit and all everybody wanted to vote for a particular party, but only me want to vote for any party, and because only me wanted to vote for that party, and then everybody now chase me away. What do you call that one?
Okay. That may have happened. I'm not disputing that part, but that's very, very minor.
No. What are we going to call that one? What is the name?
From what I saw in the Southeast, that wasn't very, very pronounced in that regard. It may have happened. but it
Hold
was a
on,
very
man of
minor,
prestige.
it wouldn't have
Oh, no,
affected the result.
Hold on, a man of prestige. I just gave you a scenario. I'm not talking about Southeast. What I just said now, 100 people wanted to vote for a particular party, but only me want to vote for a separate party, and they chase me away. What are you going to call that?
Okay, that's voter suppression. But,
So it's
but
not
the
It's not
point
that.
I'm trying to
It's not that
make,
risky.
it's
Is it not that
rigging.
risky? It's not
wait a
that risky.
minute. The point I'm trying to make is that Labour Party does not have, the apparatus to do that. I mean, for them to do that in any particular state. And the reason why I'm
They
saying that,
have it. They have it. It is
no, they don't,
no.
because
Man of party. Man of prestige.
like
What you
Imo,
don't get.
Hope
What?
Uzodinma control the military, the police, and everybody.
Is it
Control
even you are
everything.
talking about Southeast? Only Obi'S or Dima
No,
state that
I'm
is
making it general.
Southeast now. Why are
I'm making
you?
it general. I'm saying.
Even if you look at the pattern of voting in the Southeast, okay, let us take for example Abia State, where Uzokalu. You know that these votes that the same election, no, just look at it this way, no, the same election that Uzokalu won as a senator in Abia State, he got about 40 something thousand votes. For the same time, or the senatorial election and the presidential election took place the same time. They gave them the ballot box at the same time. I mean the ballot paper. Uzokalu got about 42,000 something to win. I mean in the senatorial seat. Then Tinubu got 8,000 votes.
Okay, what's your point? He may have done that
No,
because he can
the issue, no,
back.
wait, because you are saying that they have structure. So why did he? So that what you are saying is that did he rig? Why, if he rigged that election in favor of APC, because there's a structure there. Uzokalu is an APC man. Because to follow your narrative, that's what I'm saying. No,
I think you're misunderstanding me.
I'm
What
not
I'm
even.
saying,
Oh
okay.
God.
Hold on. I'm
So
saying,
why can't he get the same number of votes for APC? Because he won under the flag of APC as a senator, 42,000. But the same election, the same time, the same day, Tinubu APC got 8,000 in the whole state, not even in the senatorial district, in the whole of that state. So the structure, what is that structure? What is that structure doing?
So the point I'm trying to make, let's just stick with Southeast, and I don't want to, of course, Obi one in Lagos, Nasarawa, and Plateau, one in River State. That's no doubt. One in Niger, one in Edo State. I mean Delta State. I'm sorry. So, but anyway, let's just stick to that to that area.
Man of prestige.
Let me finish. The point I'm trying to
You have not
make.
answered my question, no. You have not answered that question, no.
What you just brought about Ozokalo, maybe the election was free and fair in that area. So the point I'm trying to make,
Only that one.
fairly fair. But the point I'm trying to make, Labour Party couldn't. Labour Party don't have the power to do that.
Okay.
To ring it in favor. So the election was free and the election was somehow free and fair. So that's why Labour Party gathered those.
Guys, sorry.
So anywhere
Good evening, Thomas.
Labour Party won, it was free and fair. But any other parties, it wasn't free and fair.
Man of prestige.
Please, hold on. Prestige, please. Akim wants to come in. Akim, you've been with us since beginning. I just saw you disappeared. Yeah.
What
Akim, it is Noloni.
What happened was you see, when I disappeared, my phone froze. So every time I try to unmute myself, it doesn't come up. So I even tried to go again. That's why I had to go. I had to go out and come back in again.
Yeah, let's hear you, my brother.
So
we need to have a conversation.
Yeah, but the thing is, you first of all ask Man of Prestige, what does he understand by rigging? What does he think rigging is in the first place? So, because the whole idea about I think his whole concept of rigging is that INEC change results. That is what it sees to be rigging. But there are multi layers. There are multi layers to rig when it comes to rigging. And in terms of what happened with those Labour Party results. Okay, let me use Edo as an example. And not Prestige. I hope you are listening. So this is what happened. Those politicians that you see, they don't go on the field on the day of election to do anything. No, they sit down in their offices. Okay, so it's their boys that does all the job on ground. So they are the one that will either pay people to vote for them, or they're the one that will either intimidate voters not to come to polling unit, not to come to polling unit to vote, or they're the one that will either coordinate how people are going to vote. So no, this is the party we are voting for today. So it's their boys. So in terms of Edo, a lot of the PDP boys that I know were all for Peter Obi. They all went for Peter Obi in that election. They did not support Atiku. They did not support Tinubu. They were all for Peter Obi, and in all their polling unit, they all delivered their polling unit for Peter Obi. So then this same after that presidential election, then they now had a state House of Assembly election. So the question you ask yourself is, how many votes did the Labour Party get in that state House of Assembly? Say they only won one seat. That's all, because those boys, all of them went back to work for their party, which is PDP. So PDP won the majority seat in Edo. So that is how it operates. Man of Prestige. It's not like you don't really. What happened in that election is that most of those foot soldiers for this so-called big politician all worked against their bosses to say, no, this is the person that we this time around want to support in this place. Even in Man of Prestige, what you need to understand, Okowa was a vice presidential candidate to Atiku in that election, but he lost Delta State. You understand now? All their foot soldiers worked against them in those states. If you go to Lagos, a lot of all those estates you go to where they have polling units, where they have a lot of people who support Obi, what they did is that they just cut off the whole area and said, look, no, it's only Labour Party vote here today. Anybody else, no. So they just use their superiority on ground to push away anybody that is voting for other party. And then when they finish that vote, they make sure the vote is counted, right? And they make sure they take care of everything right there. That's all. That was what happened. So if you then go to the north, where the Labour Party was non-existent in the northeast and northwest, you saw the result. It was the opposite. So that is how most of these things work. There are some places whereby INEC actually changed result. That is part of it as well. But in this case, most of it was done on the ground.
I mean, even to buttress your point, progressive Akim,
Prestige.
if
Okay.
you
Simba,
how can you
Akim, give me. Am I right saying any malpractices surrounding election is rigging?
Of course, that's rigged.
Suppressing anything. That is rigging. Yeah, come on, Simba, go on.
I want to even ask Man of Prestige. In my own state, I have an incumbent governor who belongs to the ruling party, and PDP came and won that state. How do you explain that? If you take, you know what you don't understand is that is the people that rig election. Majority of the rigging is done by the people. It's not done by the people above. If you are just all up there and you don't have people on ground, there's no way you can rig an election, even in Nigeria as it is today. In my state, in Osun State,
look at this. You know, do you know how many governors that were running for the Senate that lost in that election?
And they lost. And they lost. And they lost. So you want you now come here and be telling us that because you have a governor, there's no way somebody can rig an election. It's if people don't want you, they don't want you. There's no way you can rig.
No, it was a record number. It has never happened in the history of Nigeria. The amount of Autumn was one of them. He lost. The Ayade was one of them. He lost. There were lots of them that wanted to come back to the Senate. And don't forget, Ayade lost the Senate, but his state won the governorship in River State. Sorry, in Cross River. In Cross River.
The election. Anybody that follow elections in 1999, that election.
Kim,
it's the fairest election that we have had in the history of that from 1999. It's the fairest.
is a
Simba,
fair
let me say
election.
this.
Forget about who won, but anybody
Tim,
that know anything about election in Nigeria since 1999, we know. But somebody that just joined political party yesterday will come here every day with I just
They are
I
emergency
just
politicians
about that.
now because of their interest now. Emergency politicians.
From 1999, I've been in a polling unit before. That day, what they did for us, they've already finished election in another polling unit. They just came to come and listen to what we are voting. So they've already finished the whole thing. They just told us that, oh, election have finished and they've already announced the winners. This particular one, you see particular person that is an incumbent and lost an election in his polling unit that have always been winning, and we come here every day. We talk about, oh, in Lagos. Why can't he talk in what went wrong in the southeast? All the children that we saw. Why can't we talk about that?
If you remember, I remember
Southeast is not Nigeria.
I remember in those first since 19 from 99. I remember the 99. I remember the 99 and 2003 election, right? So you see, then Lucky Benedion was governor. You know, they will lose election in the main city, right? They will lose woefully in the main cities where you have a lot of people. Then they will go and write the number in the villages and bring big numbers from the village.
Can I come in?
Hold on one second, please.
Let him finish.
They'll go and bring. Imagine they'll go to a village where they have no people. They'll go and bring big numbers, and then that's the election over. They'll say they won. They'll write all the numbers there. So, but if you see, since the introduction of this electoral reform process since 2015 election, it has become very difficult for politicians to write results. That's why you always have to follow.
I can even say this is fair more than Abiola's election.
Yeah, you have to follow the pattern of. If you want to know how election works, you have to follow the pattern of behavior of our politicians. Before, do you see politicians used to buy votes? No, they don't used to buy votes. They go and pay INEC officials to write the result for them. When that is no longer working for them, that INEC officials are almost impossible for them to write the result. What do you see they do? They start buying voters on ground to say, oh, we'll give you 5,000 votes for us. But they never used to do that. They just used to go and write the result. But since the reform came in, writing result become very difficult because everything is digitalized. So they start buying votes. So you just have to look at the pattern of behavior of politicians to understand what is going on ground. That was why you see this last election for me, I still say it, whether anybody like it or not, is one of the most credible elections we've ever had. I still say, go and tell me anywhere a governor, an incumbent governor that was running for the Senate will lose an election. It has never happened anywhere in Nigeria. Anywhere.
Can I come in now?
Yeah, hold on. You will come in after me, please. Yeah. Even before the election, they're already calling them senator. Because they know they are going to win. They are going to win. Go on, man of prestige.
All like before.
Okay. Let me cram. Just stop getting so emotional. Okay, you're getting out of emotion about yourself. But anyway, I heard what everybody said. Okay, I'm not more. I won't come here. Patrol myself as somebody who is very versatile when it comes to Nigerian politics, and I owe a lot of thanks to Progressive, for the way he narrated, with the way the election transpired. But what I refuse to accept for somebody to come here and tell me that this is the fairest election. If this is fair, then what kind of what is then there's nothing fair is nothing then. Fair is all shenanigan. But having said that, I take what everybody said. What you said is there's a lot of truth in that too. Particularly the way Progressive said it. So thank you very much for that. So that may be true. So if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But the one I will not accept when you say fair election, in my dead body, I will never accept. I will never say anything about fair about it.
It's a relative
It may be
comparison.
substantially better if you say that, but there's nothing fair about it. I'm very conversant when it comes to politics in America. So That's the benchmark I'm going to use. So that's not
Even
even
America,
close.
the rig now. So what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Even America,
okay.
the
I'm
rig.
not
not
going to go
talking
there
about.
with you about America. So let's
Hold on,
stop that
hold on.
nonsense.
Man of prestige. We are not talking about America. We are talking about Nigeria.
No,
We
no,
are
no, no, no,
saying,
no, no.
we are saying,
In my own
hold on
context,
now.
the way I see election, yeah,
Hold
every
on,
election
hold on, hold
there's
on, hold on.
malpractices in election. So I'm using the benchmark of what I consider to be an election to judge
Okay, okay. Can
judge
you
that part
hold on?
of when you say
Look,
is
Hold
the
on now.
fairest
man of prestige,
election. Down my
man of
head,
prestige.
that will never
Look,
I will never, you know. Go
One,
ahead.
one,
man
one
of
voice,
prestige,
one voice,
you're right.
one voice.
You're right in a way. You're right in a way that the standard that you uphold to, right? If you go by that standard, you are right. Okay, that to be honest with you, that is what all of us here we want to see. That's the standard all of us here we want to see. But what we are comparing to is previous elections in the same country in Nigeria. That is the standard that we are holding. We hold this election against. So if you come out and say, look, for what I know to be the standard that an election should be up to, then in that analysis you're correct. For me, I want to see better. I want to see a situation whereby people go there and they vote freely. Nobody will tell them who to vote for. Nobody will pay them to vote for anybody. And at the end of the day, the vote will be counted. Hopefully, everybody will see who won, so that they will be able to have true reflection of the people's mind. So in that aspect of it, I fully support what you are saying. But we're just saying, when people say this election is the worst election, I've heard a lot of people say it. I'm saying, look, I've seen election, man of prestige, where I just told you before, Lucky Benidio never won election in Edo State at all. Not once. He never won election. They will just imagine, go and look at the result. He will lose in all the local government that is in Benin City. He will go to places like Oriomo and Ovia and all those villages where there are nobody, and they will be coming up with thousands of numbers. You understand? So this time, these things didn't happen. The numbers are the numbers. Look at Borno State in this election. Did you see how many numbers come out of Borno State? Go and compare it to what Buhari used to come up with in Borno State.
Even if you look progressive, if you look at
look at Rivers
the
State,
number of
look at Rivers
voters,
State again. Look at Rivers State.
even
Do you know how many?
it has been
Do you know what vote
declining.
used to come out of Rivers State?
And that's what I'm saying. Progressive. I mean, progressive. If you look at the pattern from 1999, the number of vote cast has been reducing from 1999, and our population is increasing. It shows you that the rigging that has been contributed largely to the number of voters that we used to record. So now, because of the introduction of technology, the rigging is actually being minimized. If you look at 2007, go and look at the total vote cast in Nigeria in 2007 election. It is almost 40 million people. Now in 2023, almost maybe 15 years after or more than that, we recorded to almost maybe just 28 million. So we are comparing with what we used to have before. Nobody is saying that we have gotten to the stage where we will say, okay, we can beat our chest and say, okay, no, we have the best of the election. But to me, Nigeria election is improving. That's what I can say. We are improving.
The thing is, we don't give ourselves credit. You know, I was talking to a Botswana guy. All this one they tell you about all this. When this guy start analyzing how election works in their country, I was like, what? Myself, I was shocked. You know, the days that we have gone past, where you don't have voters card, you just go, basically the guy was telling me how their politicians are rigging election results, like the way it used to be in Nigeria. So I now asked him, I said, do you guys not have like a voters card or voting machine? He said, no, there's nothing like that. So, but when you are not in this country,
maybe they are still using carton of biscuits.
Come on, guys. We shouldn't be using that as a benchmark to compare to Nigeria.
But this is one of what I'm saying is that when people talk about Nigeria, sometimes they think we are the worst of the worst. People always assume this.
But which state did Labour Party were expected to win and did not win?
Man of prestige.
Are you asking me that question?
Yes.
Which state Labour Party was supposed to win and they did not win? Well,
Yeah.
River State is not.
Man of
River
prestige.
State is
Why are
number
you
one.
repeating? Why are you repeating it?
No, no.
Because I don't
Come on.
see.
I'm
I'm just sick
processing
and
what he
tired.
said.
I'm just sick and tired about
I
this.
I just verbalize it. Come on now, don't get all crazy. We are all it's all conversational. Why are you getting so emotional?
No, it's
You
not.
go,
See, you
you
said
go,
that. You said that.
make it
You
go
said.
that, make it go
Wait,
die
wait,
for
wait.
their shake, okay?
You said that. You said
That's
that.
on you.
No, no,
That's
no,
on
no.
you.
Have you ever seen me joining this thing for how many months?
No,
I'm not.
who
I'm
cares
not.
whether you join or you don't join? The platform will still go on. Nobody care
Yeah.
about you joining.
So,
That's
so,
you.
so you two, you guys, you have to go and go and chill because I don't know why every day you guys come to they rig election.
You are the
Why
one
can't you
having a
tell?
problem for yourself.
It's you that have a
Okay?
problem. It's
I
you
go
guys
to
that have
any
a problem.
platform I want to. I come to
We are
one
not
man
having
platform.
no.
I support one man. So I go to Dr. Damage. So you the one that has problem.
No.
If
It's you that
if you
have
are so
problem
brave,
because it's you that say
why can't you come to a platform that
which
don't support
platform,
your narrative? That's how we know people who are brave. I come to this
which
platform and know
platform. You guys
so
doesn't have.
don't come here be talking on
You
what you're
don't
talking
like
on.
any other
Who care
you
about
guys
what
hold
is
on,
what you
man
think.
of
Don't
prestige,
come.
hold on.
Nobody care about you.
You can't do that to me. You guys doesn't
What are you
your
talking nonsense? Why
who's talking
who
nonsense?
wants? I mean, you're not the
No,
only.
no, no.
I don't
Man
think
of
one man.
prestige.
I don't think one
Hold
man
on,
care whether you
hold
come
on.
or not.
So
What do you
who's
Man of
mean?
talking
prestige.
nonsense?
Man of prestige. Let's guide
Oh,
the
okay, thank you. I will do
let's
that, but tell him to stop getting all emotional. I
Yeah,
mean, we are
emotional
all
about
having
what?
conversation.
Wait. Am I insulting you or I'm insulting everybody
It's
here?
not getting emotional. It's not getting
It's you
emotional.
that you are
Don't take
getting
it.
emotional because you
You
want
are
to
the one
insult me,
looking like
but
you
if
are
you try
getting
it, I will
emotional.
insult you back. If you try it.
No. Don't
It
let
don't
us
make
try.
any difference to me.
So if it doesn't make any difference, so you just keep quiet and keep your mouth shut.
No
No, that's
problem.
all right. That's all right. Don't let her
Oh,
go.
I don't care. What doesn't mean anything to me.
So you just need to keep quiet.
We've been having a no. Hold on, Crown. Hold on, please, guys. We've been having a good
They
conversation.
don't
No.
like the truth. And if
Yeah.
somebody is telling them the truth, they want. So I should come to Dr. Dad, make it that all of you are saying the same thing.
Yes,
Okay, how
let
about me coming here?
allow Thomas to moderate, please. Allow Thomas to moderate,
Yeah,
please.
let's
How
see.
about me coming here? If you are brave, you come there.
Who will come there?
Uh,
Who will come to your platform? Now your echo chamber.
How about me coming here? Is it
No,
not Agbado
because
Echo
this
Chamber
place is
here?
neutral. This place is neutral.
Oh yeah.
Everybody
That's what you said.
man of
Let's
prestige.
assume. I mean, I
Man of
like one man. I will continue to come here. So
one man. Man of prestige. It's only if you are lying to yourself. There
this
is
is my
no.
own feeling. So Thomas, you can't change how I feel. That's just the
let
way
me
the
land.
world is.
Let me land, please. Let me land. Dr. Damages, you are there. If you are opposing them, can they let you be? They will cause your generation, they will cause your family, the host will kick you out.
Oh
What are you talking
no,
about?
come on now. Come on now. Don't say anything about the host. The host is very neutral. Forget about people playing to their
No.
own.
I've been there, bullied, cursed. Did anybody has cursed you on this platform before? Not
Wait
to
a minute,
touch?
wait a minute. You said something about the host. Has Dr. Damage ever kicked you out?
No,
My
so
brother.
listen, man of prestige. One thing is not only Dr. Dame. Some other. I think what some people, because I don't want to be putting it on the some of these hosts. What some of these newcomers when it comes to political discourse, what they don't understand is that when you come on a platform to discuss political issues, it's just people have opinions, but these people come with personal emotions and sentiments. This is when you hear Dr. Damage, man of prestige, you two, you bear me some witness here. Don't come here and be deceiving people. Don't come here and be lying to people. You cannot just come here and just be talking all sorts of nonsense. Like, come on, like it's just a political discourse. If you say your own, I say my own. If I say to you now, okay, I've gone to you go to a platform and you say, oh, look, imagine, look at the student loan is going to come out soon. They will start telling you, hey, that thing is a fraud. Before you know it, the talking point will start. Imagine the government that put 90 billion for Hajj and only put only 5 billion for student loan. This like you see all those lines of communication with you start hearing all those like there's no constructive uh, conversation. It's just one way, and a lot of this kind of things. This is the difference between when you come to a one-man show, a one-man platform, and we go to some of this other platform. On one man, you will give it, they will give it to you. They will give it, they will give it to you. It is not you are deceiving people, you are lying to people.
Hakim,
No.
do you remember that woman or the Dr. Damages that used to curse people now? She
She
will
never
curse
pack
your generation.
she don't pack load at us now.
That's
Look,
what
these
they do.
people.
That's what they do there now. He asked me to
Okay,
come
let
and
me say let me say something. I think
come and
everybody
be
is different.
cursing people.
Everybody is different. I'm completely different.
They'll be
Like me
cursing
here,
people over
I
and down.
consume a lot of American news. I'm like a progressive, that's I live in California. I'm very progressive. So I listen to a lot of false news. Even at all, I don't like their narrative. I'm just like, I mean, maybe I'm looking at it from my own perspective. It doesn't really bother me. The reason why I don't go to Niger Watch,
No,
I'll be very honest. It's
man
like
of
they
prestige,
have the same,
man
they
of
talk the
prestige,
same
you
thing
are
that
a
I want to hear.
gentleman.
So it doesn't
Let me
interest
tell
me.
you,
I want to
you are
come where I want to come where it's challenging, where we have different opinion. That's the way
challenges. The challenges. What you don't call people cursing people and abusing people as challenging. That is
I mean,
not. That is not. That's
believe
disrespectful.
me, for me, it don't bother me. So I mean, that's why I say I'm different.
That's what they
You
do.
know,
That's
let me
what
tell
they
you
do.
this.
That's what they
In
do
this
over
same
there.
platform, if you see anybody, one man will not tolerate anybody that will come and abusing other people
We
that
kick
have
you out.
different
We kick
opinion.
you out immediately.
You
We kick you
understand?
out.
Nobody will tolerate such a person. You cannot
Are you
compare.
telling me I've been on this
You are
platform
more
for
moderate.
more than 2 years.
Man
So
of
there's
prestige.
nothing
You
new to
are more
educate me on this
moderate.
platform. So stop telling me. Stop
Good
telling me like
morning,
you're telling
all.
somebody who don't know anything or who don't know about this platform. So,
See,
everything you tell me is true. I may not, some of them maybe bend the truth a little bit, but it's true, most of what he said. So, yeah, don't be telling me there's nothing I don't know about this platform. I
Good
listen to it
morning,
every
all.
day, and I come, I'm very busy like two
can
of
do.
these.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes, sir.
Can
So,
do.
Good
you
morning,
don't
everyone.
educate me about this platform. I'm very,
Good morning, everyone.
conversant with this platform.
Good morning. How are you? You can go
Oh,
ahead. Can do.
Ìjọ kan pẹ̀lẹ́ má bínú. Iṣẹ́ ló pọ̀.
I'll be happy to have you again, my brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni o. I had to jump in because I think I've been on Dr. Damage's show from the very, very first day, I believe. And
Can do.
Yes, sir.
Let me say this in Yoruba. One man la máa ń dárúkọ máa yẹn jù à ń fún ní advertisement. Just say that.
Okay.
That.
So
Yeah.
I call it
Understand? You understand what I mean?
I call it the other house. That's what I always call it. And if I'm over there, I call this place the other house. But in fairness, I strive to be fair. Dr. Dami, oh shoot, the man in question. The man in question.
That's all right. That's all right. That's all
The
right.
man in question, I think, and for the most part, I'm on there most days. I will have it in the background and what have you. So this is just being fair. And fairness says that the one person that I can remember that has been kicked off or put in the back by the host was Mr. Pansat. And it's happened in instances when he has gone real tribal, calling Fulani this and Fulani that. So, and for me, wherever I go, whether it's online, whether it's in person, I don't care what people say. I mean, I'm always, it's bewildering to me that I'll be saying, Agbado people are saying, did you hear what the Agbado people are saying? Or did you hear what the Obi people are saying? I cannot judge a candidate based on what people that candidate doesn't even know are saying. I mean, my brain is my brain is fried when I hear things like that. So are there a lot of people on at the other house in the chart and even on the panel? The only other person that kicks people out is True Niger. Even if you're not, even I mean, if he's just upset with you, just kick you out, you know. But
And electricity.
yeah, well, I'm talking about the really, electricity doesn't have the power to kick people out
Okay.
on the main show. At his show, yes, because usually he's not in charge. It's usually the host and to Niger. So I
Yeah.
just really, I mean, I don't really know about Nigerian politics, but man of prestige, I think everything that has been said, and I think at the end you concord as well, which is the fact that there are so many different ways of rigging election by suppressing people from voting. And this thing has been going on for a long time. And I think Mr. Simber said it correctly. If you look at the numbers that have been declared over decades compared to the 25 or 28 million that was just registered last year, you see that they've been rigging for a long time and just producing numbers out of thin air. I don't consider.
Do you
I
know
don't
what
consider.
baffles me? PDP that we know for a master rigger. Master rigger. Hey.
Yeah, I don't
So
compare.
he said
You see,
we don't rig
usually,
election in the southeast.
usually when I think about things, I don't use the lowest denominator as my comparison. Whatever they do in Botswana or they do in Kutuwenji, that's not the standard that I go by. I go by what ought to be, and I do understand that okay, things are progressing, but we cannot we cannot rest on our laurels and just think that we're somewhere. We're moving forward. Hopefully the next election will have whatever beavers or whatever other system that they have, and as many people that want to vote will be able to vote. So I just had to come in and say, I mean, I'm just being fair. Yeah. I mean, when people, you see people in the section, talking crazy about people, but me personally, I don't really care what anybody says. I mean, it's like a joke. Now you get your mouth, you can use it to say whatever you like.
Oh, thank you, can do. I don't know, maybe you've been listening to us. Doyin Okupe finally came out and said everybody rigged in that election. He talked about Peter Obi. His only chance to be president of Nigeria is to go back to PDP. And if they nominate him, that's the only chance. He talked about Labour Party. He talked about Labour Party that they only have 20% party agents in the polling unit. And Obedience always come here and cry to us that all the party agents, they have all the party agents in all the polling booths. So the GG of Peter Obi'S came out and told us all the lie they've been telling us.
Okay.
Saying
Unfortunately, I've actually not even been online most of the days. I've been doing my housework, cleaning house and all that. That's what I've been doing most of the day. But this is my thing. You see, me personally, I don't. If they say, "Oh, Sheon Kuti said something," or Doyin Okubo said something, I don't. Or what's this other Yoruba man's name? Bode George. I will not even give it one listen. I don't care what these people have to say. What they have to say is so irrelevant because you see, this is the way I am. If the King of England and Peter Obi and the Pope, if they all three of them showed up at the house next door, I'm not going to open my door. I don't follow people. So Doyin Okubo Obasanjo says something, as far as I'm concerned, it's irrelevant. What are the facts? I go by facts. I don't care noise. These are just noise. We give all these people relevance. Who the heck is Sheon Kuti? Because his father was a fella, so I have to listen to you? Or because your father was Awolowo, I have to listen? Who the heck are you? What makes you relevant? So this is just the way I run my own life. I don't care
Yeah,
what these people
I
have to
think
say.
sorry for me interject. I think what you said now, you see, this is exactly what I do. I never sit down one day and listen to a 2 minutes or even 1 minute clip of any of these people you talk. Like say just say Shekuti post a video, then I would not sit down for 10 minutes or 15 minutes and listen to Shekuti for
God forbid.
to tell me what
How
to
old
tell
is
me what
Sheon? How
exactly.
old is Sheon
But
Kuti self?
Kandru and Akim, I also share your opinion about these people. But what you should understand is that we have to, whatever they say, we have to speak about it, and in fact we can condemn it and speak against whatever they want to say. Because let me tell you, whether we like it or not, your level is even from the level of millions of Nigerians. These people, millions of Nigerians will believe whatever they say and they will go by it. So if we just keep quiet and say, okay, we are not going to discuss it, because we have to discuss it and condemn it and make sure that let people know that these people are nobody, they are not people worthy of listening to. But if everybody just believe that, okay, just ignore them like that, you have millions of people,
That
and
believe
whether you like
that
it or
follow
not,
them.
that believe in them.
And you see,
So
most people are like
okay, just sorry,
sheep.
1 second there. See what Okupe was saying on that TV today now. Okay, Thomas.
Yeah.
Is there anything Okupe said that we haven't said 10 times more on this
Oh,
channel?
no. Even it's as if he's listening to us. He's just came on this platform and
What
everything.
relevance? So what relevance is that conversation that I'll go on? I already know. Look, these people went to court, right? I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. Okay, these people went to court. If you win an election, you have to tell the judge, my lord, at the end of that election, we scored so amount of vote. There was never a time where any Labour Party representative can come out and knock their chests like this and say, our total vote is S and S amount of vote. So why do I need Doyin Okupe or somebody to tell me or something I already had done and know already? If you look,
Yeah.
Akim, you know what you
just
are
one
doing,
second. Let me
what you
just
are
quickly
doing
round
to
up.
yourself.
Let
You
me
are
round up 1 second.
belittling. No, let
I
me just
saw,
say this before you
yeah.
round up. You underestimated yourself. You understand? Those things that you consider as being frivolous, that those basic information that you have, that you think is available to everybody, it's not. The kind of privilege that you have, millions don't have it.
Your brain function.
Those
Your brain function.
your brain function, the information that you have, that you just consider as basic, that it doesn't matter to you, that you think that everybody should have. You'll be amazed with that millions of tens of thousands, I mean hundreds of millions of people don't have that information.
No, the problem we had tendency to be hypocrite as people. So let's be honest with ourselves. It's not like people don't have this information. Sometimes we just want this confirmation bias. If I think somebody did wrong, and even if the person didn't do wrong, and somebody come and say, oh, that person did wrong, I will listen to that person more than I don't want to be open-minded about anything. I just want to believe it is blue, and anybody that tell me it is blue, that is the right person. Anybody that come to me and say it could be, this thing could be like a sky blue or a green. No. You guys are the reason why this country is not going forward. You guys are the people who are pulling us back.
Yeah,
You
let me
guys
let
are
me
the
let
ones.
me let me quickly add to that real quickly. You see, like me, for example, I don't follow anybody. I don't follow there's no one person on this planet that I follow. So the video said something, no, concern me. Beyonce said something, no. Beyonce has a baby, oh, it's got nothing to do with me. Honestly, Prince King Charles, I don't remember if it was last year or year before. They said one of the princes, he had a baby. Me. What's my own? That the prince had a baby. Hey, Jesus, I am dead guy. I got better things to do. I don't follow people. I don't know what these people do. They don't know. Do they follow me? Why am I following people that don't follow me? Most people are like goats. They just follow, 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 follow. I'm not saying that everybody needs to be like me. I'm just saying this is the way I am. I don't have time for foolishness. It doesn't matter if it's my own foolishness. I don't support even my own foolishness. If it's foolish, I don't care who it's stemming from. Even if it's me. I you know, I had a blowout with my dad about 6 weeks ago because he was talking crazy to his girlfriend. I said, no, we're not doing this. No, you can't be talking to this woman like this. She's a grown woman. I mean, I wasn't going to be insulting my father, but I'm not going to say because you're my son or because you're my father. My sisters, they all know me. If you go and for Ogba until you go back, I'm not going to. I don't support you just because you're my sister. Don't go and do the wrong thing. I'm not going to sit there and let somebody take a 2x4 to your neck. But I'm not. I don't support anybody, not even myself, blindly.
Yeah, but that is how it should be. That is how it should be. If we truly want things to work, right, that is how we should live. We should live our life and live by example. Live by example. So I've seen a situation whereby people say, oh, they're going to the airport, all this custom official, this, that, don't make complaint. But if you take a look, first of all, we that are complaining about the country, we are the first set of people that will break the law. So if you go in, they say, oh, these are contraband items. A Nigerian person will still put those things in their luggage and get to the airport. And they will be the first to, just take this one and hold this one. You look, the same country you are complaining about, you are part of the people who are also making it worse. How about you just follow the law? If I said one thing, I said, look, if everybody in Nigeria just follow the law for one day, just abide by rules and regulation, abide by code of conduct, ethics, abide by everything, just for one day, you will be surprised how much different that one day will make will make in the life of Nigerians. Just that one day whereby everybody just do right, nobody do wrong. You'll be shocked how much different that one day will make. So for me, when we have a discussion like this, right, I don't want to be told, okay, what I want to hear. I want a superior argument. I want you to convince me otherwise, okay, that no, this is how it should be. This is how it should be. Not that when you are talking to somebody, you're having a political discourse. Oh, you people should be ashamed of yourself. How did we get there? Like, I should be ashamed of myself for what? Like, oh, look at where look at where the
You are
country is
you are the problem of Nigeria.
you are
At
the
the
problem of
same time,
Nigeria. Look at you guys are why the country is. No, I'm not the reason why the country is. Well, I'm not Babangida. I'm not Buhari. The people who overthrow elected government. I'm not the ones who destroyed the Nigerian civil service system. I'm not a military dictator. I was just born in the country. I grew up there just like you and everybody else. I was able to go to
The
primary, go
progressive.
to some. Yeah.
That's the problem I have with, because I don't join platform anyhow, but when I'm sick and tired, people doesn't want to accept, they don't want to respect each person's opinion. Somebody, you choose somebody or you are supporting somebody, it doesn't mean everybody must be in that place, everybody must support the same person. Or if I form my opinion that this is what I see, you should respect me as a human being, or in Nigeria, that okay, this is what I want to do. But if I'm not supporting whatever you want to support, you will now say, because you are this, because you are this, because that's why you are not doing this. It doesn't make sense. We
Yeah,
always talk about, in America, in this and that. In America, nobody will put it to your throat that you must support somebody. It's not done.
But do people put it to your
It is no
throat?
more
Do people,
it is
if
no more
you support
democracy.
somebody and somebody is saying whatever, what does that have got to do with you?
That is what is going on in Nigeria. That is
Eh,
the
but
problem we have.
wait. In Nigeria, in China, wherever, if you say you support somebody, and other people, like your 100 people that wanted to vote for somebody, and you the one that doesn't want to vote, what does what you have to say? Why do you count? You don't count. I don't know you. Even if I know you, I mean, you can shout from the rooftop. You can do whatever you want. You're not gonna
Can do,
change my
can do,
mind.
can do, can do. You
Yes,
know,
sir.
let me tell you this. In like me, what I believe that if we are having a discussion on this kind of platform, I think we also have the opportunity. If I don't know anything about any topic, I don't even talk about it because I believe that once you have information, you are here to educate people. You understand what I'm saying? So if you are here to educate people and let people benefit from what you have experienced, your knowledge and everything, then we should be able to talk about issues, whether it is we consider it as being mundane or not mundane. Even talking about it will help to educate a lot of people out there because some people, majority of people that come on the platform, they wanted to. It's not as if they don't have time for anything. They want to learn one or
You know,
two things about
you know,
what we are
Simba,
discussing.
Simba.
Yes.
Let me even have to what you
Come
are
in.
saying, man. Just like you said
Mike,
earlier. Okay, go
Mike.
ahead.
Sorry, yeah. Simba, if only you are lying to yourself that you are not being getting more information on this platform. Nobody's an island. Do you know how much I learned on this platform from people? Something that I've not even heard before in my life. I'm in my 40s. So we learn from each other. Mike, yeah.
Yeah, Simba, you know how like all these people that go pulling out wrong information, just pushing propaganda, right? Sometimes I would say, I have to go counter this person. We know he's lying. Some people will tell you, just ignore him. Now we know he's tricking us. Just ignore him. Just let him. I'm like, just because you and I are smart enough to know what he's doing, doesn't mean millions of people listening to that person know that he's lying or he's doing propaganda. But you
Yeah,
have to counter him. And unfortunately, we just have too many people that just have that mentality that because they already know he's lying, like just ignore it, just laugh at him and just let him keep doing his rubbish. But
yeah,
no, because you have brain to know doesn't mean everybody else have brain. And that's
yeah.
one mistake. It's more common with our Yoruba elders where some people will maybe putting, for example, you see a lot of Southeastern are telling me twisted story, trying to trick, and because our elders know that they're lying, they will see that we just laugh at them, like, who are you
Just
tricking? But they don't realize that their own people, that there are millions of Yorubas that don't even know whether they're lying and are just consuming it and just believing it.
I guess
So
I guess some people should not be let out of their parents' basement. They're not grown enough to be let out of the house. I understand what you're saying, and I understand what Mr. Simba just said as well. But you see, and I get that. But let me give you an example. Some years ago, there was a story that came out. They said Nigeria had the number one economy in Africa. I did not need to go and consult anybody. I debunked it to every single one of my buddies and associates that told me. I said, it doesn't make sense. Common sense tells me that. I don't need
but it's not
anybody.
everybody that have common sense now, like
Ah,
you.
that's why I said maybe some people should not be let out of their parents' basement. They should be kept at
But
home.
unfortunately, there's too
Yeah, but
many
that is
people.
that
We
is
can't
that
let
is
too
what
many
social
people be not
media
be let out
that
of
is
their
what
parents'
social
basement. They
media
have
that
to.
is what social media have done. Social media
Yeah,
have
but you
given
see,
power.
and that's the thing.
It has given
I mean, that I said earlier, it
But it's
doesn't
important
matter.
that some people do the work in countering it now.
it has social
Well,
media has given a lot of people the voice whereby if you
Progressive, and that's the unfortunate thing about the Nigerian government. We just have people in the government that don't have sense. It's like they are not working because, first of all, sometimes people are out there passing wrong information, doing things. What is the government? Why don't you? The government keep quiet. Even in Nigerian history is being told wrongly all over the internet by some non-entities, and government don't come out and put out their own version. Like, no, this is fact. This is this. They just ignore it. Even the Nigerian state that won a war, the enemy, the people that lost are the one telling the story. Where else in the world is that happening? Where the losers are the one telling stories? What's the government side of the story? There's none. They just believe that smart
Yeah,
people know.
because
We
the
are smart, you should know.
government look on in on where you okay in support of the government position is that there's not official from it is not any there's not an organized official statement or propaganda from any quarter. It's just people lose out there coming up with different version of their own what they think was the history. So look, when it comes to certain history, attempt not to get involved with people. Let them let them continue with their emotion. So I don't care. But imagine you're talking to somebody, we're having a conversation about politics, and the person will tell you, out of every Yoruba might, it is Tinubu that the Yoruba people can present. It's APC a Yoruba party. What kind of talk is that again? Like, oh, it is Tinubu that you guys can find to present to Nigeria. Is that how it works? Is it a tribe
Most
now
of
that
them
now
are just
present?
regurgitating what their propagandist master told them. A lot
But
of these people that talk is just few people among them that are the one telling them what to
yeah,
say. And they will
But
go
you have
somewhere and
to
just
still make
repeat
it.
it,
You
even
have to
though
still
it
make it
doesn't
make
make
sense.
sense.
but
Sometimes
if you
you have to
wait,
still make it make
if
sense.
you look all over the world, if you look anywhere in the world, the people that are leading are not necessarily the best of the best. It is those who are willing and
But
are
they are
able to
qualified
stand
enough to
up.
lead.
It is those who are willing and able to stand up and grab it and run with it. Biden was not the best person, at least based on the number of candidates that were out there. What's his name? Orange haired man. Trump was not the best guy out of the Republican Party. You go to South America, you go to Russia, anywhere you go. Well, most places, I should say. I think the Scandinavian countries are a lot better because they don't have too much I better pass you. In those places, a few of those places. So, I mean, I would never. You see, I'm forever bewildered how somebody can come and offer somebody 5,000 or 15,000 to come and vote. Yeah, you can say, well, people are pressed, but like I tell people and told people when I was in Nigeria, look, if you manage yourself, if you don't have, if you have it for it if you have a telorun in your life will be a whole lot simpler. I've never bought a cell phone. Well, that's not true. But the cell phone, this one I'm talking to you from right now, I bought it for
Kazu fẹ́ parọ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ ni.
$79.
He said that is not true.
Hold on. I bought this phone for $79 at Walmart, and it does everything that I need it to do. I don't need to go and sign up for an iPhone of $1,000, especially
So you
when
are
you know
telling us
your.
that the phone you are using is
Huh?
not smartphone
Yeah, it's a smartphone,
for
$79.
$79.
It's a
Does it say smartphone for
blue
$79?
something, blue whatever. So, but the thing is, what I'm saying is this. You see, if you don't have, what is it? Tell on who went to school. Um,
Contentment.
if you're not content, if you're
Yeah.
not content in your life, you always be chasing shadows, especially when you don't have it. I can
Let me
buy as many iPhone as I want. That's not the
let me tell
money is not the point. But if you see a lot of people in Nigeria and you see this everywhere too, people that don't
Before you
have,
go,
that want to live a life
I
that
think the
they
phone
cannot afford.
comparison. I think that phone example you use is kind of the wrong example in a way because
It's my own example now. Use your
yeah, I
own.
know because there are a lot of people that actually there are a lot of people that actually rely on that same phone, the quality of that phone, to be able to get
As
work
their
done.
business.
Let me
Yes,
tell
they
you
use it for
something.
business.
Let me tell you something. I look up trades from Asia, Europe, America, everything. Graphs, everything. I look it up on this phone. This phone goes with me when I take a shower.
but you cannot compare the quality to somebody.
Can do. Let me say.
You're
Let
not
me say
enjoying
this.
your life, man.
Let me say this. Let me say this. You know what everybody values varies. You understand? Then if you are rich, let me tell you, you tend to actually look at so many things as not being important. If you can afford a limousine, you might not even try and buy limousine because you know that if you need it, you can get it with just at a whisker. You understand? The contentment is not an absolute thing, it's a relative thing. If you watch, there are so many things that you will value that some other people will look at it as being frivolous and say, why do you? Some people they might like phone and they will go and buy the best of phone on the world. Some people like cars, they will go and buy the best of cars, but that's what made them happy. You can't blame people for having things that makes them happy. Some people they like comment.
That's not what I was saying.
Some people instead of buying things, they will spend their money on women.
I understand.
No.
I
I think
understand what can do it. I understand where can do
maybe
it.
you are right that I chose the wrong example. The point I was making is being content. If you don't have, look, if all I have to eat or drink is Gary, my mind doesn't even go and say, if only I had lobster, because I'm just content. So I'm not saying that, look, if you have your money and you want to sit down in front of your fireplace and be throwing $100 bills to warm you up, it's your money. But don't go and steal somebody else's money. Don't go and rob. You see, I tell people I can never be duped, all things being equal. You're not going to write me a letter and say, there's some $30 million in Nigeria. I should come and bring 3,000 to collect it. I don't want that 30 million. It's not mine. I'm not interested.
That's
I think
old
Kandu,
format.
I understand what you're saying. I think the way I look at it in that area was there was a time I gave a job to somebody back home to do like all these doors, iron doors and stuff like that. So that is when I noticed one of the guys sent me a video of the job. Oh, bros, this thing, look at it. Now we'll come and spray it. Daytime, this guy was at work. He had a bottle of beer in one hand and a cigarette in one hand. Okay. So only God knows how many beer that guy is going to drink before he finish work that day. So where is the profit margin? This is I think that is the area where you're trying to go into. So when he has eaten into his profit margin, that is when they start taking advantage of customers, trying to scam customers, trying to defraud customers of more money, because there's no this self-discipline in work or this self-discipline on how to be prudent financially. A lot of our people, they don't have it. A lot of people that complain to you today that say, bros, I need money. If you send them money, I guarantee you 50% of that money will go into things that they didn't really need in the first place. Things that they like, if you even you that send them that money, you will not even buy those things with your own money.
Absolutely. Some years ago, I had a girlfriend in Nigeria, and I don't know, I guess she lost her mind one day. She called me and said me I should send her 30,000 to do hair. I said, so even if I send you 30,000, you use it to do hair. Do you understand your financial situation?
No. You can do. Your girlfriend is even good. Some will even be asking for dollars. They'll be asking for dollars.
Yeah, but the point is, I'm like, do you understand your financial situation? Even if I give you that money, it should not be spent on plaiting hair. I wish I could send you guys a picture of my one of my sisters when we're in Nigeria. She went and had this hair done. It was so beautiful. And how much did she pay? 3,000 naira. She gave the lady 5,000 naira tip. But this thing was so beautiful. I'm like, wow, that is beautiful. My point is, if you are in, if your situation, and when I say your situation, I don't mean alone should go. I mean regular. regular, allows you to go and do your hair for 50,000 naira, go do it. But if you haven't sorted out the things you need to sort out in your life, I don't care how many other people do their own for 50,000. Go find that type of. I even tell people, when I talk to some ladies in Nigeria, I'm like, get my sister's number, get that lady's number. Because oh my God, this one was so beautiful for 3,000 naira.
But can do if you are telling people not to spend money, how are we supposed to grow our economy now?
I didn't say not to spend money. I say you should operate from where you are. I just said, if your situation allows you
The
to spend
salon owners, how would
50,000.
they make money? Nobody comes to do their hair there.
No, I said your situation, your financial situation. If you have money where you can go and spend 50,000 to do your hair, go do it. But if you don't have money, if you're calling people for money, going to go and do your hair for 50,000 should not even be in your dreams.
Can do. What you are talking about, he think it is basic to you, but it's knowledge
Good evening,
that
Simba.
most people doesn't have. Oh,
Hello,
please,
Simba.
how are you?
Yeah, I'm
How
good.
are you?
Thomas, please try to fix me in if you have a chance. Go ahead, Simba.
Yes, let's hear
Okay.
from you. Yeah, let's Simba land it, then we hear from Play Summer. Yeah.
Okay. You know what you just said is what Akim just also alluded to. You know, if in what we notice that most people, they're actually the architects of their own downfall. You are into business. You know, there was a time, if anybody can remember on this platform, that I had an argument with World Peace. He said somebody gave him money to do a business. I'm very sorry to say this. He's not on this platform, but he now said that he was taken out of that money
to give to his
that
wife.
they gave him to do this to pay his wife's salary.
That's
And
a
I asked
crime.
him.
That is a crime.
I beg you remember
If
that day.
somebody gives you money for a particular purpose, if you divert that for
No, I
any
said,
reason, that's
okay,
a
the
crime.
question I asked him,
And the guy was arguing.
I said, your wife, is she part of the employee of that business that you are paying
Simba,
your wife salary from?
you should have mentioned name. You should have just said
And Simba,
somebody.
the guy spent 1 hour arguing with us that we don't know business. We don't know.
You see, if you tell somebody or your whoever that we're going to use this money to procure raw materials, if you use it to buy a car, that's a crime.
So the issue is this: most people doesn't know those little business. They don't have it. You understand? Okay, for example, there was a time I gave an example. I used to have this guy that he had this small truck that used to carry poultry feed for me. And there was a day I asked him, I said, I mentioned is the people will not know. I asked him, I said, have you married? He said no. I said, why haven't you got married? He said, because he's building a house. That he want to finish his house before he go married. And I asked him, I said, but this truck that you are using is already smoking. You know, when the truck starts smoking, no, the engine is going. And they have started pushing this truck. And I asked him, you are building a house. Do you have any other truck? He said no. Because that same truck was given to him by his father. I said, why can't you invest in the business that you are doing? This is the only thing that you know. The money that you are spending to build a house, why can't you buy another truck? Maybe even if you have 2, 3, 4. You know, the kind of things that we do is we just like maybe highlighting ourselves as, okay, we want to show people that we're already arrived when we are not even nowhere. So, and that is what is encouraging us to be buying things, spending money on things that are not actually things that will promote, that will make us to grow. You understand what I mean? Can do. You are in a business.
Yes,
you are
sir.
not building your business. You don't have
Yes.
enough capital. You're already building a house that is a liability that is not even going to contribute to your business. You are buying a car that doesn't contribute anything to your business. That's going to be a liability. So we tend to now build up liabilities more than the capitals.
Simba.
You understand? And how can you grow? How can you grow? And that is the mentality of most Nigerians.
Simba.
I'm very sorry to say. Yes,
Simba.
please, Omar, go ahead.
Please,
Okay,
Simba,
thank you.
About Dino
Hello. Oh,
Yeah,
leave,
yeah.
give me the position.
Hold on. Let's hear from Play Summer.
Play
So,
Summer.
All right.
which part of the conversation you want to come in?
Oh, thank you, Thomas. Good evening,
Politics or
everybody.
yeah, good evening. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was from Kanduza argument, and I came in, and I'm glad like Simba, Mike, and Progressive really talked about it. But I just want to chip in something like he doesn't care, he doesn't follow people, whatever they say, he doesn't care. But one thing that you should consider is the age that we are now. Social media is the new history. How many people go to the library to start research anymore? Even research for PhD now, most are done online. And if you let lie go for a long time, it will become true. So saying like you don't care, as long as you know, you don't care if anybody else don't know. So that is the point I want to make, that you have to be rebutting those lies because it will be stick. Even news media in Nigeria now, all over the world, pick news from social media, whether it's lie or true. It's spread all over the headlines.
Yeah,
So
right.
Okay. Real quickly, I did not say that I don't care that other people get the information. I did not say that, and I would never say such a thing. Said and still say is, to me, I understand we're not all equal. I'm not any smarter than anybody else. I'm not. I'm just another human being. But there's just some things that are just common sense. You sending me something that somebody left 30 million, for me to come and bring 3,000. I'm not interested. You telling me that Nigeria has the best economy in the world in Africa however many years ago, when I don't see your production, when I don't see what you're manufacturing, and you're going to
Can do.
tell me,
I really understand you, but let me give you an example. Do you know when, at a point in time, when Nnamdi Kanu said Buhari is dead and it's been replaced by one Jubril of Sudan, a lot of people believe it,
you
and if
see,
everybody kept quiet.
I would never even give such a thing any credence.
No,
I
I'm
won't
just
even
using
give
that
it
as an
credence.
example.
Mike said he was even believing him at that time, sir.
Play Summer.
You can imagine. Yeah, you can imagine.
Hold on, please.
Play
Some
Summer.
people still believe that till now.
Yeah.
Imagine.
Play Summer, you are right. And that is why I was so mad tonight, because I see the pattern now that they will come on the platform and say, oh, election was rigged so place. Election was rigged. And they will be saying it every day. And so if somebody now counter them and say, no, what you are saying is wrong, they say, oh, you are talking, because they want to be saying the same thing. And they want everybody to believe that what they are saying is right.
You'll be paid by the government. That's what they tell
Yeah,
you.
The fact is that if people did not report it now, 10 years after, when you start 2023 Nigeria election, those are the lights you will be seeing.
Yes, that's why I was so angry, because I don't join platform every day like that. But I just every day they come, oh, it was rigged so place in Lagos. It was rigged so place in Lagos. So, and I said, okay, if election was rigged so place in Lagos, why can't you talk about how it was rigged in the southeast too? Let us now compare. So it was not rigged there.
Do you know what always annoyed me? Where Peter Obi got 98, 92, 91 percentage, there they don't rig. But where Atiku win, Atiku rigged. Where Tinubu win, they rigged there. But in the southeast, where Peter Obi won, they didn't rig there. No.
I think enough people have articulated the fact that, you definitely have to look at all of these issues from this many different angles. We're not anywhere near where we ought to be. We have made some progress, but we cannot rest on our laurels and say, okay, we're good. So, there is rigging going on different, at different levels, but we are getting better. But we cannot say, the OB people didn't rig or they didn't suppress. It's only the APC people that suppressed or the PDP. I mean, we all know these things go on. Hopefully, but at the same time, he who comes for equity has to come with clean hands.
Clean hands.
Hopefully we'll get to a place where as many as possible of the votes that are counted, I mean that are cast, are actually counted. And we're a long way from that. No, I mean no, there's no place in the world where it is perfect. It's not about perfection. It's just about moving the goalposts a little bit further down the line.
Yeah, Kando, say this is what if you want to make a case for that election, right? So I don't like if you want to say Labour Party or you're wasting your time, that's not going to cut it. So what I do straight away is I go to Kano State. I say, look, if they want to steal anybody's vote, it was Kwankwa's vote they would have stolen. Okay, in a country where the institution, according to their own claim, it was Yakub Mahmoud that stole the election. Okay, the easiest vote to have stolen, for them to have stolen that election, would have been Kwakwaso's vote. This guy gathered over 1 million votes in Kano, wasted vote.
Yeah, but
and still won the governor. And still won the governorship. They still won the governorship in Kano.
The issue is coming for equity with clean hands. Whatever they said they were going to do. I mean, I don't know who rigged the election, who didn't rig the election. I wasn't there. The hopefully next time we'll be able to have a process in place where they will say this is what we're gonna do. And I'm talking about INEC people and actually do that. Transparency as much as humanly possible. I don't think we'll be here if they uploaded whatever they said they were going to upload. Yeah, people will still complain. Even my tongue and my cheeks, they don't always agree. So the people will, the fact that people complain, as long as you're alive.
I think the mistake people made, the mistake people made was the idea that they thought that we were having electronic voting. No, the election was still a manual voting.
Manual.
So
yes.
this is where people are getting it wrong. The election process
accreditation.
Progressive. They are not getting it wrong. They know. But because they lost, they will sit on that.
If you go to if you go to a place like Kenya, you want to vote. Nothing like paper. They don't use paper. They don't talk. You just go there. You press in the machine. The machine is where you press your hand. You press everything, and the election it goes straight to the computer. That is how they do it. If you want an electronic voting system, you go.
In America, we don't allow that because electronics can be manipulated.
Exactly.
As advanced as we are. No, but as advanced. No, listen, Kenya. I don't care what Kenya has. They can have a better electronic or computer information system than the United States. The reason we still use ballot paper in the US for the most part is that so that you can go back and count. You can go back and count. If you know what people can do,
that's evidence.
Yeah, you have to be able to go back. You know how many times they recounted some states in America for this last election?
Can do. I follow American election, but this is the problem. You cannot eat your cake and have it at the same time. Okay, so
but we're eating it and having it at the same time in America. Arizona was recounted twice. They had to go back to the paper.
Do you know how much it cost them?
A lot of money.
What I'm trying to say to you is that if you look at this, if you look at the senatorial seat in Kogi that this woman Natasha Akpoti won, where she went to court, how was she able to prove that she was rigged? Because they went back to the ballot papers and they counted and said, this is the actual number that I got. Okay, imagine a system whereby it is electronics and there was nothing to go back to go and recheck again. She would have lost. They already manipulated it electronically. So you have nothing to go back to say, look, let's recount this paper. Because she went to the court and said, look, my lord, this is the actual number that I got. and the judges look at it and say, okay, you are right. You have the action.
Wait. I'm saying that we should still. I mean, no matter what electronic we have, we should still have ballot paper so that you can go back. So that's
Yeah,
what
but
I'm
that
saying.
is no longer electronic voting. It is no longer an electronic voting
Yeah,
system.
but you see, this is the reality in America. Even as of today, there are hundreds of billions of dollars that are stolen from banks electronically, even with access code and everything. So, from a technological standpoint, I don't think we're there yet. We're going to get there to a point where you'll be able to vote in your house. Maybe it should be some sort of biometrics. You put your eye to the camera, and even that, I've seen something where somebody took a picture of somebody's eye, and they were able to scan the picture to gain access. So
So
this thing,
this
you
is
get
why
as
we
it
say,
will.
for me, in my opinion, there's a reason why all these Western nations, a lot of them, still use ballot papers to conduct their election. They go there, or after election, they will go and count. Everybody will be there. You will count, and they will see it openly.
I'm agreeing with that. I mean, I don't have any disagreement with that.
For me, I just feel like the election went the way it went. Those people who had expectations, one way or the other, people who have personal agenda, people who thought things should go in a different way, because the election didn't go their way. No, sometimes you have to.
No, I don't think that is fair. I don't think that is fair.
No, it is.
Again, the issue was Mr. Mahmood went to Chatham House and said, "We are going to load." That's what he said. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
saying that people will still not have complained.
just
Hold
because
on,
someone
hold
says,
on. I'm not saying that people will not have complained. But if you did what you're supposed to do, let them complain. The problem was even some of the things that were uploaded, you could see, I mean, they upload pictures instead of, I mean, so I'm not, look, me, I'm not on anybody's side. I don't really care. I don't really care who
Those
wins.
pictures. INEC cannot control it. They are polling agents. They could take selfie. They could take porn movie and send them. INEC
Okay.
can't control that.
I'm not saying that they can. What I'm saying is I don't think it is fair to say that it's just that people are just complaining. I think if what Mr. Mahmood said they were going to do, whether they were able to do it, whether there was some electronic reason, whether there was a computer problem or whatever the problem was, the thing is, if you come with your hand clean and say, "Oh, me mare o funfun nene," let them complain.
Can I please take you back a little bit? You
Yes, sir.
see, even the electronic vote in Mahmoud promised, there's still ballot papers. Do you know that?
Yes,
There
sir.
are still ballot paper. So
Yes, sir.
what the court is saying is that if you say I have 1 million votes and they allocated 400,000 votes to me, you can go to INEC to get the ballot paper, just like America, and still go and recount it. But the other parties who lost, they knew they didn't get up to that vote they were claiming. They
No,
are just
I don't know. I think you're jumping the gun. I don't believe that they knew. They believed. Whether they believe is wrong, but
Doyin Okupe said it today. Doyin
no,
Okupe said
but
it today
you
now.
rightly, What? Say that again.
One of the Labour Party, one of the big wigs in Labour
No.
Party.
Sorry. Repeat what you said. Just repeat what you said. I
Yeah,
don't want
I
to.
mentioned Doyin Okupe, but he's a
Who
big
the
wig.
heck? I don't listen to non-entities.
Oh, that's the what I'm telling you.
I don't
Listen
listen
now.
to I said I don't
Whether
listen to
he is
non-entity.
non-entity, but he's more insider than you are
I don't
in
care what
Labour
you have to
Party.
say. It's irrelevant. Look, I am agreeing with you. The Labour Party went with the wrong approach. They should have gone, if they thought that they had more votes somewhere, they should have produced those. They did not. They lost. Better luck next
In
time.
fact, why I say I want to bring you back was that if you know the history of ACN, I listened to the former Vice President Yemi Osinbajo one time. He publicly said during a time they lost most of during Obasanjo's period. Yeah, when Obasanjo was canvassing the ACN governors to vote for him in presidential election, and uh, afterwards he will make them governor. And after they voted for Obasanjo, all the ATN
it
governors,
was not even ACN then, it was AD.
AG, sorry, okay, maybe I made it. All of them voted for him as for French president, and they lost except Lagos. And you know what Tinubu did? That was
No, he
what I
rigged them
heard
out.
from.
Oh. He rigged them out. Not
No, no,
that he
no.
lost. Oh.
I know. I'm building something here. He rigged them out. It was Obi'S that said it. And what do you know what Tinubu did at that time? Is Osinbajo said Tinubu told him that okay, Osinbajo came with the idea that we need forensic. We need to check the votes forensically. I don't know what he said. That he needs to go to London to get people who will come and check the ballot paper, the thumbprint, and see how the vote went. Tinubu said, go ahead if you know that's right. He went to London to hire 4 investigators, and they came to check the ballot paper. Do you know what they found out? That it's not possible with if you are going to accreditate, if you are going to do accreditation and vote in between individuals, it will take about at least minimum of 10-15 minutes. But they found out the thumbprints, or like you can find like 20 thumbprints, the same thumbprint on the ballot paper. They even check the time that they were thumbprinting on each second, which is not possible. Because you will first do accreditation, proceed to thumbprint. So they found out all, and they compiled it and took it to court, and they begin to gain all those states in the Southwest back.
That's how they took Edo State from.
Edo State included, yes. So that's what I say. This thing, there is history to it. Don't let people start shouting like, if Obi were, okay, now you will find in this 2023 in court, Tinubu's defense is only whatever Obi says, I get, that's all they'll defend. It's not like APC cannot say they rigged in Abia or Imo.
Brother, hold on 1 second. Let me quickly throw something in here. All of us we were witness to that election live. Okay, the only political party that went live. I want to repeat it now. That went live from their situation room, that showed Nigerian how the result was coming in their situation room, was APC. Yeah. Was the only so if you said you have the numbers, if you say you want, where is your situation room numbers? Where is the numbers from your situation room?
Right.
They told us, according to Labour Party saying this now, according to PDP situation room result, we got nearly 1 million votes. So you are relying on a result from another political party?
An ESA. That's an ESA.
You know, these things you cannot make it up, man. Look, it doesn't add up. If you say you had an agent on ground, this is what you do. As soon as the result is counted, your agent take pictures and send it over to your situation room, to your war room, and then you guys tally all the results together as it's coming from different polling units, from different local government, from different states. That is what your situation room is there for. They'll be tallying all the results. Even when APC was going for this tribunal, an APC man come out and say, even in Kano, we were shortchanged by about 40,000 votes because we have the result in our situation room. He didn't say they won. He said we were shortchanged by about 40,000 votes. How did they know?
Whether they say they won, I mean, you can say you won if that's what you believe. It doesn't mean that you thought you didn't win, but you're trying to badger anybody. If that's what you believe, you go to court, you produce your evidence, and if you want to go back during Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, all of the numbers out there said Clinton was going to win. I mean, not everybody. The news media, the man and woman on the street, it was a done deal. Everybody, including myself, I just didn't know which country I could move to. When they said Trump won, I would have moved. I was visibly shocked.
That American election is kind of, Clinton. Look, the polls that were saying Clinton was going to win, they were not wrong. Okay, so it was just
they were not wrong.
No, they were not wrong. It's just that if you follow the poll continuously, poll will change as you go towards election. Depends on events, certain events. So going into that election, it was on Clinton's hand. But I think what really damaged that election for her was two things happened going into the election. One, the Obamacare numbers came out, and it was not good that time. It was like the premium was going up, people were going to pay more, and then the Republican Party took advantage of that. That was one. And secondly, James Comey reopened the investigation of the Clinton just before the election.
And what you just said now about the Obamacare, the cost of Obamacare, you see, this is one of the reasons I normally say, you know, most human beings are just foolish. Honestly, we just are foolish. You know, Obamacare, the cost went up, this, that, and the other. You know how many decades we've been fighting in this country, in America, to have a system where everybody will be covered, the cost will be much lower. The Republican Party have always fought against it. The cost of drugs, the cost of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. I mean, if you see how much some of these drugs are being sold for, I have one of the things that I take. I was just told by my provider, it costs 3,500 a month, every month. How many people, it's like what? Even I forgot the name of this thing. Ibuprofen, this thing that you can, if somebody's going into a seizure. I remember there was a huge debate about this some years ago. You just take the pen and you jam somebody in the arm or the leg, and they won't die.
Insulin.
Huh?
Are they insulin?
Yeah, it's insulin. The insulin inside it doesn't even cost $1. But because they put it in that pen, they're able to sell it to Medicaid for $600. This is highway robbery. And this is so people, most people would do what is against their own best interest. If they have any common sense, Obamacare was the best thing that anybody could have. Period. End of paragraph. Given everything that is on the ground. But the powers that be, the insurance company, they will lobby Congress, they will lobby everybody and their mama, and people will go against what is in their own best interest. And this is just how human beings are, unfortunately.
So I brought that issue because a lot of people will say, "Oh, all the polls were no, the polls were not wrong. It's just that certain event came in very late that changed that changed the tide against Clinton in that election." So if you open a corruption allegation case against a candidate about a week or so into an election, of course it's going to have a
But
negative effect.
you see, this is the problem. For anybody that has any common sense, regardless of whatever corruption cases you open against Hillary Clinton, for anybody that has been in this country for a minute, Donald Trump is a crook, is a criminal. I will say it anywhere in front of anybody, any day. This guy has been sued by over 3,600 people, contractors that he defrauded. We knew that from day one, not because he came to run for presidency. We've known this guy since the days of New York. So no, I don't care what investigation you open against Clinton. That will never, ever. I don't care if I'm the number one Republican. A criminal is a criminal, and I don't deal with them. But the point at the end of the day is people, unfortunately, will do what is against their own best interest. But at the same time, you see, hard work, most times, hold on real quickly, let me land this. Hard work, most times, we even make you take you to places that even with better education, knowledge, would not take you. The last 14 days of that election, Trump ran everywhere. He campaigned everywhere, every day. Some days, three, four places in a day.
The guy
That's hard
works
work.
really hard.
That's hard work.
Yeah,
And it paid off.
you
And
have
it
to give
paid
that
off.
to him as well. You have to give that to
Yeah,
him. The
it
man,
paid off.
the guy,
Hard work. I mean, the
he
guy
worked
was
really hard.
everywhere.
He worked really, really hard. But this is one thing people need to understand as well. Those things count because the man touches places where you don't expect a presidential candidate to touch. So those things worked in his favor as well.
Yeah, it did.
But what?
So can I come in here, please? So when
Yeah.
you mention this, it's quite interesting. And when you now juxtapose it with Nigerian presidential candidate, you can see that some of them cover the whole federation, and some of them never gone to some places. And when the result come out, they said they won there. So sometimes when you listen to all these agitators that they said they won, you ask them, what is the figure they won in Kano, Kaduna, Sokoto, and the rest? They cannot give you. And when they go to the court of law, they cannot present all those numbers or all those places they have won. No numbers. I think to me, to be frank, which I've listened to you, this is the fairest election since 1999. There is a sitting governor guarantee.
And Remy, they will always say they won the election. The Nigerian government gave them the chance to prove that they won the election.
Yes.
The election because they couldn't bring any evidence to prove that you won the election.
If you are a sitting governor in Nigeria and you are going for a Senate seat, it's 110% guarantee you are going to get it.
Almost 6-7 governors.
Almost 90% of them lost out. And for the first time in the history of that country, they cannot inflate figures like before because of the VVN machine. This is the best election that I've seen since 1999. And that is the true winner. There's nobody can tell us
that is exactly what we told them, and they don't want to listen, and they are talking about emotional.
But who are
I've listened to some people that said, okay, the upload, the IRF does not work, does not upload the result. I will tell you what happened. The IRF continued to upload the result onto the hack into the system. But if they have allowed that hack into that system, that INEC, just leave it like that, this Nigeria as we are talking today, maybe we're talking about war.
The only reason, for me, the only reason they were putting emphasis, Thomas, the only reason they were putting emphasis on IRF is just because they want to look for a way to manipulate those results sheet.
That's it.
Apart from that, because
I will tell you, my brother is an insider. That day, there are more than 500 hack into that system. Why?
No, it's not even your brother. There was one guy that was interviewed, and he said it with his own mouth. Look, we were gaining access into the system until they shut it down. He said it with his own mouth.
Okay, again, I don't know why you're putting so much emphasis on what some guy from wherever said. You see, the thing is, before.
Follow that election.
Let's Remy finish. Yeah, Remy.
If you follow that election very well, they started uploading the presidential election immediately from the polling unit, and from the polling unit, nobody can say they are shortchanged if you have a polling agent there because you have a copy in your hand. The police have a copy, or the political party have a copy. So there is no way you can say they shortchange you. And if you know that your number supersedes what they gave everybody at the court of law, you should approve it. That is why they were unable to prove it.
Remy, I don't know, maybe you have been listening to us. Okupe was interviewed today. He said they have only 20% party agents throughout Nigeria.
Yes, it's true. So when you look at it, they started uploading that result until they got to say that the hacking is too much and they shut it down. They shut it down. The reason why they shut it down is that how can you say when these people hack into the system and they started giving numbers or votes to their candidate, and that is not a true vote. So what will happen to your country? That will be a big fight. So and people that would use that one are those ones that they think they are not going to lose the election. They are going to lose the election. That's why they do like that. And you have been talking about the promise or no promise. You cannot say anywhere in the world there is no perfect election. Anything can happen on election day. So if this happens, the umpire have to have a fallback. And that is the reason why they fall back to that position. Now, to make it beautiful.
And even 3 days or 5 days to the election, Mahmoud came out that probably they may not be going online to do to use the online stuff. Yes, you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. I think the beauty of it to me is this: You have layers where you can check the result. There is a BVN accreditation. There is a BVN when the final collation, they take the photo. They also give each copy to the police, the GSS, and all the agents. The question is simple. If you know I am the one that win that election, even if you cannot get from your own agent, you can as well get from other agents. PDP is your sister party. They are very friendly. And I think they have agent there. Why don't you use them? Beg your article to present that kind of figure to you so that you win. Sometimes I just ask myself, people are so myopic. You are third, about 3 million votes, they won you through the APC. And then you are from third, you want to jump over second position and become
No,
number.
I don't. Personally, I don't think it's a matter of anybody trying to jump. I think it's a matter of people believing what they believe,
But you
sincerely
cannot
believing.
believe, you cannot believe
You can be rightly wrong. You
you
can be
cannot
rightly wrong.
you cannot
I
believe
don't.
in hate
I mean,
because
again, I don't reside in conspiracy theory
this is
rooms.
not
I don't believe in conspiracy.
this is the
Hello.
point.
Look,
This is
let me 1 second, please. So, if you want to believe something, believing something is completely different from when you have factual figure in your hand and say, "This is what I have." Okay, I won. I just told you this lady Natasha Akpoti. She got the numbers and she went to court and said, "Look, I won the election. Look at the numbers I have."
Yeah, I remember you
Nobody,
saying that. I remember you saying that. But
and
what I'm saying is
this was in
every
Yaya Bello's day.
obviously the Obi'S party people, they went with the wrong when they went to court. They went with the wrong strategy. So I don't have any sympathy for them. I don't really care who. I don't know who these people are that are. And to buy one let me know if anyway. So I don't give any credence to what people are saying.
can do. I
No,
fought
Peter Obi came out. Peter Obi came out and said, "I won this election and I'm going to prove it." Those were his own words.
Okay, and he went to go and prove it with the wrong approach, and he
no,
lost.
can do. You do not get it. Obi knew he lost that election.
How,
He
how
knew from
you,
the
sir,
one that
sir,
he
All
lost the
hold on,
election.
hold on, hold on. How are you going to tell me that you know what is in somebody else's mind?
okay, hold on. Let me answer your question very well. As we are rightly saying here, they don't have enough party agents all over the federation. And all those figures in their hand, he knew it, he has it. He cannot tell us he does not have all those state by state results. He has it. And when you have it, you already know whether you lose or you win. But as a loser and as a bad loser, three things will come to your mind because you want to become president. You want Dabaru, Nigerian way, to Dabaru everything. If that is possible, that is the first thing they threw to Nigeria. Hey, let's go out there. There's some time they said, let's go for coup. Let's go for this. Let's go for unrest. That is
Okay. My brain tells me that my brain tells me that that's not what was on the ground.
I'm telling you.
If he number one, I cannot say what is in another man's mind.
No, let me
Number
finish.
two,
You asked me a question.
just because you believe
Let
something
me,
doesn't
you
mean
asked
that
me
you are lying. You can be rightly wrong.
you asked me a question. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Remy, give me 1 sec. Yeah, listen to this. Yeah.
Datif Ahmed and I remain absolutely undaunted and deeply committed to the project of a new Nigeria that will be built on honesty, transparency, fairness, justice, equity. All the above starts with the process. Process through which people come into office is far more fundamental, more important than what they do thereafter. It is my belief, and I've maintained so consistently, that if you must answer His Excellency, the process through which you arrive to office must be excellent. We must now require that we do the right things in order to generate the required confidence and moral authority to lead. The destruction of a society begins and gradually progress when we act rascally. We will govern by the rule of law because we know what not doing that will bring about. Let me reiterate, and I assure you that good people of Nigeria that we will explore all legal and peaceful options to reclaim our mandates. We won the election and we will prove it to Nigerians.
Okay, now let me come. So the first thing to do is the Nigerian way. Let's call out for protest. Let's ask for, if we cannot protest, let's call for the military to take over. When that one is not going through, they resort to propaganda. and they use the social media very well. And they resort to that. We won the election. We are the owner. We are going to fight it peacefully. When that one is not working, the last resort, nothing they can do. They have to go to court of law. Because if emotion have set in that time and a lot of people fall into street and they started killing them, that will bring a crisis. And when the crisis coming, the military can take over. That's what they want to do. That is the 3 cards they have. But unfortunately for them, the 2 card does not work. The last card is to finally go to the court of law. And the court of law prove like he said, is going to prove. Now you go there.
No evidence at the court of law.
No evidence. It only takes Supreme Court 1 minute something second to dismiss the case. Can you understand what you are trying to say? I see you as a person who is not totally interested in people.
Remy, you need to first of all understand when they went to court, 90% of their case was certificate, was Chicago.
Please don't let us waste time on that. But this is my thing. This is what my brain tells me. My brain tells me, if Peter Obi was looking for chaos, he will have talked along the lines of people should go out on the street and reclaim their mandate. Yeah, will the DSS have picked them up right away? Yes, they would have. So to me, my brain tells me that is not his type of approach. Again, I agree with you. They went with the wrong strategy. You can believe. Hold on. Trump went to Georgia, he went to Arizona, he went to, I think, one other state, and asked for a recount, physical recount. Because for whatever reason, in his mind and in Giuliani's mind, they believe they should have won, especially when the early numbers were showing that there were hundreds of thousands of votes ahead.
They recounted in Georgia, and he lost even by more margin.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is, just because somebody believes that they won does not mean that that there's some hidden agenda somewhere.
And there is one clarity I want you. I know where you stand. You are just like a person. You don't believe in people, and you don't believe in that, and you don't believe in this. But when you talk about politics, it's not that. Some people, their word weighs a lot. You cannot compare when Obasanjo talk to you or I talk. Nobody knows me. Nobody knows you. But if Obasanjo do not, and all those political gladiators they talk, they listen to them. So that is the point. Because politics is about looking at your leaders, giving you a direction sometimes. Because there are so many undecided voters. They don't know who to vote for. So they have to listen to their community leader or their religious leader to take a stand. So why do you think Obi won in Plateau or Plateau or Nasara or whatever? Is it not because of the religious vote?
For me, I don't know where Obi.
If Obi directly announced that people should go on the street and go and clear their mandates, whatever damages, destruction that take place, he'll be the one he will hear liable for it.
I prefer
and the guy will be arrested and charged with treason. So he knows that. So he's not going to directly say that.
I preference what I said. I preference what I said by saying that if he had said that, it would have been picked up right away.
Well, you're saying he didn't want that because if he wanted it, he would have told them to do it. He's smart enough to know if he directly told them to do it.
If all he wanted was chaos, he could. I didn't say he would. He could.
If he had done something like that, they would have.
He wanted chaos, man. The entire time, the people were saying they would go on the street. He didn't tell them not to go.
Look, the number of people that were blindly following that guy, he could have flown to whatever place and given that directive and let the blood be on the street if that was his intention.
I'm sure he had done that, so I'm sure he did it.
What do you mean did it? Did what?
Do you know why?
He did what?
Wait. His big supporters, even people that even know him directly, they were saying it online that they want to go on the street.
Who cares what people are saying? I don't care what people are saying.
Hold on. Listen now. You said, but hold on now. You said he would have met them in the private. So
no, I did not say that. I said, listen. Let me make sure. Let's be on the same page. Dr. Remy was saying that certain things. I said, looking at this guy.
Hold on, wait. Let's not move it. Let's speak. No. You're saying if he wanted them to get on the streets, he would have told them, right?
I said he could have done that and gotten out of Nigeria and let the blood flow on the street. I don't
Then you
believe that
never come
that's the
back to
type of
Nigeria
guy.
after that.
Yeah, who cares? I mean, who cares
Yeah,
if I'm
who
coming
told
back
you
to
Obi'S not is
Nigeria?
ready to abandon Nigeria?
No, I'm just
Apart
saying.
from
I'm
that,
just saying. It
apart from
just
that,
doesn't. It
these
just.
people
It just doesn't
listen,
make sense to
listen,
me.
can do. Let me
No,
tell you something.
he made
Can,
perfect
let me
sense
tell you
that he
something.
wanted that.
A lot of these people are cowards. Even if Obi himself go on the street, he will not be more than 200. No, he will get more than 200 people behind him. Just those people,
Exactly. He
they are
wished
just
them
there on
to go
social
on the
media.
street. He wanted them to do it,
Exactly.
but they
He
just
will
couldn't
not
do it
see
because they are
nobody will
cowards.
come. Nigeria will come out and kill
I
themselves
don't. I
for
don't see any evidence that this man
It's
wanted
clear
to be on
now.
the street.
They were all pushing each other like, let's go,
I
go,
don't
go.
care about
They
people.
all.
Not. I don't care
Hold
about.
on,
I
wait.
don't care
Can you allow
about.
me to
I
land
don't
now?
care.
Allow me to land. Wait. The reason why I say the evidence to me that he wanted us to do it was because when they all pushing each other to do it, he didn't tell them not to do it. He didn't come out and announce like, guys, let's not do it. We lost. Let's respect our democracy. Let's. He didn't say that. He was
He
waiting for
kept
them to do it.
quiet. He kept quiet.
He kept quiet to the point where they were even accusing him like, hey, why are you going to tell us now? Give us go now. Give us go now. He didn't respond.
And
He
that
kept
is the
quiet.
thing. That if he wanted to, if he wanted them to do that,
He is not strong like that.
yeah, he's not a strong guy. He's not a
Wait. If
strong
you
guy.
wanted them to do it, what do you mean? If you wanted them to do it, would
If he
have what?
wanted them on the street, if all he
Let me
cared,
wait now. Yeah, you say it again. You said
if all he cared was chaos and blood on the street, he could have told people to go out and claim their mandate while he's sitting in some other
How
country
many people is
somewhere
going to
wait
come
in
out?
public. He would have told them to go on the
Yes,
streets.
yes,
He would have told them to go on the streets.
yes. I said if what was said was that this is what he wanted. I said if that's what he wanted, if he could have said that from any place in the world where it cannot be touched, and there will be chaos in the country.
There will not be chaos. There will not be chaos in the country.
He
There will not be chaos.
wouldn't have done that because he still have assets in Nigeria, and he can separate unless you want to pack everything only in Nigeria and abandon Nigeria. He's ready to abandon Nigeria. That's the only way he would have said. He could have said it.
I
But
said
in
again, I don't know this man, and it's even irrelevant.
the fact of the matter is, it's obvious, very obvious that he wanted them to go on the street and burn things down for him. He wanted
Listen,
it.
Mike, even
He
if
just
he
didn't want
did,
to tie himself to it. That's the only thing.
even if he did, those people are cowards, man. Many of them will not come out. I'm
We
telling
all
you
know
now.
now.
They will not come
They
out.
all wanted it. They all wanted it. So, but none of them had the balls to do it. So they were trying to incite the other ones to do each other to do it. Even some of them were even accusing Obi that we haven't gone because Obi hasn't told us so. We are waiting for Obi to tell us so. You need Obi to tell you before you go.
That was the other thing I could never understand. Why any human being, why any human being, especially one that is over 18, will wait on another human being to come and tell you what to do. I don't care what the Pope says. I don't care what the chief imam of wherever says. You put juju for mouth. Why do people listen to what other people say? I'm dumbfounded.
This is what I'm saying to you.
You are very
That
funny.
even if he had said so, a lot of people they will not go on the street. To be honest, look.
So
For
you
you
mean
to have,
somebody will issue a fatwa from
for you
somewhere in
to
Mecca,
have,
and
for you to have,
They will carry it out. Nothing you can do.
me.
You cannot do it.
Who born the person? The person no get picking. Let him take his own picking to go carry out the
That is
fatwa.
the difference. That's what we
The
are
only
talking
Nigerians that have the balls to go out and go and do something like that are the northerners.
There's nothing like they have the
apart from that, no. Apart from that,
I'm making a general point that it is my brain cannot comprehend how people will say Obasanjo said something, and because of that you go and do it.
That is
Or
because
the
you have
Pope said something and you go and do it.
Okay, can do 1 second.
Where are these people from?
Let's
quickly say something.
Yeah.
Let me can I quickly say something, please? Right.
Go ahead,
So
go ahead.
for a protest to be successful in Nigeria, I want to use the NSAS one to make an example. For a protest to be successful in Nigeria, it has to be a nationwide protest. Okay. So if Obi called anything for people to go and march or do anything, it will just be, even if it gain any form of momentum, it will just be in a very minute space in Nigeria. Maybe some part of Lagos, maybe some part of Abuja, maybe some part of the East. That is it. It will not go past that. And that will be like what? Nothing. Even if you said if it's the Northerners, they will still hold. Look, an Abiola kind of an election, right? That kind of an election will call for a nationwide protest whereby the candidate won election across the country, whereby the candidate was accepted across the country. He was winning in Kano, he was winning in Southeast, he was winning in South, he was winning in South. So you have to have the support across the country for you to be able to pull something strong. But if you don't have that level of support and you say, oh, go on the streets, it will just be like a sectorial leader whereby it will be people from a tribe, one tribe of the country that is taking the country into the area where they don't want to go. The security forces will deal with every one of them and send them back home. That's all.
Yeah. In addition, and apart from that, when you look at him, he's a kind of person that sometimes lay back, let other people that does not even know what is happening to take decision on his behalf. And that is why you can see he cannot form his own party. He knows his weaknesses, okay? And that is why you can see he cannot even manage labor crisis. So all of these things, the man knows himself. If some people push for that unrest that time, when the unrest gain momentum, he will not come out and support it. But because it does not gain the momentum, and Akim, the progressive, really put it at the right perspective, where are the protests going to take place? How many people are going to protest in Abuja? How many people are going to protest in Sokoto or in Kano or Kaduna, where they did not even vote for him massively? It's only Kaduna that he has some pocket of vote. How many votes does he have in Kano, in Borno and the rest? How many votes? Who are the people that is going to go out to protest on his behalf? And at the same time, the man also fears for his life. He does not want to die like Abiola now. Do you want them to incarcerate him and at the end of the day, he will die inside? Look at what we suffer as Yoruba people because of Abiola. We protested because the guy won 27 states out of 30. We protested all over Nigeria. But today, where is Abiola? He's gone. Bye-bye, may his soul rest in peace.
Me, I don't go and protest for anybody. I tell my children, don't go out there and be on the street because. But listen, this is what I tell my children and my nieces and nephews. You can be well intentioned. You can be there with the good intention. You don't know what the other people are doing. You don't know what the other people are going to do. If you go and be around, just you being there, doing the right thing, protesting correctly. Some other guy throws a whatever at the police. They're injured. They are not going to. They're not going to take the time at that moment to distinguish between you and the bad guy. So don't even put yourself in the middle of that.
Can do. Your mindset is, I know why you are talking that way. First and foremost, you are exposed. You are not living in Nigeria. And you are not politically savvy or aware, because I can see you are not a card-carrying member of a Democrat or Republican.
No, I don't follow nobody.
But when you go to Nigeria, you see people in the grassroots. That is what they do 24/7 every day. They don't have job. They tell you they are a member of APC. They take it as a job, and it's a do or die affair. So you are different from those kind of people. Majority of the elite in Nigeria, when it comes to election, they always sit down and say, I will monitor it on TV, or now because of social media. How many of them really go out to vote? The people that are voting are the grassroots people, the local people. Those ones that are highly educated, they form, they show off. And more than that, they are too rowdy there. It's too messy there. I cannot stand in the sun for 6 hours. I cannot stand in the sun for 4 hours. So it's different from the people we are talking about. These are people that they see their political leader as their semi-god.
Yeah.
And they can do anything for him or her.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I agree with you. And in fairness, I don't know enough about Nigerian political space or even, any other political space because again, I'm not a follower. God gave me common sense. I don't care who says whatever they say. I think I have enough sense to be able to discern
But what we can gain from this experience is this. Don't let anybody sugarcoat you. The same will be that caught Tinubu and Atiku, their rascality, criminality, corruption, so many derogatory words you use against them. Can you believe it today that the same will be can go to Atiku? And so for everybody, then you can see it very well by yourself that this is just a game.
But personally, I always say this, and this is what I speak what I live. The way I live is what I speak. You see, this has been my belief for like the last 20 something years. If somebody says, I love you, tapate se torito. If somebody says, I hate you, look, when I married my kid's mom, she said she thought I was the best thing since sliced bread until the day she decided to divorce me. Then I was the devil from hell. So
Yes.
whatever somebody says, good or bad, to me personally, is irrelevant. Because the person who thinks you're a good person today, they can change their mind tomorrow.
You know
So
what?
you would-
To win the heart of the electorate, as a politician or as a leader, you must know how to speak to their mind. So politicians are very depth, are very knowledgeable or very intelligent or how to speak to people. If you know how to speak to people, people will fall for you easily. That is why we distinguish between this is a leader, this is a follower. Because
yeah,
some people cannot even stand in front of people, of 10 people, and talk directly and straight into their eyes. They will be
yeah,
shy and chicken out. But some
yeah,
people can talk in front of thousands of people and they
mm,
know what they can tell them for people to follow them.
yeah.
Now, the beauty of this democracy, the reason why I'm happy today is that Nigerians are now politically aware. You can see that Nigeria are following their campaign promises. They are following the project they are doing. You can see with your kuru eye. This is not no more lies. And the only thing that remains is that for us to find the way that INEC at the headquarters of Abuja start conducting local government election. That is one. And then two, the local government get their money directly from the federal allocation if we have not do gradual resource control. If that is in place, that the INEC from Abuja, I mean the national INEC, conduct state local government election, I think that will have a semblance of election, not one party winning all the local government election. So when there is a democracy in the grassroots, local government will be able to do their job, and then you can hold your local government responsible that you have not tar our road. We need water here, electricity here, or something like that. That is the beauty of democracy. And you can see because we have been relatively stable since 1999, people have started to respect Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, it's one of the most stabilized democracy in Africa now. We have had like 3 or 4 turn of change of baton from one president to another president. That is good for the country. So we should not kill ourselves because of election. Because I always say as election, you win or you lose. And when you lose, you have opportunity to contest again. But if you win, if you lose, and then you are now making it more difficult for yourself by telling you burn the country down or by saying this set of people or you make it so tribal. Remember, for you to win an election in Nigeria, 4 zones or 4 regions must vote massively for you. That means
It's actually very sad that out
yeah,
of whatever our population is, there were only 28 million votes. I mean,
the
that is
reason
really
why
sad.
it would be like that is that, as I said earlier before, majority of the educated fellas in Nigeria, they felt too big, and most times they don't normally come out to vote. Go and write it down. Any election, they won't come out. They will give a lot of excuse, and before the election, you'll be hearing their voice. They will be the loudest voice you will hear. But on election day, how many of them did really go out and stay in that sun for hours or rain for hours to vote for their candidate? They will never go out. And
Yeah.
if there's any problem, they are the one that will start to instigate those gullible ones. Go and fight. How can you stay in your so-called abroad in America, Canada, Europe, anywhere, and then you are instigate the people at home to go and fight? Where you can turn right, your wife is sitting down by you, your children are watching movie on TV in your living room. Everybody is there with you, but now you
Yeah.
can instigate other people. I think average Nigeria should think twice. No country, I repeat, will give everything to their citizen. It is you, the citizen, that knows that let me tap in the opportunity the government provide. So the smartest people in this world, they look at government policy and they tap it into it, and things turn around for them. But the people that complain will continue to complain to death. It's always, this government is not good, that government is not good, the next government is coming, I do not see any hope in it. Then check yourself. What are you doing, hustle?
Yeah, I mean, you know, all these things. I've always said is both the leaders and the led. You
Yes.
know, but one of the things that I believe in leading by example. I mean, I in everything. Even when I used to coach soccer, I play with the guys. I don't stay on the sideline. I'm right there.
I
So I
totally
believe,
agree
but
with you.
I saw a video. I think yesterday of this guy in Burkina Faso. Instead of buying brand new vehicles for himself and his cronies, he used the money to buy tractors and all kind of agricultural equipment. So to me, leadership, leadership, you have to lead by example. I don't care whether it was Tinubu that got in or whether it was Atiku or whoever.
See that guy in Burkina Faso. I will not say anything about him. I want to see what he's going to do in the next 4 years.
Yeah, I agree, but no. But this is my point. Is this my? But hold on. Let me say this real quickly. My point is this: when these foolish human beings said they went and bought vehicles for 140 million naira,
Mm-hmm.
I said it will never be well for each and every one of them. Kinshekbe, the universe will curse people that do that. Whatever car, I don't care if it's not pep you have to buy that is made by Innocent. Innocent makes not pep, you know. It makes all kinds of vehicles. I watched a video yesterday, Nani, and this guy that travels all over the Africa. This short guy, Modi or whatever his name is. He went to Innocent's place. They make all kind of vehicles. So
Before you
I
go
don't
on,
care if the vehicle is going to car in 1 year.
hold on. Before you go on, let's make something. Let's clarify something. The chassis, the engine itself, is imported from China. So it's not that this Innocent is producing the chassis in Nigeria. We don't have the technology and we don't have the support factory that can do that. Maybe you do some small parts in Nigeria. I don't know. Maybe they fabricate it by themselves, but it's a good way to start. So when you talk about manufacturing, it's not manufacturing.
Okay, whether it is manufacturing or not,
Excuse me, the Nord, that guy in Ogun State, so he does the same thing.
whether it is manufacturing, whether it
It's
is
also they also
manufacturing.
use foreign exchange to buy all those.
Okay, whatever the excuse is. Okay, what I saw was them actually making the chassis. Yes, the engine and the electronic components comes from other countries. Most car manufacturers, they don't manufacture their own engines.
Yeah, you are
They
right.
don't manufacture their own engines.
But no. Listen, the patents to the engine, who has it? That is why we call them Toyota.
Okay,
That's why they
again, you have to work
yeah,
from where you
now,
are at.
it's
You
not
work
that
from where
another
you are at.
listen first, listen. It's not that another auto company is helping you to do that engine. So that is the difference now. But what they have started doing is good. It's a good point. It's a good thing in the right direction. I also mentioned the other day, after assembling all this car, even for an average Nigeria, it's also expensive. And I brought out the idea: if I were Innocent or not, why can't I find a way to produce a sedan under 4 million naira that is good, that Nigerian can ride and they can feel proud? Because all what they are doing
Hold on, you said under how much?
under 4 million naira.
Okay,
Meaning,
this is the problem. How much are you going to get by the engine and the electronic component? You're not manufacturing them yourself.
I will give you an example. There is a company in China, they call them Cherry. They started producing a car that is their QQ. It's a four-seater sedan car. And when they start selling, do you know how much they are selling that time? When you equate it to dollar, when they started selling, it's under like about not up to $1,000. Is it 1,000 or 2,000?
Okay, how much are they selling today? I understand that was that time. Now, how much are they selling?
Those faces, that is our entry into the market. Today, that company has metamorphosed. They have
No, but no. This is no.
those
Hold on. I don't want you to lose your chain of
I
thought.
want to answer your question. So those cars, for the first 6 years of their company, the people from the rural area, young boys in the university, their parents buy it for them easily. They use that one to enter the market. And after about some years later, they phase them out. They introduce a better one, and the price is slightly higher, but people still patronize them. Today, they are competing with the rest of maybe Toyota, everything. They are competing with them. They have good sedan. They have everything.
What is the name of the company?
It's Cheryl. CH.
Okay, I haven't. No, but this is you see. Actually, I think
the name of that car is QQ. That is what they
okay.
started.
I think what you said. Like I said, this video I was watching of Innocent. They make keke. This napep keke. Maybe what they can do is to make some sort of a sedan around that keke because it should be more cheaper.
4 doors and 4.
Yeah, it should be more cheaper than the regular because most of the cars they're making, they're kind of like your Toyota Corolla kind of thing.
They just want the
Yeah, so if they can, if they can somehow figure out how to make that keke into like a sedan, kind of like just the Chirac or whatever the name of that one is, it will be an entry level vehicle for a lot of people. So maybe that will work.
Tata of India also.
Yeah, Tata, exactly. Actually, I was some years ago. I was.
That is 4 doors and it's not so expensive.
Yeah, I was hoping some years ago. I was hoping that Tata will actually come into the Nigerian space and mass produce those small Tata cars.
The one that brought a lot of that keke napep now.
To make it into a sedan, yeah.
So,
a small one.
What I'm trying to say here is that if they can make a car, like now that the government is talking about consumer credit scheme, if you make a car that is under 5 million and then people can buy it through the credit scheme and pay back in 10 years, a lot of Nigeria will try to go for a new one instead of Tokumbo, which is a car that can carry their family and also have a sembler of quality. And then you have to talk about after what they call repair, the spare part is easily to get.
Yeah.
Then you are creating a good market for majority of Nigeria.
Maybe I need to call Mr. Innocent himself or something because really there's a video of a guy that I saw in one of these northern states, and he actually makes electric cars. And not cars, buses like this 16 passenger buses or something.
So, but when you go to the market and you see the car they are selling, I just laugh. A Jeep, 20-something million. I'm like, is it? So now, let me ask you a question. You want to buy a car of 22 or 23 million, and then you have a Toyota at 23 million, and you have your made in Nigerian car, 23 million. Which one would you go for?
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But what I'm saying, even when I saw that video of that guy in the north, my thought process was that someone like Innocent or whoever else puts together vehicles in Nigeria, they need to get someone like that and any other person like that and formulate something where they can make a low cost solar vehicles, even if it's just for the northern part of the country.
I said something like that before, that a solar panel vehicle. Just like what China did. When I mentioned those vehicles before, that is very relatively cheaper. A lot of Chinese people condemn made in China. They were they like American cars. In fact, they drive more Ford.
I know.
They drive a lot of Toyota, VW, Volkswagen, and so many of this kind of established name. They don't like their brand. But what do? They are local manufacturer, local automobile. They continue to churn out a lot of good vehicle with good design, electronic driven vehicle with good design, good things. Now they are competing a lot, and then the government now supports them. If you want to buy an electric vehicle, the government is giving you support
tax breaks, all sorts of incentives.
50,000 renminbi. So many people pour in and continue to buy made in China, and these cars are good. Almost is here. He said he's driving BYD. And
BYD. Yeah, those guys, BYD is going to give everybody a run for their money.
They have a lot. They have Beijing, Changhong, so many of them like that. So that is the beauty of it. But when you are producing, you are not targeting the majority of Nigeria. You are targeting the elite and the rich, and you want to compete with the one that are very established. It's going to be very difficult. That's why.
I mean, again, someone, whoever, wherever in Nigeria that already, I mean, if you see this guy's boss, really beautiful.
A lot of Nigerians are trying. But when you guys continue to castigate the lawmakers, first and foremost,
I castigated the 140 million.
I know, I understand you. There is separation of power between the legislative and the executive.
Remy, we have to go. I need to.
Oh,
we have to shut down. Yeah, we have to go. Yeah, I need to catch up.
Okay, sorry.
Meeting. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Can do. Thank you. Emma Pawati,
Baba. Yes, sir. Pawati.
You're still in Nigeria.
All right.
Are you still in Nigeria?
Oh no! I've been back. I've been back like 6 weeks now.
You've been back for long. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, I've just been working like crazy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So, yeah. Thank you, guys. Start being another section. Thank you so much from the super chats. Thank you so much. God bless you. The comment section, you're the backbone. Thank you so much. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car, so I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for
petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter Obi, I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter Obi left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, no. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, bajue. That is, you know, you have force of arms. You also have force of lies. And it was gearing up towards violence. They were going to send, some of the hardliners were going to send crowds, young people, into the streets to demonstrate. I'm always ready to be among such demonstrators, but only on the banner of truth, not of lies, not of deceit. These recent elections.
obedient and useful. Our great Nigeria is possible. Our great Nigeria is very possible. For better infrastructure, for better life, yeah, my people. For better roads, yeah, for better hospitals and health, yeah. For lights today, for everything to work for us, for Nigeria. Yeah. No more hunger. Obi for better Nigeria. Obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Obi, yeah. Obedient and useful. Obi, yeah. Oh, yeah, Obi, get it. Hausa man, Yoruba man, Igbo man, Middle Belt, Niger Delta. Let us come together for better Nigeria. For better life, for better health, for better road. From consumption to production. Get it. Obi Adema, yeah. Obi Adema, yeah. Obi Adema, Obi Akachama, Obi for Nigeria. Okay now, ewo, I beg you. Ewo. Òyìnbó lọ́tọ̀ bẹ̀lẹ̀ wá lọ́tọ̀ ìrọ̀sí lọ́tọ̀ kò wá ní lọ́tọ̀ Mọ̀rítàlá lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Ṣàgárí lọ́tọ̀ Buhari lọ́tọ̀ Babangida lọ́tọ̀ Ṣọ̀nẹ́kan lọ́tọ̀ Abacha lọ́tọ̀ Abdulsalam lọ́tọ̀ Ọbásanjọ́ lọ́tọ̀ Yar'Adua lọ́tọ̀ Jonathan